Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. Just a small heads up, there are a few ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the experience is completely ad-free. These stories are created with care, and I hope you'll give them a chance. There's something special here that's hard to find elsewhere. If you enjoy the atmosphere, a like or a subscribe means more than you know, but only if you genuinely want to. Before we begin, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always comforting to see how connected we all are across the world. Now settle in, and let's begin our night together. My family has owned this old house for so long that it feels less like a building and more like a stubborn member of the family who refuses to leave. It has been standing since the late 1800s, watching the town grow up around it, and through all those years it has never really belonged to anyone outside our bloodline for long. It is one of the oldest houses in the city, and everyone in the neighborhood knows it. People point it out when they walk by and tell their kids, "That house has been here forever." Now, though, it is pretty much abandoned. The paint is peeling, the porch is sagging, and the wooden steps creak in a tired way when anyone puts a foot on them. The boards are starting to rot, and the windows look empty and dark. You would think someone would have bought it by now because of its history, but the few who tried never lasted long. People hear things about what goes on inside, about what people have seen and felt, and after a while no one wants to take the risk. So it just sits there, getting older and more broken, holding everything it has seen inside its walls. The house first came into the family when my great-great-great-grandfather bought it. Back then the town was small and quiet. The streets were not even properly paved, and houses were spread out with big, wild yards and lots of open space between them. I imagine him as a young man, proud to own such a large place, thinking it would be the home where his family would grow for generations. After he died, the house passed to his son, my great-great-grandfather. That was where he raised his own family, including my grandfather. My grandfather grew up there, running through the halls, climbing the same stairs that are still there now, and sleeping under that same slanted roof. Later, my father and his brother grew up there too. The house held 4 generations one after the other, watching them grow from children to adults. By the time I was born, the house had already seen so many of us come and go that it felt like every wall must have had memories soaked into it. My father, his brother, and later me and my 2 cousins, Mark and Jason, all lived there at different times. For privacy's sake I am not using their real names. They would absolutely kill me if I did. But this is our story, mine and theirs, and it belongs to that house as much as it belongs to any of us. The house itself is big and old-fashioned, with 4 levels stacked on top of each other like layers of a story. At the very bottom is the basement, low and cool, with stone walls and a heavy smell of earth and old laundry. Above that is the middle floor, the main part of the house where the kitchen, living room, and other everyday rooms are. Above that is the upstairs with the bedrooms, where most of the family slept over the years. And finally, at the top, under the roof, is the attic. The attic is not just a place for storage. When my father and his brother were boys, it was their bedroom. You had to climb a narrow stairway to get up there, and the ceiling sloped down on both sides, so you could only stand straight in the middle part. It was hot in the summer and cold in the winter, but it was their space, and they loved it. The living room has its own strange piece of history. Before my time, before my father's time even, that room was used as a funeral parlor. When someone in the family died, their body would be cleaned and prepared and then laid out in the living room. Friends and family would come by to pay their respects, to stand by the coffin, to talk quietly and remember. That means that whatever else has happened in that house, there has also been a lot of grief and mourning gathered in that room. As if that wasn't enough, my great-grandmother died in the basement, while doing laundry, and my great-great-grandfather died upstairs in the master bedroom. Others in the family passed away in hospitals, but those 2 died right there in the house. My grandparents, my father's parents, are still alive, but the house has already seen more than its share of last breaths. I sometimes think that if you could wring the air out of that house like a sponge, it would drip with old laughter, arguments, secrets, and goodbyes. Now that you have some idea what the house is like, I can start telling you about the things that happened there. The first story was told to me by my father. I never actually sat my grandparents down and asked them if anything strange happened to them in the house, which is something I still think about doing. Maybe one day I will, and if I do, I am sure their stories would fill another whole book. But for now, this is the one I know best from that time. My father told me that when he was about 10 years old, and his younger brother was 9, they shared the attic as their bedroom. It was one of those days when the rest of the family was outside. It might have been summer, because he remembers the light coming through the attic window and the sound of people talking outside. He was playing alone with his toy cars on the attic floor. The floorboards up there were old and wide, and the paint on the walls was faded. He lined his toy cars up and made little, vroom, noises under his breath as they rolled along imaginary roads. He told me that while he was playing, he suddenly heard a noise that did not fit with the peaceful afternoon. It sounded like someone was throwing books down the attic stairway. Not just one book falling, but several, tossed one after another in a heavy, careless way. The sound echoed up the stairwell, thumping and sliding, as if someone were angry or in a hurry and did not care where things landed. The stairway from the attic leads down directly into what used to be my great-grandmother's room. The idea that someone might be up there throwing books around when he was supposed to be alone scared him, but curiosity pushed him to go look. He put down his toy cars and went to the top of the stairs, listening. The noises had stopped, so he slowly went down the steps, each creak under his feet loud in the quiet. When he reached the bottom and stepped into the room, he saw books scattered all over the floor. Some were still open as if they had been dropped halfway through reading. Some covers were bent back. A few had pages torn, as if they had not only fallen but been thrown with real force. There was no one there. The room was empty. No window was open, and there was no breeze that might have knocked them over. Books didn't just jump off shelves and tear themselves. He told me he felt the hairs rise on his arms and the back of his neck. He ran downstairs as fast as he could and straight outside, where everyone else was still standing in front of the house, talking to the neighbors across the street. He asked them if anyone had gone inside. Maybe someone had come in behind him without him hearing. Maybe one of the adults had been searching for something and dropped the books by accident. But they all said they had been outside the whole time. No one had gone into the house. He told me he stood there for a minute, breathing hard, feeling ridiculous and frightened all at once. When no one could give him an explanation, he went back inside. There was nothing else to do. The house was his home. It was not like he could just refuse to go in again. He tried to brush it off, telling himself that maybe the books had been stacked badly and had all slipped at once. He straightened them up a bit, then decided to go downstairs to the living room to watch TV. He sat down on the couch in the living room, which at that time still had the old rocking chair in the corner. That rocker had been his great-grandfather's favorite chair when he was alive. He would sit there every evening, pipe in hand, puffing slow circles of smoke and watching whatever was going on in the room. Even after he died, the rocker stayed there, a wooden reminder of someone who was no longer around. As my father sat on the couch, trying to lose himself in whatever was on TV, he suddenly caught sight of something in the corner of his eye. It was like a flicker of movement where there should have been none. He turned his head slightly, and in the corner of the room, in that same old rocking chair, he saw a silhouette. It was not a clear, full person, more like the shape of one. But the outline was unmistakable to him. It looked like his great-grandfather, sitting in his old rocker in the exact same posture he used to have, pipe in hand, as if he had never left. The shape was dark, almost like a shadow made thicker than the others, but it was there. My father said his heart was pounding so hard he could hear it in his ears. Part of him wanted to run out of the room and never look back. Another part of him, the same part that had pushed him to check on the thrown books, told him that he had to see if he was just imagining things. He gathered his courage, stood up slowly from the couch, and walked toward the rocking chair. The closer he got, the more he could feel something like pressure in the air, as if the room itself were holding its breath. As soon as he stepped right up to the chair and was close enough to reach out and touch it, the silhouette vanished. It disappeared as quickly as it had appeared, blinking out of existence with no sound and no trace. The rocker was empty. The pipe was not there. The chair did not move, but it felt different, like the memory of someone sitting there had been pulled out of it. After that day, my father told me, strange and unexplainable things started to happen more often in the house. Objects moved or disappeared, lights flickered, footsteps were heard where no one should be walking. He stopped trying to convince himself that everything had an easy reason. The house, he said, had woken up. I did not grow up in that first wave of strangeness. By the time I was old enough to remember things, some of the earlier generation had already passed on. My great-grandmother and great-grandfather were no longer alive. After they died, my parents, my uncle and aunt, my cousins and I moved in with my grandparents for a while. 3 generations under one roof again, all of us bumping into each other in the kitchen and climbing those same old stairs. At first, to me as a child, everything seemed normal. I was still getting used to the house itself, learning which floorboard creaked, which door stuck a bit, which windows let in the morning light, and which corners stayed shadowy even during the day. I was 8 years old back then. My cousin Jason was also 8, and Mark, the oldest of the 3 of us, was about 12. We spent most of our time together, running in and out, playing in the backyard, riding bikes on the sidewalk, and watching TV inside when the weather was bad. It felt like a regular childhood, just placed inside a house that had more history than I could really understand at that age. One day, though, that regular feeling shifted. Everyone else was out of the house except my grandfather and us 3 kids. I remember the day clearly because of how quickly it went from ordinary to frightening. We were in the backyard, doing what kids usually do, playing, talking, maybe arguing a little over some game, or who got to use something. The sun was out, and it was the kind of day where you could smell grass and hear distant cars and people's voices. I remember hearing a sound that drew my attention upward. It was small, like a rock or something hard falling from a height and hitting something on its way down. My eyes went toward the house, toward the kitchen window. The kitchen window looked out over part of the backyard, and we were so used to seeing my grandmother or someone else moving around there that it felt almost like another face watching us. When I looked at the window, I saw something that made a little squeaking noise escape my throat before I could stop it. It was so quick, such a brief moment, that if I had blinked I might have missed it. But I saw it. Passing by the kitchen window, inside the house, was a shadow. It looked like the shape of an old man, moving smoothly across the glass, as if he was walking by the window on the inside. There was no color, no detailed features, just a dark human-like shape gliding by where no one was supposed to be. It startled me so much that my body reacted before my brain did. I made a high, sharp squawk, half gasp and half scream. My cousins turned to look at me, startled by the sound, and then followed my gaze to the window. By then, of course, the shadow was gone. The moment had passed. They saw only the plain kitchen window, open to let in air. "Did you see that?" I blurted out. My heart was racing. "Did you see someone in there?" They shook their heads and said they hadn't seen anything. I tried to explain, hands waving as I talked, that I had seen a shadow, that it looked like an old man walking past. Jason laughed nervously, and Mark frowned at the house as if he could make sense of it by staring hard enough. I insisted that someone must have broken in. At 8 years old, the idea of a thief was still somehow easier for me to handle than anything else. I told Mark he should go check it out, since he was the oldest and therefore the bravest by default in my mind. He refused at first, saying he wasn't going in there alone. I did not really want to go either, but the combination of fear and curiosity pushed us all to go together. We walked back into the house, through the back door and into the kitchen. The air inside felt cooler, as if the temperature had dropped slightly the moment we stepped in. For a second everything looked normal. Then our eyes went down to the floor. Scattered across the kitchen floor, in sharp white pieces, were 4 or 5 smashed plates. Some had broken into large chunks, some into tiny shards. They lay in a rough half-circle as if someone had grabbed a stack from the cupboard and thrown them downward. What was strange, even more than the broken plates themselves, was the silence that came with them. We had not heard any crashing sounds from outside. No loud bangs, no clattering. If all those plates had fallen and smashed while we were in the backyard, we should have heard it easily through the open kitchen window. But we had heard nothing, only that small rock-like sound that had drawn my eyes up. We looked around the kitchen quickly, our eyes jumping to the counters, the cupboards, the open window. There was no one there. No broken glass in the window. No sign that anyone had climbed in or out. Just a room with broken plates lying on the floor, as if they had exploded from inside themselves. Our fear pushed us to find an adult. We went to my grandfather, who was somewhere else in the house, reading the newspaper. We asked him if he had heard anything break or seen anyone come in. He looked up at us calmly and said no, he had not heard or seen a thing. He had been in his chair, reading, the entire time. If a stack of plates had smashed in the kitchen, he should have heard it as clearly as we should have from outside. But he hadn't. That answer only made our skin crawl more. The idea that something loud and violent could have happened in the house without any sound reaching us felt wrong. We were so freaked out that we ran back outside and refused to go back into the kitchen for the rest of the day unless someone else was with us. A lot more has happened to me in that house over the years. Small things and larger things. Moments that felt strange and moments that felt truly terrifying. If I tried to write every single one of them down in detail, it would take what feels like forever. But that day, with the shadow in the kitchen window and the smashed plates on the floor, stands out in my mind as one of the creepiest. So that is the one I chose to share here. My experience is only one thread in the larger fabric of this house's story. Other people, even those not related to us by blood, have their own pieces to add. One of them is my friend, who I will call Jenica. She and her family lived in the house for 2 years, about 2 years ago. That made them the first people outside my family to really settle in the house for any length of time. Before them, the house had always passed from one relative to another, never fully leaving our hands. Passing it to strangers, even friendly ones, was a big step. We thought maybe it would be good for the house, that a new family might fill it with new memories, new laughter, and push away some of the old shadows. Jenica slept in the downstairs room, the same room that had once been my great-grandmother's bedroom. The same great-grandmother who had died in the basement, while doing laundry. That room had a door in it that led directly to the basement. You could lie in bed and see the outline of that door from the corner of your eye. If you got up at night for a glass of water, you had to pass it. It was just an ordinary wooden door with an ordinary handle, but knowing what lay behind it gave it a heavier feeling. At first, Jenica told me, everything was fine. The first couple of months felt calm. The house was old, sure. There were the usual creaks and groans that come with old wood and old pipes. But nothing felt particularly threatening. They unpacked their furniture, put pictures up on the walls, and tried to make the place their own. They learned which windows were drafty, which doors stuck when it rained, and all the other small quirks of an old house. They slept, ate, and lived there like any family would. Then, one day, things started to change. Jenica started hearing odd noises from the basement door in her room. At first, it was just small sounds, tiny rattles, a faint tapping, like something brushing against the other side. She tried to ignore it. Old houses make noises, she told herself. It was probably just the house shifting or the air moving through the cracks. But the sounds kept happening, and instead of fading, they became more frequent. Sometimes the doorknob would rattle slightly, as if someone were gently testing it from the other side. Sometimes the door itself seemed to shake, just a little, in its frame. The feeling that something was behind that door grew stronger. To try to make herself feel safer, she moved her dresser in front of it. It was not a small piece of furniture. It took effort to drag it across the floor and wedge it against the door. But once it was there, she felt like there was at least a barrier between her and whatever had been making those sounds. Even then, she told me, there were nights when she would hear the door rattle, as if something on the other side was still pushing, still trying to get through, even though the dresser was there blocking it. It was not only the door. She said that sometimes things in her room would move without being touched. Items that she was sure she had left in one place would be in another place when she came back. A hairbrush on the dresser would be on the bed. A book on the bedside table would be on the floor. Nobody else in her family admitted to moving them, and sometimes it happened when she was alone in the house. At first these were small changes, little shifts here and there, but enough to make her question her memory and her own sense of reality. The strange events did not stop with small movements. They continued to build. One of the worst things she told me about was the day her brother was pushed down the stairs. He had been going down as usual, not running, not playing around, just walking. Suddenly he felt a force at his back, as if someone had firmly shoved him. He lost his balance and fell down several steps. Thankfully, he was not seriously injured, but he was shaken and bruised, and he insisted that it had not been a trip or a slip. He said he had felt hands, or at least a push, right between his shoulders. After that, the family began seeing more direct signs that something was out of the ordinary. They reported seeing apparitions, shapes that looked like people, but made of shadow or faint light instead of solid flesh. These figures appeared briefly in hallways and rooms, never long enough to hold a full conversation with, but long enough to see their style of clothing. Jenica said that the figures looked like they were dressed in old-fashioned clothes from the early 1900s. Long skirts, high collars, suspenders, hats. They did not look like anyone she knew from modern times, and the sight of them filled the house with a feeling of being watched by people who did not belong in this century. After 2 years of this, Jenica's family had had enough. The noises from the basement door, the moving objects, the push on the stairs, the figures in old clothes, it all added up to a daily stress they could not keep living with. They got tired of the fear, the confusion, the constant wondering about what might happen next. They decided to sell the house, to close that chapter and move somewhere that felt safer, even if it was smaller or less special in other ways. The house was then bought by a couple who did not know all the details of what had happened inside. Maybe they had heard some rumors, but not enough to scare them away. They moved in, settled their furniture, tried to make the house their own too. But within about 5 months, they sold the house again. They told people that they were also experiencing things they could not explain. No one went into detail, but whatever they went through was enough to drive them out as well. And so the house sits there now, empty. The windows stare out like blank eyes. The once loved rooms are dusty and quiet, the floors collecting dirt instead of footprints. Some people want to tear it down. They look at the rotting wood, the sagging roof, and the cracked steps and say it would be better to level it and start fresh. But others in the neighborhood, including a lot of older residents, want it to stay. They remember when it was the first house in town to have electricity, back when my great-great-grandfather, an electrician, managed to wire it up before anyone else had lights. They remember parties on the porch, family gatherings, and the way it always stood there, solid and proud, while other houses came and went. To them, it is not just a creepy house full of ghost stories, it is a part of the town's history. It is a marker of how far the city has come, a reminder of what life used to be. They hope that someone, someday, will be brave enough and patient enough to buy it and fix it up. Maybe someone who sees it not as just a broken old place full of shadows and whispers, but as a piece of living history that deserves another chance. As for me, when I think of that house, I feel a mix of things. Love, fear, curiosity, and a kind of deep respect. It held many generations of my family, watched them grow and die, and it has its own stories to tell, in its own way. Whether haunted by ghosts or simply haunted by memories, it is a place I will never forget. I was about 7 years old when all of this happened to my family, and even now, so many years later, I still get goosebumps whenever I drive past our old house. I am 33 now, old enough to have lived in several places, made a life, and left childhood far behind in most ways. But that house, and what happened inside it, has never really let me go. There is something about that place that still feels close, like it is just sitting there in my memory, waiting for me to remember it again. Even after all this time, just thinking about it makes my skin prickle. We moved into that house when I was still a little kid. It was in a small town in northern Ontario, one of those towns where everyone seems to know everyone else, where people wave when they pass and gossip is almost as common as the weather. For us, though, the move felt exciting. This was a new beginning. The house itself was huge, especially from my 7-year-old perspective. It seemed enormous, like a mansion compared to the smaller places we had lived in before. There were so many rooms, so many corners, and so much space to run around in that it felt like a giant indoor playground. My older sister and I were thrilled. We imagined endless games of hide and seek, forts made from blankets, secret spots tucked away under staircases or behind doors. At first, everything really was great. The house was bright during the day, full of sunlight coming in through huge windows. The floors creaked a little when you walked, but we thought that was just part of its charm. The backyard felt big and open. The air in the town smelled different from what we were used to, a little cleaner, a little colder, with hints of pine trees and wet earth when it rained. We were the new family on the block, and people were curious but friendly. My parents seemed happy with their choice. They liked the space, the neighborhood, the idea of raising us somewhere quiet. Inside the house, my sister and I quickly found our favorite spots. One of ours was the living room, which had a huge picture window that looked out onto the garden. The window was covered with white sheer curtains that moved gently when the breeze from an open window or a vent caught them just right. The light coming through those curtains was soft and milky, and when it was sunny outside, the whole front part of the living room seemed to glow. Our TV sat in front of that big picture window, and it became our usual place to sit on the floor and watch cartoons. One day, not long after we moved in, my older sister and I were doing just that. We were sitting on the floor in front of the TV, completely absorbed in an episode of the Smurfs. The kind of ordinary, peaceful moment that fills up childhood, just us, a cartoon, some snacks maybe, and that gentle white curtain behind the TV. I remember the sound of the Smurfs' voices, the simple music, the feeling of being relaxed and safe. The room around us was quiet except for the TV. My parents were somewhere else in the house, probably resting or finishing chores. Then, without any warning, something changed. My sister and I turned our heads at the exact same moment, as if some invisible signal had nudged us both. Our eyes went to the big picture window behind the TV. Everything in me felt normal 1 second, and the next second I felt a cold jolt of confusion and fear. We both saw him. There, behind the white curtains, was the clear shape of an old man standing outside, right in front of the window, staring into the house. He was not blurry or half-formed the way shadows sometimes are. He looked as solid as any person. He was wearing a dark suit, the kind that seems a little formal for a casual visit, and a hat that shaded part of his face. Even with the curtain between us, we could tell he was just standing there, facing us, looking straight into our living room. There was no movement, no friendly wave, nothing that suggested he had just happened to walk by. It was like he was simply standing there, watching. At the same time, my sister and I both said, "Who's that?" The words came out almost together, overlapping, which made the moment feel even more unreal. We stared at each other, wide-eyed, then turned our gazes back toward the window. There was something deeply wrong with the way he was just standing there, without any expression or sign of what he wanted. My sister, being older and always a bit braver, or at least better at daring me to do things, challenged me. She told me to pull the curtains aside to see who it was. I did not want to do it. Every part of me wanted to just pretend nothing was there, to go back to watching the Smurfs and hope that when I looked up again, he would be gone. But my sister kept pushing, whispering that I should go look, insisting that I was just scared and that it was probably nothing. It did not take her long to get me to agree. I think part of me really needed to know whether he was real. With my heart pounding in my chest, I stood up and walked slowly toward the window. I could feel my sister's eyes on my back. The closer I got, the taller the window seemed, and the softer the white curtain looked, like a thin layer of fog I would have to step into. I reached out with a shaky hand and grabbed the edge of the curtain. I hesitated for a second, took a breath, and then pulled it aside. There was nobody there. The space outside the window was completely empty. I could see the garden, just like always, a stretch of grass, a few bushes, a patch of earth, all of it calm and still. No old man in a dark suit, no hat, no figure of any kind. It looked like no one had been there at all. The garden did not even look disturbed. There were no footprints, no sign that someone had passed close by. Just ordinary ground and plants. My sister looked at me from across the room, and I looked back at her with the curtains still in my hand. We did not say anything. We both knew what we had seen. We had seen the same thing, at the same time, without talking first. That was what made it feel different from a trick of the eyes or a daydream. I let the curtain fall back into place, and the white fabric swung gently as if nothing important had happened. Fear finally broke through our silence. We both ran, our socks sliding on the floor, into the part of the house where our parents were sleeping. We shook them awake, breathless, trying to explain through half-formed sentences that someone had been outside the window. They listened, maybe a little annoyed at first at being woken up, but when they saw how serious and frightened we were, they got up and went outside to check. My parents walked around the yard, looking everywhere, by the window, near the front, along the sides of the house, out by the fence. They found nothing. No sign of anyone leaving or trying to hide. There was no old man in a suit on the street, no neighbor walking a dog, no stranger leaning on a car. The yard was empty, the street quiet. After a while, they came back in and told us they had not seen anyone. They tried to reassure us, saying maybe we had seen a reflection or our imaginations had been playing tricks on us. But my sister and I knew better. That was our first real introduction to whatever spirits lived in that house. After that day, little things began to change. At first it was just feelings, small things that were easy to ignore. Sometimes a room would feel colder for no reason, or a shadow would seem to linger a bit too long. But then the nights started getting louder. A few weeks after the window incident, my sister and I started hearing strange noises at night. They were not the regular old house sounds we were used to: pipes groaning, wood settling, the occasional creak when someone walked around. These were different. We heard footsteps, clear and distinct, pacing back and forth, going down the hallway. We heard doors open and close, sometimes gently, sometimes with a sudden slam that made us jump. We heard scratches, as if something were dragging fingers or nails along a wall or a floor. Sometimes the noises would come all at once, a series of things happening in the dark beyond our bedroom doors. The more this went on, the more uneasy we became. Our separate bedrooms, which had seemed like such grown-up spaces at first, began to feel like islands surrounded by something we did not understand. After a couple of weeks, we had had enough. We put up a fuss about it, and begged our parents to let us share a room. Eventually, they gave in. My bed was moved, or my sister's was, and we ended up sleeping together in one bedroom, thinking that being close to each other would make everything easier. My dad worked nights back then. It meant that he would often be out of the house when these strange things happened. My mom, on the other hand, was a night owl. She liked to stay up late, reading or watching TV in the living room downstairs while the rest of us were in bed upstairs. That was the rhythm of our house for a while. My dad gone, my mom awake downstairs, and my sister and I together in the bedroom upstairs with the rest of the floor quiet and dark. The layout of the house made things stranger. The upstairs had a large, square hallway, like a frame, with 4 bedrooms set at its corners. You could stand in the hallway and see all the doors, each one leading to a different bedroom. It was the kind of arrangement that could feel cozy when there were lots of people moving around during the day, but at night, when the lights were off and only slivers of light slipped out from under doors or from the window at the end of the hall, it felt like a stage where anything could appear. On many nights, my sister would wake me up sometime between 11 and 1 in the morning. She would whisper my name and shake my shoulder, her voice tense and urgent. At first I would be groggy and confused, but then I would listen. "Do you hear that?" she would ask. And I would. We both would. We could hear the sound of footsteps walking down the hallway, slow and deliberate. They were heavy enough to make the floorboards creak a little, soft enough that they still sounded like someone was trying not to make too much noise. After the footsteps came another sound, the noise of dresser drawers opening and then slamming shut. Not the quiet slide of a drawer carefully closed, but the loud thud of wood hitting wood, like someone was in one of the bedrooms pulling drawers open and pushing them back hard, over and over again. We lay there, frozen, listening to these sounds happening just outside our room. We did not dare open the door or call out. We were too scared to move. In the morning, once it was bright and the fear had thinned out enough to make our legs work properly again, we would tell our mom that we could hear her putting laundry away at night and ask her not to do it while we were trying to sleep. Each time we did, she looked at us with real confusion and told us she had never gone upstairs. She said she stayed downstairs every night and did not step onto that upper floor at all after putting us to bed. She insisted that she had not been opening drawers or walking around at that hour. At first we did not know what to make of that. We did not want to believe something else was responsible, but the sounds kept coming. Night after night, those footsteps and drawers became our unwanted soundtrack. The more it went on, the worse it felt. After about a month, things escalated. Along with the noises, we started to see things too. We began noticing shadows moving across the walls, even when there was no one in the hallway. They were not tiny shifts made by cars passing outside or leaves moving in front of a window. These were taller, more solid shadows that glided along the wall in the shape of someone walking where no one was. Sometimes a shadow would pause, as if something invisible was standing still, and then slowly move on. The hallway, already unsettling at night, felt like it was full of silent, watchful figures. Objects started going missing. At first it was little things, small objects that we might easily misplace, a hair clip, a pencil, a toy. But after a while, the pattern became harder to ignore. Things that had specific, regular places began to vanish from those places and then show up somewhere completely different. It did not feel like normal forgetfulness anymore. The strangest example of this involved my sister's change jar. She used to keep her coins in a jar, saving up pocket money and loose change she collected. She liked counting it, knowing how much she had, imagining what she would spend it on. Then, bit by bit, the coins started disappearing. She would look in the jar and find less than she remembered. At first she thought maybe she miscounted, or maybe she was spending it and forgetting. But as more and more went missing, she became convinced someone was stealing from her. Naturally, she accused me. I was the closest, the one who shared the room with her, the little sibling who might be tempted to sneak a coin now and then. She called me a thief, angry and hurt. She told our parents I was taking her money. I denied it over and over again. I told them I had nothing to do with it, and I meant it. I was hurt that she thought so little of me, and frustrated because I could not prove my innocence. For a while, there was tension between us, all because of that missing change. Then, something happened that none of us were expecting. One day, our sump pump broke. The sump pump was down in the basement, down in that part of the house that was always a little damp and smelled of earth and concrete. When it stopped working properly, my parents had to pull it up out of the hole it sat in so they could see what was wrong. As they lifted it out, wet and dripping, they discovered that the inside of the sump pit was clogged with coins. There, in the dirty water at the bottom, was all of my sister's missing change. The coins were rusted and slimy, stuck in places where they didn't belong. There was no logical reason for them to be there. We did not toss coins into the sump hole. We had no reason to be in that part of the basement at all, especially not sneaking down there with handfuls of change. My parents pulled them out and recognized them as the missing money. When my sister saw it, she realized I had been telling the truth. I had not taken her change. Something else had moved it to one of the strangest spots in the house. That was the first time I think we all realized that whatever was going on in the house had more to it than just noises and shadows. It was interacting with us in ways that felt intentional, even playful in a twisted sort of way. A human thief might take the coins and spend them. Instead, they had been removed from her jar and carried all the way down to a hidden, watery hole in the basement. as if whatever did it wanted them out of reach and out of sight. After that, things got more serious. My mom, who had always stayed mostly downstairs and who we had blamed in our minds for the nighttime noises, began to have her own direct experiences. She started seeing the old man we had described from the beginning, the same one my sister and I had seen outside the picture window that day. Only this time, she saw him inside the house. She would be in bed at night, trying to sleep, while my dad was at work. She said she would hear footsteps coming down the hallway, the same ones my sister and I had heard so many nights. She would lie there and listen as they came closer, one slow step at a time. Then she would see him at her doorway, the old man in the dark suit and hat, standing there and staring into the room at her. He would not speak or move. He would just stand there, silently watching her for a long time. She told us that when this happened, she felt like she was being held down. It was as if something heavy was pressing on her chest, pinning her to the bed. She could not move, even though she was fully aware of what was happening. Panic would rush through her, and she would try to scream for help. She said the screams felt weak at first, like she could not get enough air, and that she had to fight to force her voice out. She would call for my dad or cry out generally, desperate to break whatever was holding her. For a long time, my dad did not believe her. He is not the kind of person who scares easily. He is practical, grounded, and had always been the type to shrug off ghost stories. When my mom told him about the man in the doorway and the feeling of being held down, he tried to convince her it was just a bad dream, or maybe something like sleep paralysis. He did not think it was a real presence. He listened, but he did not let himself be pulled into fear. Then, one night, everything changed for him too. He happened to be home that night instead of working. They both went to bed as usual. Sometime in the middle of the night, my mom woke up and felt that familiar fear creeping over her. She heard the footsteps in the hall, saw the old man appear in the doorway, and again felt that heavy pressure pinning her down. This time, though, my dad was right there beside her. Whatever was happening did not leave him out. He felt it too. The way they told it later, my dad woke up and found that he could not move either. He could see something in the doorway, a figure, a presence, and he felt something pressing on him, holding him in place. The room felt tense, thick with a kind of electricity, like the air just before a lightning storm. My dad tried to move, to get up, to push himself free, but he couldn't. For the first time, he felt the same helpless, trapped fear my mom had been describing. He realized that this was not just in her head, not just bad dreams. It was something real enough to affect him too. My dad is not easily rattled, but after that night, he changed. From then on, he slept with a baseball bat under the bed. It was his way of trying to take back some control. A bat is good against burglars or anyone breaking into the house, but deep down I think he knew it would not do much against whatever was walking down that hallway. Still, having it there probably made him feel a little less helpless. After that experience, my parents started talking seriously about moving. The events in the house were getting stronger and more frequent. It was not just the odd noise anymore. It was a constant feeling of being watched, of not being alone even when no one was in the room. Sometimes, before something happened, you could almost feel it coming. The air would change. It was hard to describe, but it felt a bit like a light buzzing on your skin, like being lightly tickled or brushed by something you could not see. The hair on your arms and the back of your neck would stand up. Your stomach would tighten. It was a charged feeling, like static building up in the air. After that strange sensation, something almost always followed. A shadow moving where it shouldn't, a sudden noise, a door opening, a drawer being pulled out and slammed. Sometimes that charged feeling would go on for so long that it made you feel physically sick. Your head would ache, or your stomach would churn, or you would feel exhausted and restless at the same time. The house no longer felt like a home. It felt like a place we were sharing with something we did not invite and could not understand. Finally, we moved. It did not happen overnight. There were plans to make, a new place to find, money to sort out, and all the usual things that come with leaving a house. But in our minds, we had already left long before the furniture was taken out. Getting out felt like lifting a weight off our shoulders. The new house we moved into did not feel tense in the same way. The nights were quieter, the shadows more normal. We started sleeping better. The old house, with its footsteps and its old man in the doorway, became something that lived in our memories instead of our daily lives. Years went by. We grew older. Life moved on. We changed schools, made new friends, and eventually left that part of our childhood behind, or at least tried to. About 10 years later, fate decided to remind me of our past in a way I did not expect. We moved back to the region, though not into that old house, of course. By then I was a teenager, ready to start high school. One day, I was riding the bus to school. The morning was like any other. The bus was full of students talking, laughing, complaining about homework, telling random stories to pass the time. I was staring out the window, half listening to the hum of voices around me, when I became aware of a girl sitting not too far away, telling ghost stories about her house. At first her words were just background noise, another person sharing spooky stories like teenagers often do. But then I started hearing details that sounded uncomfortably familiar. She talked about strange noises at night. She mentioned an old man. She said things about footsteps, about feeling watched, about shadows in the hallway. The more she spoke, the more my chest tightened. The house she was describing, with its layout and its strange events, sounded too much like ours for it to be a coincidence. As the bus rolled along, I paid closer attention. I watched as she pulled the cord to signal her stop. When the bus slowed and finally stopped, I turned my head to look out the window. There she was, getting off the bus, walking toward a house I knew very well, a house that was burned into my memory. She was getting off in front of the old Graham house, our old house. In that moment, a flood of feelings washed over me. Fear, recognition, a strange kind of sadness, and a chill that went straight through my body. The stories she was telling were not new ones. They were echoes of what my family and I had lived through years before. The house had not forgotten its old habits. Whatever was there when we lived inside those walls was still there, making its presence known to whoever lived there now. Even now, when I drive past that house, I cannot help but feel those same goosebumps rising on my arms. The building itself may look ordinary to someone who does not know its history, just another old house in a small northern town. But to me, it will always be the place where an old man in a dark suit stood at our window, where footsteps walked down a hallway alone, where an unseen hand moved coins into a sump pump, and where my parents finally believed that some houses are not empty, even when no one can be seen. I was born and raised out there in the country, far away from busy streets and crowded neighborhoods. It was a quiet place, the kind of quiet that almost has a sound of its own. Most nights you could step outside and only hear the wind in the trees, or maybe a distant dog barking somewhere on another farm. My mother and father and I lived in what people like to call the sticks. Fields, dirt roads, and farmhouses were our landmarks instead of malls and traffic lights. We didn't have much in the way of stores or entertainment, but we had open sky, dark nights, and long stretches of empty roads. Even the wildlife was simple. There were no bears or wolves wandering around, no big dangerous animals like you might see in other parts of Canada. The largest things we had were foxes or maybe a coyote once in a while. People let their kids play outside at night without worrying too much about something hunting them. If you heard a rustle in the bushes, you thought rabbit or cat, not predator. That calm, safe feeling was just part of life. By the time this happened, it must have been 3 or 4 years ago now, I already knew every back road and turnoff within a good distance from our house. I knew which fields usually had cows, which farms had horses, and which houses people said were haunted, even if that was just gossip. The country doesn't change very fast. A field is a field, a barn is a barn. Days blend together. That's probably why some memories stand out so strongly. Around that time, my parents were not in a good place in their marriage. They fought a lot, and the house, which used to feel safe and quiet, started to feel tense and heavy. There would be raised voices behind closed doors, long silences at dinner, and that tight feeling in the air when you know an argument could start again at any moment. It was hard to be around, especially at night, when the house grew small and the sound of two people not getting along seemed louder than anything outside. Because of that, my mother and I got into the habit of taking long late-night drives. It was our way of escaping the atmosphere at home. Instead of sitting there and listening to shouting or tiptoeing around each other, we would grab the car keys and just go. Sometimes we talked. Sometimes we didn't. We watched the lines on the road and the fields sliding by, and for a little while we could pretend things were normal again. The car became our own little world on wheels. The night this happened was in late October, after Halloween. It wasn't quite winter yet, but the air had that dampness that hints at colder days coming. I remember it very clearly, because even though it was late and dark, it wasn't freezing outside. We had the car windows open, and I could feel the cool wetness of the air brushing my skin. It stuck lightly to my face and hands, a mix of cool night and faint moisture. The moon was high in the sky and very bright, so bright that it almost made its own kind of daylight on the tops of the fields and the roofs of barns. I have always been a horror movie addict. I love scary stories and creepy scenes in films, that nervous excitement when you know something is about to jump out but you can't stop watching. I enjoy that feeling of fear when I know it's not real. Sometimes I even crave it. So while we were out that night, already driving through a landscape that could easily be a horror movie setting, dark roads, scattered farms, bright moon, silent fields, it was natural for my brain to start wanting a little scare. I decided, just for fun, to suggest something to my mother. I told her we should drive down one of the long, dark dirt roads near a farmhouse. There was a particular road I had in mind. It was surrounded on both sides by trees and brush, the kind of narrow track that's just wide enough for a car, with branches leaning in and shadows hanging over it. In my mind, it was the perfect place to spot some kind of animal suddenly appear in the headlights and make us jump. Then we'd laugh about it on the way home. That was all I wanted, a little spook, a harmless thrill. My mother was used to my creepy ideas, and that night she agreed. We turned onto the dirt road, and she flicked the headlights to high beams so we could see better. The car crawled forward slowly, tires crunching softly over gravel and packed earth. The beams of light stretched down the road ahead of us, picking up the shapes of trees, shrubs, and the uneven surface. I leaned forward in my seat a little, eyes scanning both sides eagerly, hoping to catch a fox darting across or maybe a pair of glowing animal eyes low to the ground. But nothing happened. We drove the whole length of that road, slowly, carefully, and absolutely nothing showed itself. No animals, no movement at the side of the road, no sudden flapping of wings or rustling in the ditch. Just darkness and trees and the sound of the car. It was so uneventful that I actually felt disappointed. When we finally reached the end of the dirt track and the tires rolled back onto smooth pavement, I sighed. So much for my scary little adventure. Across the main road and a little farther down, there was another dirt road. This one led to a place that meant more to us than just any random farm. Down that road, many years earlier, stood the home of some family friends of ours. Their house had burned to the ground about 5 or 6 years before this night. The fire had taken the building completely. The family survived, but their dog had been inside and died in the fire. I need to say that clearly. As far as we know, no person died there. Only their dog. Beside the site of the house was a large field, usually full of dairy cows back when our friends still lived there. After the fire, the cows were gone for a while. The land looked emptier and sadder than before, like it was waiting for something that did not come back. The burned house had been cleared away, but the memory of it still hung around the place. When I suggested earlier that we drive down the first dark road, my mother didn't hesitate much. But when we drew near the second dirt road, the one that led to the burned-down house, and I started talking about going down there too, her reaction changed. She was extremely reluctant. She didn't like the idea. You could see it in the way her hands tightened on the steering wheel and in the way she looked at the turnoff. That road wasn't just another road. It carried heavier feelings. I actually felt tired at that point, and part of me did want to just go home, crawl into bed and sleep. But my curious, horror-addicted side pushed harder. The thought of that empty place, that burned-out home and lonely field, pulled at me. It was like the perfect scene for a ghost story, and I wanted to drive into it. So I started teasing my mother a bit, using a joking tone and quoting, "Do it! Do it!" like in Starsky and Hutch. I kept saying it until she finally sighed and gave in. She turned the car onto that long, dark dirt road and began to drive down. Because the property was sort of off-limits to trespassers, she turned the headlights down so they weren't as bright. We didn't want to draw attention if anyone happened to be watching from the main road. The car rolled forward, and we fell into that half-distracted way of driving where you're talking more than paying attention. We were laughing and chatting, making little jokes, probably about nothing important. The darkness ahead of us was there, but it felt like background. Then, everything changed in a second. All I remember next is that all sound in the car vanished. One moment we were mid-conversation, words flowing between us, the car making its usual hum, the tires crunching softly over the dirt. The next moment, it was as if someone had pressed a mute button on our entire world. The air went still and silent. Our voices stopped, not faded, but stopped. My mother and I both turned our heads toward the front windshield at the exact same time. It wasn't slow, natural movement. It felt synchronized, almost like something outside of us decided we both needed to look at the same thing right then. The whole moment stretched out in my mind, like the way people say time slows down when there's an accident. It felt like that, every second stretched, every movement heavy and clear. And then we saw them. 2 orange eyes. That is all I saw at first. Not a body, not a shape, just 2 glowing orange eyes down the road, straight ahead of us. They were not dim or faint. They burned in the darkness like hot cinders, a deep, bright orange that seemed to carry its own light. Against the blackness of the night, and the tunnel of the dirt road, they stood out sharply, as if they were the only real thing in front of us. Our headlights, even turned down, were pointing in their direction, but they did not reveal any body, no outline, no fur, no skin, nothing. Only the eyes. It was as if the eyes were floating alone in the air. They hovered above the ground at a steady height, moving just slightly, like they were adjusting or swaying, but never blinking. That is something I remember very clearly. They did not blink. Not once. I tried to judge how big whatever it was might be from where the eyes were. They were a ways down the road from us, not right in front of the car, yet they looked like they were at about the height of our windshield. That meant that whatever we were seeing, if it had a body, was not small. It wasn't a fox or a coyote standing on the road. It seemed too tall for that, too high above the ground. My mother and I tore our eyes away from the glowing points just long enough to look at each other, and we did this in perfect sync as well. It was as if we had the same thought at the same time. "Are you seeing this too?" There was fear in both of our faces. Then, from deep inside both of us, a scream started. It began low and quiet, like it had to travel up from our stomachs before it could leave our mouths. Then it grew louder and higher, climbing until we were both screaming at the top of our lungs. It wasn't the kind of scream you give in a haunted house for fun. It was raw and uncontrolled, pulled out of us by pure terror. The kind of scream you don't choose, but your body forces out. "Get out of here! Do it! Do it!" I yelled at my mother, my voice breaking around the words. But she didn't need to be told. She was already trying to get us out. The problem was the road. On our right side, trees pressed close, forming a dark wall of trunks and branches. On our left, there was the open cow field. There was no quick place to turn around, no wide open space to swing the car in a circle. The road was narrow, and the only obvious direction to go was forward, toward the eyes. My mother slammed the car into reverse instead. The engine whined a bit as she backed up as quickly as she dared on a rough dirt road in the dark. Gravel shifted under the tires, and the car jolted backward. I kept my eyes on those orange lights ahead of us. They stayed where they were at first, still hovering in the same spot, still unblinking, still fixed on us. As we backed away, They seemed to glide closer, not in big jumps, but in smooth, slow movement, always facing us. There was something in the way they moved that made it even worse. There was no jerkiness, no sign of panic or fear. It didn't look like an animal startled by a vehicle and deciding whether to flee. It felt like something watching us calmly, maybe even curiously, and taking its time to approach, as if it knew we had nowhere easy to go. Eventually, my mother spotted a small lane or opening off to the side. It was just big enough for her to back into and turn the car around. She swung the steering wheel, turning, backing up into the lane. Later, she told me that as she did this, she took a quick glance toward the eyes again and saw that they had moved closer still. They were now nearer than before, still hovering at that same haunting height, still staring. Any normal living creature on Prince Edward Island, fox, coyote, dog, even a cow, would have bolted at the sound of a car and two people screaming. It would have run off into the field or the trees. But this thing did not. It was not scared of us. There was no hint of fear in the way those eyes remained fixed on our car. People might say here that it was just an animal's eyes reflecting the headlights. That was one of the first explanations that crossed my mind too. Animals' eyes can glow when light hits them. It's a natural thing. But even as I thought that, something inside me rejected it. The color, the height, the way they moved and never blinked, the feeling that came with them, none of it matched the simple, familiar sight of a fox caught in a beam of light. When my mother finished turning the car around, we were finally facing back toward the road that led to the main highway. She didn't waste any time. She started driving forward, away from the burned house site, faster than we had driven going in. My heart was still hammering in my chest. The urge to look back was strong. Part of me didn't want to see those eyes again, but another part needed to know where they were. So I turned around in my seat and looked out the back window. I can still see that view clearly in my mind. The exhaust smoke from the car was drifting out into the night behind us, pale and curling, spreading into the darkness. And behind that smoke, just as clear as before, were the same orange eyes. Still glowing hot like embers, still fixed in our direction, still moving forward. They were not getting smaller like they would if they were standing still and we were driving away. They were following. Their movement was the same as before, slow, smooth, and confident. Not running, not stumbling, not bobbing like an animal on four legs might. Just gliding forward at their own chosen pace, as if whatever they belonged to was in no hurry at all. The size and spacing of them still made it obvious that whatever it was, if it had a shape, was big. Much bigger than any regular animal we knew. We got off that road, made it back to the main one, and drove home. The shock of what we had just seen did not go away as the distance increased. If anything, it grew stronger, now that we were away from the immediate danger and had space to think. By the time we pulled into our driveway and turned off the engine, we both felt shaken to our core. We went inside, but the house, which usually felt like a safe shelter, did not give us much comfort that night. We both went to bed, but we didn't sleep right away. Instead, we crawled under the covers and cried. Not just me as the younger one, but my adult, grown mother too. That is something that has always stuck with me. This wasn't just me being a scared child. This was a full-grown woman who had lived through a lot of things in life, crying because of what we had seen on that road. The feeling inside us wasn't just, "That was creepy." It was deeper and more serious than that. We both had an unbelievable sense of insecurity, of not being safe. It felt like whatever those eyes belonged to wasn't just the weird thing we had left behind on that dirt road. It felt like it knew us now. Like it had noticed us, marked us somehow, and could follow us if it wanted to. The thought that it might be out there, somewhere in the dark, able to come closer if it chose to, made my stomach twist. We tried to explain it away in the days that followed. People do that when they run into something they can't understand. You reach for normal answers because the idea of something else is too unsettling. Maybe it was a trick of light. Maybe some strange reflection. Maybe a big animal whose body we just couldn't see. But every time I closed my eyes and replayed the scene, the same details came back. The silence, the synchronized turn of our heads, the the way time stretched out, the burning orange, the height, the unblinking stare, the smooth movement, the smoke drifting past, and the eyes still there behind it all. Later on, after some time had passed and when we felt a little braver again, we decided to go back. It sounds crazy, I know, but fear sometimes turns into curiosity. We told ourselves we were going to face it, or at least figure out if there was some ordinary explanation. We did not go unprepared. This time we brought a strong spotlight so we could light up the fields and trees more clearly. We also brought a steel pipe, something solid to hold, almost like a weapon, even though either of us really believed a pipe would do much against something that could appear as only a pair of eyes. We even picked out some music to play in the car, jokingly calling it our werewolf hunting playlist. I like to tell myself, half seriously, that maybe what we had seen was some kind of lycanthrope or werewolf-like creature. The size fit the idea in my head. It made more sense as a myth than as an animal we knew. We drove back down that same road, hearts pounding but trying to be brave. We shined the spotlight into the trees, across the field, scanning every corner, every fence line, every patch of ground. We slowly moved down the track, stopping at times to look longer, to study the place where we remembered seeing the eyes. But nothing appeared. No glowing orange lights, no strange movement, no feeling like the air had been sucked out of the world. Just a dark road, empty fields, and trees whispering in the wind. We searched like that for a long, long time. We went back more than once, trying different times of night, different ways of moving the car. We waited with the engine off sometimes, just listening. We never saw those eyes again. It was as if whatever had been there that first night had only wanted to show itself once. To this day, I still don't know what we saw. I don't know what can have eyes that glow like hot cinders, that floats in the dark with no body visible, that moves so calmly and so closely without fear, and leaves you feeling like you've been marked. I've seen lots of animals at night, lots of reflections in headlights, and none of them are like that memory. It's one of those things that sits in the back of my mind whenever I'm alone in a car at night on a quiet road. Whenever I see the moon bright over empty fields, or when the world suddenly goes a little quieter than it should, I remember those two orange eyes and the way my mother and I screamed together. And even now, after all these years, a part of me still wonders if whatever it was is out there somewhere, watching from the edge of another dark road, waiting for the next car brave, or unlucky, enough to drive in. Ever since I was 7 years old, I have had the feeling that someone is with me. Not in the normal way, like a person in the room, but in a quieter, stranger way, like a presence just outside the edge of what everyone else can see. I have grown up with the idea that there is a ghost, or a spirit, watching over me. I don't have any proof. I don't have pictures or videos or recordings. Nobody else seems to see him the way I do. Sometimes I even doubt myself. But deep down, I know he's real because he has been part of my life for so long that I almost don't remember what it was like without him. When I was a kid living with my mom, my room became the place where he made himself known the most. My room was simple: bed against one wall, dresser near the door, a couple of posters, some clothes on the floor like any other kid's room. But there was always that one path he seemed to use, like it was his own little route. He would walk between my dresser and my bedroom door. Over and over. Back and forth. If I remember right, it was every 5 steps that he would stop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stop. Then he would turn, slowly, like he had all the time in the world, and just stare at me. He wouldn't say anything. He wouldn't move his hands or tilt his head. He would just look. It was not an angry stare, not a sweet one either. It was more like he was trying to understand me, or make sure I was really there. After a few seconds he would turn back again and continue walking. 5 more steps. Stop. Turn. Stare. It went on like that so often that it became almost normal to me. I can't tell you exactly what he looks like in clear detail. It's not like he stands under bright lights and poses for me. But I know he is male. I know he looks roughly like a man in shape, height, shoulders, the outline of his body. Sometimes he is more shadow than solid, like he is made of smoke standing in the shape of a person. Sometimes he's clearer, but never all the way like a living person. He doesn't have that solid bright. Here I am, feeling that regular people have. He's quieter, a bit transparent, but not so faint that I can pretend he's nothing. He's just him. My ghost. The strange thing is, even with him walking back and forth like that, I never felt like he was trying to hurt me. I was scared sometimes, especially when I was younger and didn't understand what was happening. But there was always a part of me that felt watched over, protected in a weird way. It was like having an invisible bodyguard who also liked to stare too much. Every morning, I would wake up with this strong feeling that I had not been alone in my bed. I swear to God, so many times it felt exactly like he had been lying down beside me. Not in a creepy way, not like a stranger sneaking into bed, but almost like a parent or friend just keeping me company through the night. The mattress would feel like there had been weight on the other side, like someone had just gotten up a second before I opened my eyes. Sometimes I would wake up and my first thought would be, he was here. I never saw him clearly lying there, but the feeling was so strong that it was hard to ignore. Growing up with this going on, I learned to just keep it to myself most of the time. If I told people, they would either laugh, or stare at me like I was making it up, or worse, act like I was crazy. So I stopped telling the full stories and only hinted at things. Even now, I have so many experiences with him that I don't even bother talking about, because honestly, no one in their right mind would believe them. Sometimes even I look back and think, did that really happen? But there are two stories I keep coming back to. They feel the most real, the most clear, and I can't brush them off. Those are the two I want to share. The first one happened a couple of years ago, back when I was dating a guy named Brian. On the surface, Brian was just a normal boyfriend. We went out, we watched movies, we hung out with friends. He had this one thing about him, though. He always told me that he could see things. Spirits, shadows, energies, that kind of stuff. I never really knew what to do with that. I didn't exactly tell him everything about my ghosts, but I knew what it was like to feel watched, so when he told me he could see things, I didn't totally dismiss it. Still, a big part of me didn't fully believe him. People say things sometimes to sound interesting or deep. One night, Brian stayed over at the house. My room was the same as always, dresser by the door, bed pushed against the wall. It was late, and the house was quiet. Brian was half asleep beside me, breathing slowly. I was lying there awake, as usual, watching my ghost walk his usual path between the dresser and the door. He was doing the same routine he always did. Step, 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 stop. Turn toward me. Stare for a few seconds. Turn back. Walk. It had reached a point in my life where, as strange as it sounds, this was almost like a lullaby. Something I had seen so many times that it no longer shocked me. I just lay there, eyes following him, my body still, my mind oddly calm. Then, suddenly, he just disappeared. One moment he was mid-step between the dresser and the door, and the next he was gone. Not like he faded out slowly, not like he walked all the way through the door. Just gone. The space where he had been standing was empty. The room felt different, too. Lighter, in a way, but also a little tense, like the air was holding its breath. I remember blinking and staring at the empty path, waiting to see if he would show up again. He didn't. The room was still. I glanced over at Brian, thinking maybe he had sensed something too, but he looked completely out, eyes closed, breathing steady. About 5 minutes later, I heard Brian get up. The bed creaked, the blankets shifted, and he swung his legs over the side. I figured he was just going to use the bathroom. The bathroom was across from the basement stairs, just down the hallway. I didn't think anything of it. I stayed in bed and listened lazily, only half paying attention. Then I heard him yell. It wasn't a playful shout or a quick, ow, like he had bumped into something. It was a real yell, sharp and panicked. At the same time, I heard the bathroom door slam shut hard, like someone had kicked it or thrown their full weight into it. The sound echoed down the hall and jolted me upright. My heart started pounding. I jumped out of bed and ran to the bathroom, my mind racing with all kinds of possibilities. Had he slipped? Fallen? Was he hurt? When I pushed open the door, I stopped in shock. Brian was in the bathtub. He was fully awake now, curled up in the tub, shaking and crying. Not silent tears, but full-on, messy crying, the kind that comes from real fear and shock. His eyes were wide, and his hands were gripping the sides of the tub as if he needed to hold on to something solid. I rushed over to him, asking, "What happened? What's wrong?" It took him a few moments to calm down enough to answer me. When he finally spoke, his voice was shaky and low, but serious. He told me that as he was walking toward the bathroom, he had glanced toward the basement stairs. The basement door was across from the bathroom in the hallway. Halfway down those stairs, standing there waiting, was a figure. My ghost. Brian said the figure had stood there just long enough for him to see it. Then, without warning, it ran up the stairs straight at him. Not walked. Ran. Brian didn't know what else to do. His body reacted before his brain could think. He threw himself into the bathroom and fell into the tub, hitting the door on the way in, which is why it slammed shut. He said he felt like something was right behind him, chasing him, and all he could think was to get away. The way he told it, the fear in his voice, the way his hands were still shaking, none of that felt fake. For the first time, someone else was reacting to something I couldn't see in that moment, but that I knew was there. My ghost, the one who had disappeared from my room, had shown himself to Brian instead, in a way that left him scared out of his mind. About a week later, I found out that Brian had been cheating on me. The whole time he had been talking about how he could see things, he hadn't been honest about something simple like staying faithful. When I found out, I broke up with him. I was angry and hurt, of course, but there was another thought in the back of my head as well. I couldn't help but connect it to what had happened that night. My ghost disappearing from my room, then rushing up the basement stairs at Brian, scaring him so badly he ended up in the tub crying. It felt like a warning. Like my ghost had seen who Brian really was before I did and decided to scare the truth into the open, or at least give me a hint that something was off. Maybe that sounds crazy, but in my mind, it was like my ghost was trying to teach Brian a lesson, or protect me from someone who was not good for me. The second story I have about him is less intense, but still strange. In its own way, it's more funny than scary. This one happened on New Year's Eve at my grandma's house. It was one of those family gatherings where everyone brings food, people wear silly hats, and the night goes on with music, chatting, and too much alcohol. My grandma's house has this familiar cozy feeling. Old furniture, family pictures on the walls, a table filled with snacks that never seems to empty no matter how much people eat. That night, all the adults got good and drunk. The room was full of laughter and loud voices, the TV playing in the background, someone's music mixing into it. At some point someone suggested we play poker, and everyone agreed. It sounded like the perfect way to keep the night going. We all sat around the table, shuffling cards, throwing in bets with chips and coins and whatever else we had. After a few rounds, people started dropping out of the game, losing too much or getting too tired. Eventually it came down to just me and my uncle. The others were still there, watching, joking, commenting, but the game itself was between the two of us. I looked at my hand and felt my confidence shoot up. I had 4 of a kind, jacks. You don't see a hand like that very often. It's strong, and I knew it. The betting began again, and round after round I stayed calm because I was sure there was no way my uncle would beat me. I had that feeling of being a step ahead, already picturing the moment when I would lay my cards down and watch everyone's reaction. We got to the last betting round. The tension at the table went up just a bit. My uncle sat across from me, cards in his hand, face doing that pretend serious thing people do when they're trying to bluff. His fingers were holding the cards tight, and he was just about to decide whether to raise or call. Then, out of nowhere, his cards flew out of his hand. They did not just slip or drop like he had loosened his grip. They flew, like someone had smacked them right out of his fingers. They scattered on the floor in front of the table, face down and face up, like they had exploded from his hand. It was so sudden that everyone at the table went quiet for a second. My uncle swore under his breath and leaned down to gather them up. I bent down too, wanting to help and also curious about what had just happened. As I picked up a couple of the cards near my feet, I happened to look up at my uncle's lap. That's when I saw them. On his lap were several extra cards. They weren't from the hand he had just dropped. These were cards he had been hiding. Aces and other high cards. It was like a little stash of, just in case, cards sitting there, quiet and secret, until now. He had been dropping them, one by one, from his other hands earlier in the game, letting them rest in his lap so he could pull them in if he needed them later. He was cheating. I stared at the cards for a second, then looked up at his face. Our eyes met, and I saw that flicker of guilt and surprise in his expression. The whole table erupted then, people laughing, shouting, pointing it out, calling him out for cheating. Some people thought it was hilarious. Some shook their heads and said things like, "I knew it!" My uncle tried to laugh it off, but the flush in his cheeks showed that he was embarrassed. As I sat back up with the cards in my hand, the thought came to me clearly, my ghost did that. I couldn't prove it, of course, but it felt like him. The way the cards flew as if something invisible had slapped them, the timing right when my uncle was about to finish the game with me, the fact that it revealed the cheating, it all fit. My ghost has always had this habit of stepping in when someone is doing something wrong, especially when it comes to me. It was like he was saying, "Nope. Not fair. Not happening." Apparently, he didn't agree with my uncle's idea of sneaking extra cards into the game. Now my life has moved on again. I'm no longer living with my mom. I'm not at my grandma's. I'm living with my boyfriend in an apartment, trying to build something like a normal adult life. New place, new routine, new furniture, but one thing hasn't changed. My ghost is still here. He followed me, or maybe he is just attached to me wherever I go. Either way, I still see him. At night, when the apartment is quieter and the outside noise dies down, I can see him standing by the door sometimes. Just standing there, like always, watching. He doesn't pace as much here, maybe because the space is smaller, but the feeling of him being there hasn't gone away. It's like he stands guard at the entrance, making sure he sees everyone who comes in and out. He also seems to have taken a special interest in my boyfriend. I wouldn't say he hates him, but he definitely likes to mess with him. Little things happen that get on my boyfriend's nerves. Items moving, strange noises at inconvenient times, things not being where he left them. My boyfriend will grumble and blame the apartment being old or say I moved something without thinking. I just sit there sometimes and think, "No, that wasn't me. That was him." My ghost likes to piss him off, I guess. Maybe it's a way of testing him, like he tested Brian, or maybe he just enjoys a little chaos. Lately, I have been thinking about doing something I've never tried before. I have been thinking about getting a Ouija board. The idea keeps coming back to me late at night when I see that familiar shape by the door or wake up with that old feeling that I wasn't alone in the bed. After all these years, after all these moments and all these stories, I still don't know exactly who he is. He has no name. I always just call him my ghost, or him. That feels wrong in a way, like talking about someone you've known for a long time but never asking their name. I want to know who he was. A name, a face, something about his life. Why he chose me, or why he's attached to me. Whether he's really protecting me, or just hanging around because he can. The Ouija board idea scares me a little, of course. I've heard all the stories about how things can go wrong, how you can invite in something you don't want, how doors can open that are hard to close. At the same time, I feel like the door is already open. He has already been here since I was 7. He already walks in my room and stands by my door. He already slaps cheaters and rushes at liars and lies in bed beside me like he's part of my life. So now I'm stuck in this place between fear and curiosity. Part of me wants to leave things the way they are, unspoken, unnamed, just strange moments I live with. Another part of me wants to reach out and ask, "Who are you? Why are you here?" What do you want from me? All I know for sure is that he is real to me. I have felt him for most of my life. I have seen him when no one else has. I have watched him scare people who deserved it, and call out people who tried to cheat me. I don't know if he's my guardian, my shadow, or something in between, but he is mine, and I am his, in a way no photo or video could ever prove. And maybe, one day, I'll finally get the courage to ask him his name. In 1997, my family and I moved into a small but comfortable house in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Back then, it felt like a big step for us. The house wasn't a mansion or anything huge, but it was just right, in the way that makes you feel like you could stay there for a long time. It was in a quiet, well-kept neighborhood where the lawns were trimmed, the sidewalks were clean, and the neighbors generally kept to themselves but smiled and waved if you passed them. We liked that. It felt safe. It felt normal. You wouldn't look at that house from the street and expect anything strange to be happening inside it. From the very beginning, though, things inside were anything but normal. My family has always had a bit of a connection to the paranormal, even before we moved into that house. As far back as I can remember, I've had ghostly experiences. I don't mean just the feeling of being watched once in a while. I mean full-on experiences that are hard to explain with simple logic. I guess you could say I'm vulnerable to them, or maybe just more open to them than most people. My mother has psychic abilities. She's always been able to sense things, pick up on feelings and energies that other people miss. On my father's side, his great-grandmother was a witch, though he himself does not have any powers like that. So you could say the idea of spirits, energies, and strange happenings was not completely foreign to us. It was not something new that started with this house. But this house seemed to bring it out in a very strong way. The first experience I remember in that house happened less than a year after we moved in. It still stands out in my mind as something that didn't just feel odd, it looked and sounded completely impossible. Our basement could be seen from a ledge upstairs. There was a kind of half wall at the top, and if you stood by it, you could look down into the open basement area. One day, my cat was on that ledge. He was standing there, his body tense, staring down into the basement with huge, wide eyes. His tail was puffed up a little, and his ears were tilted forward. If you've ever had a cat, you know that look they get when something has their full attention, when they can't look away because they're sizing up a situation. That's what he looked like. The basement ceiling was lower than the ledge, so from where the cat was standing, he was looking down toward the ceiling and deeper into the basement. The ceiling itself had stucco on it. You know that rough, bumpy texture that is sprayed on and then hardens in little peaks? That's what it was like. It's not something you'd expect to move once it's dry. It's just there, stuck like rock. We were all standing around nearby, my mother, our neighbor, and me, close enough to see the cat focusing on that certain spot. Then something happened that none of us could quite believe even as we saw it. One tiny piece of stucco on the basement ceiling came loose and fell. That, by itself, wouldn't have been strange. Things sometimes flake off ceilings over time. But what it did next was what made us all go still. The stucco piece did not just fall and drop to the floor. It fell, then suddenly shot upward, as if someone had thrown it. It launched itself toward the cat. It went up, against gravity, and hit the cat right in the head. The poor cat jerked back, startled, and jumped away from the ledge. It wasn't thrown hard enough to injure him, but hard enough to clearly be aimed at him, like something was trying to scare him off. We all saw it. My mother, my neighbor, and I, all of us witnessed that weird, unnatural movement. It wasn't like someone brushing the ceiling with a broom or anything like that. No one was under it. There was no physical cause that we could see. It was just a small, hard piece of ceiling that came down, then went back up with force, in a way that made no sense at all. The energy in the house felt different after that. Even in those early days, it felt like whatever spirit was there was angry or unsettled. It was as though it wanted us to know it was there and that it could do things, that it could interact with our space. Over the years, that anger seemed to lessen. The feeling in the house softened slowly. But from that moment on, there was always at least a little activity going on in the background, like a steady hum you get used to but can never completely ignore. As time went on and our lives settled into a routine, the house began to feel more familiar. Rooms became connected in my mind with certain activities. The kitchen was where my mother cooked and chatted. The living room was where we watched TV. The basement was where I eventually spent most of my time. Around 2004 I became, as I like to joke, the lucky person who got to live in the basement. It became my space, my room, my computer, my privacy, my own little world under the rest of the house. The basement itself was not dark and creepy in the typical horror movie way. It had a bar area, some furniture, and my room off to one side. But it still had that basement feeling, slightly cooler air, quieter sounds, and a sense of being a little separate from the rest of the family. That separation made every strange sound and odd movement more noticeable. One day, I was sitting at my computer in my basement room, just doing something ordinary, maybe browsing online, maybe playing a game. Everything was quiet except for the soft sounds of the computer. Then I heard something upstairs. It was the sound of footsteps, clear and distinct. Someone was coming down the stairs to the basement. The rhythm of the steps was so familiar that I immediately thought, "That's Dad." The sound of shoes on the stairs, the weight, the speed, it matched the way my father walked. Sometimes he would come downstairs to talk to me. Sometimes he liked to sneak up and startle me for fun, like jumping around the corner or saying, "Boo," in a joking way when I wasn't expecting it. I was so sure it was him that I didn't even question it. The steps continued down the stairs and then along the floor toward my room. I didn't want him to catch me totally off guard if he was planning to scare me, so I quickly jumped up onto my bed. From there I had a better view of the doorway and the area outside my room. I waited, body tense, half expecting him to burst in or peek around the corner. But nobody appeared. The steps stopped. I stared at the doorway, watching the hallway outside. It was empty. I waited a few more seconds, thinking maybe he was hiding just out of sight, but there was no sign of movement. The air felt still, like a breath had been sucked in and held, but that was it. Slowly, I walked out of my room and looked around the basement, expecting to find my dad standing somewhere with a grin, ready to laugh and say, "Got you!" There was no one there. The basement was completely empty. No doors were open, no furniture was moved. It was just me and the silence. Feeling a bit uneasy, I went upstairs to check. There in the living room was my father, relaxed and comfortable, watching TV. He hadn't been downstairs at all. When I asked, he confirmed it. He had been up there the whole time. So whose footsteps had I heard? They weren't faint. They weren't like the house creaking and settling. They sounded like a real person walking down the stairs and across the floor. I know the difference between random house noises and the sound of someone actually walking. This was the latter. But there was no one there when I looked. Again, like with the stucco incident, there was no simple explanation. Several weeks later, something else odd happened in that same basement room. I had an empty popkin sitting on my computer desk. It was just a regular metal can, light and easily moved. The desk itself was sturdy, not wobbly or loose. I wasn't touching the can. I wasn't touching the desk. I was just sitting there, minding my own business. Out of nowhere, the can slowly tilted over to one side. Not a normal fall, not a quick topple like when something loses balance and just drops. It tilted and stopped at a strange angle, held in place where it should have fallen. It remained there, leaning at what looked like an impossible angle, as if an invisible hand was holding it. I watched it with wide eyes, feeling that familiar mix of fascination and worry. It stayed like that long enough for me to be sure it wasn't just my imagination. After it finally went back or fell, I tried to figure out what had caused it. I knocked on the desk to see if a vibration would make it tilt that way. I nudged the surface lightly in different directions. I blew on the can from various angles, trying to see if the airflow could hold it up, even for a second. I positioned it in different ways to see if I could recreate the same angle. No matter what I did, I couldn't get it to do what I had just seen it do on its own. There was no normal way to explain how it had moved and stayed tilted like that. By then, I wasn't surprised anymore that things like this happened. It was more like, oh, it's doing it again. But that didn't make the events any less strange. The basement, in particular, seemed to be a favorite spot for whatever spirits were in the house. It made sense in a way. Basements are quiet, cooler, and often hold more of the forgotten or unused parts of a house. Maybe spirits like spaces where people are there but not constantly rushing around. Maybe they like places where they can move and be noticed at the same time. Because of all these events, and because I have always been drawn to the paranormal, I started doing ghost investigations on my own. Nothing big or official, just independent little sessions in my house, testing things, observing, filming. I especially focused on the basement because that's where most of the activity seemed to happen. The interesting thing is, whenever I filmed down there at night, there were always orbs, those bright, round spots of light that show up on camera. And not just a few. Sometimes there were hundreds of orbs visible on camera in any given evening. I know some people say orbs can be dust or bugs or reflections, and sometimes they can be. I tried to be careful about that. But there were times when they moved in ways that didn't match dust, appearing and disappearing, changing directions suddenly, or forming patterns. It was enough to convince me that something more was going on. One day, I set up to do more filming in the basement. I had my camera in hand and was looking around the room through the viewfinder, watching the orbs drift and flicker. I was interested in a certain corner where they always seemed more active. Unfortunately, that day, I made a frustrating mistake. I had the camera in recording mode, but I had not actually pressed the record button. The little red light that should have been on wasn't, and I didn't realize it until later. That still annoys me to this day, because what happened next was one of the most intense things I have ever experienced. I was scanning the basement with the camera, looking at the area behind the bar. The bar was one of those setups where there was a counter and a wall behind it. As I focused on that spot, the wall suddenly changed. It was as if it opened up. There, right where solid wall should have been, was an opening. The opening wasn't jagged or dark. It was filled with light. Not harsh, blinding light like from a flashlight pointed in your eyes, but a soft, glowing, strong light. It looked pure and clean, and it seemed to come from somewhere beyond the wall, as if that spot had become a doorway to somewhere else. The opening was about the size of a microwave oven, big enough to be obvious, small enough to feel controlled. It wasn't like half the wall disappeared, just that one area. The sight of it hit me hard. It was not something you see every day. My body reacted before my mind caught up. I felt a wave of energy slam into me, not like being pushed physically, but more like something strong washed through me and emptied me out. The best way I can describe it is that I suddenly felt drained, like all the strength in my muscles and all the energy in my chest had been pulled out through that open door of light. My knees went weak. I lost control of my balance and fell down. I ended up on the floor, breathing hard, feeling lightheaded and tired. I wasn't hurt, just exhausted in a way that didn't make sense for such a small moment of standing and looking. It felt like standing too close to something that was pulling at me, like a magnet for my energy rather than metal. I remember thinking, in that blurry, half-dazed way, that maybe whatever or whoever was on the other side of that opening had mistaken me for a stronger medium than I really was. Maybe they thought I could handle more contact, more connection. Or maybe they were testing me. I don't know. By the time I fully recovered and looked again, the wall was just a wall. The light was gone, the opening closed. The bar was just a bar. The camera, which could have captured everything, had not recorded a single second of it. I had nothing to show anyone, nothing but my own memory of what I had seen and the leftover feeling of having been completely drained. After that day, the house changed again, in a different way. It became quieter. The big, obvious things like flying stucco, loud footsteps, and draining walls of light stopped happening so often. Instead, the house settled into a more gentle kind of haunting, like the spirits had found some sort of peace or balance with us. The atmosphere was calmer. I could still feel them, but they didn't feel as aggressive or urgent. We still experience things, but they are usually smaller, softer moments. One of the ongoing things is the sound of a cat meowing when no cat is there. We hear phantom cat meows all over the house. Sometimes it sounds like the meow is right next to you, and you turn, expecting to see a pet sitting by your foot or waiting at a door. But there is nothing there. The sound is clear, but the source is invisible. It's like a ghost cat walking around, making itself known only by voice. Upstairs, in the master bedroom, there is a presence that we have come to think of as a watcher. It's not heavy or threatening, but it is very aware. You can be in that room and feel eyes on you, like someone is standing in the corner quietly observing. If you sleep in there, sometimes you wake up with the strong sense that you are being watched over, not in a creepy way, but in a cautious, almost protective way. Throughout the house, especially in the basement, there are at least 2 or 3 spirits, maybe more. Over time, it feels like they have grown used to us, and we have grown used to them. They feel comfortable with us now, like we've all agreed to share the same space. They still startle me sometimes at night, when I catch movement out of the corner of my eye or feel a sudden cold patch in the air. But it's no longer filled with the early anger or heavy tension it once had. The strangest part of all this is that the history of the house doesn't give much reason for it to be haunted. No one has ever died in the house, as far as we know. The land before it was built was just farmed marshland up until the 1970s. There are no famous tragedies, no old battlefields, no dark stories passed down through the neighborhood. On paper, it's just another ordinary house in a nice area, on a piece of land that used to grow crops. But experiences don't always match paperwork. Sometimes spirits are drawn to people, not places. Sometimes energy collects in quiet spots for reasons we don't yet understand. Maybe my family's history, my mother's abilities, my own sensitivity, and my father's distant connection to a witch in the family all combine to make this house a kind of magnet. Maybe the spirits who wander through the area find us easy to talk to and decide to stay. When they startle me at night, when I hear a strange noise in the basement or feel that familiar presence near my bed, I don't shout at them or start reciting religious phrases. I don't tell them to leave in the name of anything. I don't think they need that. I don't feel like they are demons or monsters. To me, they are just people in another form, people trapped, confused, curious, or just lingering. Usually, I just talk to them. I speak out loud sometimes, in a normal tone, as if I were talking to anyone standing in the room. I tell them it's okay. I ask them to calm down if they scare me. I explain that we are living here and that they can be here too if they don't hurt anyone. I talk to them the way I would talk to someone who needed help or company, not like they are an enemy. I don't always get clear answers back, but every now and then the air feels a little warmer, a little softer, as if they understand. The strange thing is, almost no one outside my family knows about all of this. The only people who truly know the full story are my parents and me. We don't sit around telling everyone we meet that our house is haunted. We don't invite crowds in for a show. In the eyes of the world, it's just a nice little Edmonton house in a nice neighborhood. But inside, there is a completely different layer of life going on, quiet, unseen, and sometimes very close. So this is why I wanted to share it. It's not a simple story and it doesn't have a neat ending. There isn't one ghost with a name and a backstory and a final goodbye. There are pieces of stucco, phantom footsteps, tilting cans, glowing openings in walls, cats that meow from nowhere, and watchers who never fully show themselves. There are spirits in the basement who seem comfortable now, and a house that has become a kind of resting place for energies nobody else notices. It's strange, yes? But to us, it's simply home. When we first moved into the old house in Palmerston, Ontario, I remember feeling more excited than anything else. We knew the place had history. It was one of the oldest homes in town, originally built by a doctor around 1883. That kind of age gave it charm. The woodwork was beautiful, the rooms were big, and the ceilings were high. The floors creaked in that way old floors do, and there were odd little corners and oddly placed doors that made you wonder how many times the house had been changed and rearranged over the years. There was a feeling in the walls, like they had soaked up the lives of everyone who had lived there before us. My wife, Christine, loved it right away too. She liked old houses, especially ones with stories. Our daughters were a little less sure. They thought it was cool, in some ways, but it was also bigger and older than the houses they were used to, with long dark hallways and tall windows that looked out onto a yard full of large, slightly wild trees. At night the wind would move through the branches and cast shadows across the glass. In the beginning, though, none of us thought anything of it. It was just an old house in a small Canadian town, and we were happy to have a place to call our own. The first time we saw the black figure, we hadn't been in the house very long. It was winter, one of those proper Ontario winters with heavy snow that piled up around the porch and made the world outside look quiet and bright. That night, Christine and I had finally settled onto the couch in the living room after a long day of unpacking and arranging furniture. The TV sat against the wall, and beside it was one of the front windows that looked out over the yard and the street. The lights inside were on, the curtains slightly open. Outside, the sky was dark, the snow catching the glow from the streetlights and bouncing it back in a soft blue-white haze. We sat down, turned the television on, and were just about to relax when we both saw it. Right there at the window, a black human-like figure stood looking in at us. It was the shape of a person, dark and solid against the lighter snow behind it, as if someone were wearing all black and standing very still, just watching. There was no detail at first, no clear face, just the outline of a man. We both stiffened. For a second, my brain did the normal thing and tried to find a simple explanation. Maybe it was one of our daughter's friends, I thought. Maybe someone had walked up to the house to say hello, and was peeking in to see if we were home. It seemed a little late and a little strange, but not impossible. I glanced at Christine and then back at the window. The figure was still there. Christine started to stand up. Her movements were slow and cautious, like someone approaching a strange dog. I watched her and said, "Are you going to see who's in the window?" I was still trying to keep it light, trying to convince myself this was normal. "Yes," she said, sounding unsure, but she kept walking. She went across the room, keeping her eyes on the glass. I sat there on the couch, watching her go, expecting at any moment to see the figure move or step back or knock. When she got close and leaned toward the window, her shoulders tensed in that way that told me something wasn't right. Then she turned the handle on the front door, which was right beside the window, and pulled it open. A rush of cold air came in, carrying the sharp smell of snow and winter night. She stepped onto the front step and looked around. There was no one there. I waited for a second, expecting some kind of shout like, "Okay, very funny!" as she caught someone trying to play a prank. Instead, there was only silence. Christine's head turned slowly as she scanned the yard, the walkway, and the street beyond. The snow lay smooth and undisturbed. There were no footprints leading to the window, no marks on the step, nothing. If anyone had been standing outside our window just moments before, they would have had to leave some sign of it in the deep snow. There was nothing. She came back inside, closing the door behind her, and her face was pale. "John, you saw the person, right?" she asked. "Yes," I said. "Why?" "Come here a second," she told me. I stood up and walked over to the window with her. She pointed down at the snow where the figure had been standing. The yard was untouched. The powdery white surface was smooth, with not a single footprint or scuff. It was like no one had been there at all. We just stared at it for a moment. The room felt different somehow, like the air had pressed in around us. My first thought was simply, "That's strange." My second thought was a bit sharper, "That's not normal." "Well," I finally said, "that's just plain weird." We didn't talk about it much that night beyond that. It was easier to shrug and push it to the back of our minds, chalking it up to tired eyes and shadows. Maybe we hadn't really seen what we thought we'd seen. Maybe some kind of reflection had tricked us. That's what we told ourselves, because we had just moved in and didn't want to think about anything else. But the house didn't seem ready to let the subject go. About a week later, one of our daughters had a friend over. They were downstairs while Christine and I were doing things around the house. In the living room, there was a computer set up in front of one of the windows. Ashley, our daughter's friend, sat at the desk using it. She was facing the screen, and the window was right in front of her. Suddenly, she screamed. The sound was sharp and panicked, the kind of scream that makes adults drop whatever they're doing and run. Christine and I both rushed down the stairs, calling out, "What's wrong, Ashley? What happened?" Ashley spun around in the chair, wide-eyed and breathing hard. "I just saw a black figure look in the window at me," she blurted out. "It was a man, but it wasn't a man." I tried to calm her down with logic. "How can it be a man but not a man?" I said with a small laugh, trying to lighten the mood. It seemed like the right thing to do at the time. She shook her head, frustrated that I didn't understand. "It was a black figure of a person," she said. "He had a beard, but I could see through him." The words sank into me. A black figure, a man with a beard, but see-through. It matched a little too well with what we had seen at the window earlier that week. Christine and I exchanged a quick look, the kind that says, "Did you hear that too?" But out loud, we forced ourselves to stay calm. "Don't be silly," we said. "It's just your imagination." We didn't want to scare her, and we didn't want to scare our own kids by telling them we had seen something similar. It felt easier to pretend it was nothing. Even as we said the words, though, I knew we were lying, both to her and to ourselves. For a while after that, things went quiet. There were no screams, no sudden shapes at the window. We started to relax again, thinking maybe it had only been those two strange incidents and nothing more. We still noticed the way the house sounded at night, the little shifts and groans that came from the old wood, but we told ourselves that was normal. It was an old house. Old houses make noises. Then one night, Christine and I were sitting on the couch again. It was late, and we were both tired. The kids were upstairs, and the house was peaceful. We had the TV on, the room dim except for the glow from the screen. By then, we had gotten used to the layout, to the patterns of shadows from the streetlights, to the sound of the furnace kicking on and off. We were just about ready to turn in for the night when our small Shiatsu dog, Bo, suddenly tensed up. He was sitting with us, calm and sleepy, and then out of nowhere his whole body stiffened. He turned his head toward the window by the computer and began to growl. The sound was low and serious, the kind of growl that says, "I sense something, and I don't like it." I turned my head to follow his gaze. The black figure was there again. It stood outside the window, just as before. The shape was clearly human, and again it was completely black, like a solid shadow. It had the form of a man, shoulders, head, a suggestion of arms. It was more distinct this time, more real. The snow outside reflected a faint glow behind it, making it stand out even more sharply. I kept my eyes on it, not wanting to blink in case it vanished. My heart started to beat faster, but it wasn't fear so much as a strange curiosity mixed with unease. Bo's growl grew deeper, more urgent. The hair on his back stood up. Then, in the blink of an eye, it disappeared. It didn't move away. It didn't slide left or right, or step back into darkness. It just vanished. One instant it was there, the next instant it was gone, like someone had turned off a light. I stared at the window for a second longer, my mind racing. There was no way that had been a trick of the light. Something had been standing there. And whatever it was aware of us. I turned to Christine and said, half joking and half deadly serious, "You know, there's something fascinated with us that keeps looking at us through the windows." I tried to make light of it, to grab onto some humor, because the alternative was too unsettling. "Maybe I should invite him in and put on the coffee," I added. In that moment, I wish I hadn't said that. I stood up and went to the front door. Part of me felt ridiculous. Part of me felt like I was doing something dangerous without really understanding why. I opened the door to the cold night and said out loud, "Hi! Welcome to my home. Come on in if you want to. You're more than welcome to come in, you know." The words hung there in the winter air, my breath puffing out in little clouds. It felt silly and heavy at the same time. As soon as I spoke, Bo reacted. He started barking loudly, but he didn't bark at the door. He spun around and ran up the stairs, still barking, his little legs moving as fast as they could. I frowned and followed him, closing the door behind me. His barking echoed through the hallway as he reached the upper floor. He went straight into our bedroom and began barking at the bed, his body pointed toward it, his tail rigid. "Bo, what is it?" I said, stepping into the room. As I walked in, something caught my eye in the corner of my vision. In the far corner of the bedroom, there was a black figure standing there. It was not clear and fully formed, more like the suggestion of a tall, dark shape, but it was enough. It stood there just long enough for my brain to register it. Then, just like at the window, it vanished. This time, the fear was harder to push away. Before, it had been outside the house, at the windows. Now, after my careless invitation, it seemed to be inside. For the next few days, strange things continued. It was like a door had been opened and something had indeed walked through. There were feelings of being watched, especially at night. Sometimes I'd wake up and feel like someone was standing beside the bed, staring down at me, even though when I looked, there was no one there. The kids started making small comments too, about odd sounds or shapes in their rooms, which we tried not to encourage. Then one day, our oldest daughter, Julianne, came to us looking puzzled. "Did you guys come home early from work?" she asked. "No," we said. "Why?" She frowned, trying to fit the pieces together. "I got up to go pee," she said. "And you were sitting on your bed, Dad." It was about 3:30 in the morning. Christine and I looked at each other. "No," I said. "I wasn't home. We were both at work early today. We didn't come home during the night." Julianne's face changed from confusion to something closer to unease. "Well, I saw you," she insisted. "I woke up and went to the bathroom. I looked toward your room, and you were sitting on the edge of the bed. I thought maybe you'd gotten up early." The idea that she had seen someone she thought was me sitting on our bed at 3:30 in the morning was deeply unsettling. Had she seen the figure taking on my shape? Had it been just a half-asleep dream? I didn't know. All I knew was that ever since I had stood at our front door and invited that thing in, it seemed like it had accepted. We started seeing it, or feeling it, at least every few days. Sometimes it was a quick glimpse at the top of the stairs. Sometimes it was a shape in the corner of a room that disappeared when you turned your head. Sometimes it was just the feeling of a presence that made the hairs on your arms stand up. The house no longer felt simply old. It felt crowded. Life went on, though. There were still ordinary things to deal with: the bills, the kids' school, work, and daily chores. The strange events mixed in with the normal ones until the whole thing became a pattern we weren't sure how to break. One afternoon, there was a knock at the door. When I opened it, an older gentleman stood there. He wore a winter coat and had one of those fundraising clipboards in his hand. He asked if we would be willing to donate to the Heart and Stroke Foundation. I said yes and invited him in out of the cold. He stepped inside and I offered him a seat on the small bench near the door. "Can I have a glass of water?" he asked politely. "Of course," we said. We brought him one, and he drank it slowly, like someone who had walked a fair bit in the cold air. His name, he told us, was Don Cherry. Not the famous one, obviously, just a man with the same name. He seemed friendly, but there was something sharp in his eyes, like he noticed things. As he sat there, he looked around the room with interest. "You have a beautiful home," he said. Then he added, "I know a bit of history about this place." That caught our attention right away. We were always curious about the house, especially knowing it had been built by a doctor so long ago. "Really?" we asked. "Tell us." He explained a few things about the town, about the doctor who had built the house, about how it had been one of the prominent homes back in its day. He knew dates and names in that way people do when they've lived in a place their whole lives. We were fascinated, asking questions and listening closely. Then he paused and asked, almost casually, "Have you experienced anything crazy in the home or outside?" The question made the room feel smaller. Christine and I exchanged a look. Why? We asked carefully. We hadn't told him anything, and yet that was not a question people usually throw in for no reason. Well, he said slowly, the last owner donated every year, and he told me something once. He said he was seeing shadows. He was very bothered by them. He put salt around the house and told them to leave. And he said that after he did that, they left him alone. His words hit me like a slap. A cold chill moved from my neck down my back. I remembered the day I had stood in this same doorway and invited something in as a joke. I remembered the figure in our bedroom, the shape at the window, my daughter seeing me at 3:30 in the morning. Oh, Jesus Christ! I blurted out without thinking. I invited him back in the house jokingly. He's back in the house. Don's face grew serious. He looked me straight in the eye. You must say prayers, he told me. Get the entity to leave. It's bad. It's evil. He didn't say it like someone sharing a spooky story. He said it like someone giving a straightforward warning about a real danger. It made my stomach twist. There was no laughter left in the room now. The weight of what I had done, even as a joke, settled over me. After he left, I couldn't shake his words from my mind. The idea that the previous owner had dealt with similar things, that he had put salt around the house and told the shadows to go, and that it had worked for him, made everything we had been experiencing feel even more real. If this had only happened to us, maybe we could still pretend it was imagination. But it wasn't just us. I started saying prayers around the house, not fancy ones, just simple, desperate pleas. I went from room to room and spoke out loud, feeling a bit self-conscious but also strangely determined. Dark forces, I said, you leave my home now. Please leave. I said it in the living room, in the hallway, in the bedrooms. I meant every word. I was done joking about it. At one point, as I was praying, Bo began to bark again, but this time his attention was not on the windows or the stairs. He stared at the wall where a cross hung, one that we had put up without thinking much about it. He barked at it, sharp and insistent. We turned to look at the cross just as it began to move. It spun around on the wall. Not a small wobble from a draft or someone walking by too hard, but a clear spin, as if an invisible hand had grabbed it and twisted. Then, in what seemed like an impossible movement, it fell, landing in the middle of the floor. For a moment, no one moved. We all stared at the spot where it lay. The cross had been securely hung, not perched on a nail loosely. The distance from where it had been on the wall to where it landed on the floor made no sense. It looked like someone had pulled it off and thrown it. The house was very quiet in that second. Then Bo barked again, and the spell broke. That was one of the last clear, big things that happened before we decided we'd had enough. You can ignore small things. You can laugh away one or two odd events. You can try to live alongside something you don't fully understand. But there comes a point where the weight of it all becomes too much. We had a family to think about. We had kids who were waking up scared. We had a house that no longer felt like a home, but like a place we were sharing with something that didn't belong there. A few months later we moved. We bought a farm about 60 kilometers away, far enough that the drive between the old house and the new one gave us a clear sense of distance. The farm had its own quirks and noises, as any place does, but there was a different feeling there. It felt open and lighter. There were no tall windows with black figures looking in, no sudden vanishings in the corner of our eyes, no dog barking at empty air in the middle of the night. Once in a while, when I need to go into Palmerston, I drive past the old house. I never stop. I slow down sometimes and look at the front porch, the windows, the yard we once cleared of snow. It looks like any other old house on the street, solid and calm, with whatever new lives are inside it now. I often wonder if the new owners ever see anything. Do they notice shapes at the windows at night? Do they feel watched when they walk up the stairs? Have they ever had a stranger at their door asking about donations and quietly checking their faces for signs that they, too, have seen shadows? I don't know. Maybe the salt the previous owner poured, and the prayers I said, and the distance we put between ourselves and that place did what they were meant to do. Maybe whatever I invited in finally left with us. Or maybe it's still there, standing at the windows on snowy winter nights, waiting for someone to look up and see it. I am 16 years old and I live in Toronto, and what I went through that day still confuses me whenever I think about it. Whenever I try to explain it to myself, it feels like a strange dream, but I remember every part of it clearly. It all started on what should have been a completely normal afternoon, the kind of bright, cheerful day where nothing scary or weird is supposed to happen. I had my neighbor's dog with me, a Boston Terrier named Billy. She is small, stocky, kind of goofy looking, and very energetic. Technically, a Boston Terrier isn't really a cross between a bulldog and a terrier, but that is how everyone on our street describes her. She has that squashed little face, big round eyes, and a short snout, and she sort of snorts when she gets excited. She is mostly white with some dark patches, and she trots like she owns the sidewalk. I was just walking her like I always do, following the usual route past the local cemetery. The cemetery is not far from where I live. It sits behind some older houses, with tall iron bars and a gate at the front. I have walked past it many times, both alone and with Billy. In the daytime it doesn't look especially scary, just quiet and a bit sad. There are trees scattered around inside, and rows of headstones in different sizes. Some are newer and polished, others are old and worn. I usually glance at it without really thinking about it. That day started the same way. The sky was bright, the kind of pale blue that makes the city feel open and light. It was neither too hot nor too cold. There were people going about their day, cars in the distance, someone mowing the lawn, a few kids on bikes, normal city sounds. Billy sniffed every second lamppost and patch of grass, the way she always does. I was half daydreaming, half paying attention, just walking. Then something made me look up. I didn't hear anything first. There was no loud sound or weird noise to draw my attention. I just happened to raise my eyes, and when I did, I saw something in the sky that should not have been there. It was a medium-sized white shape, moving across the sky. It was not a bird. It was not a plane. It wasn't a balloon. It didn't flap like wings, and it didn't float like plastic. It moved in a straight, smooth line, not very fast, but not drifting either. It seemed to glow a little, or at least stand out against the blue in a way that made it hard to look away. At first I just stared, trying to make sense of it. My brain did the usual thing and tried to find a normal explanation. Maybe it was a plastic bag caught in the wind? Maybe a kite? But it didn't wobble or twist around like something being pushed by air. It held its form and moved with a strange, steady purpose. As I kept watching, I realized I was getting close to the cemetery. The iron fence and the bars were coming into view as Billy and I walked along the sidewalk. The white shape slowed down and then started to move lower, as if it were being pulled toward the ground. It hovered closer to me, and when it moved in front of me, I could see it more clearly. I will never forget how it looked at that moment. It was white, but not like paper or cloth. It looked like it was made of some kind of thick, misty, glowing substance. The closest word I can think of is slimy, but not in a gross physical way. More like a smooth, wet-looking light. At the time, the only thing that came to my mind was something I had once read about called ectoplasm, a kind of substance that ghosts are supposed to leave behind. I remember thinking, very randomly, this looks like that ghost slime stuff. As it hovered past me, I could make out shapes within it. It was not just a blob. It looked like the figure of a person. I could see the outline of a dress, flowing down from a body that seemed to shimmer and blur at the edges. I thought I could see shoulder-length hair, falling around what should have been a face. Behind it, there were shapes like wings, spreading out on either side. It was not as clear as looking at an actual person, but it was clear enough that my mind filled in the details without any effort. It looked like an angel, or a ghost, or some strange mix of both. As it moved, it did something that made my skin prickle. It turned, just slightly, and seemed to look at me. There were no clear eyes, but there was the feeling of being seen, like when someone across the room suddenly turns their head and looks directly at you. For a second, the world around me seemed to fade, and all I could feel was that gaze. Billy surprised me by doing nothing at all. She didn't bark, didn't growl, didn't pull away. She just kept walking, sniffing the ground, as if she did not see it. I couldn't understand how she could miss something so obvious. I wanted to stop and stare, but my feet kept moving forward on the sidewalk, like a part of me was trying to act normal. The figure drifted ahead of me and then turned toward the cemetery. It floated up to the iron bars of the fence. Instead of stopping or going around, it simply passed right through them, as if the bars didn't exist. There was no sound, no spark, nothing. It just slipped through like smoke. Then, inside the cemetery, it moved lower and lower until it reached the ground. I watched it as it hovered over the grass for a moment, still glowing faintly, and then it sank into the earth. It did not lie down or fade away in the air. It went straight down into the ground, like it was being pulled into it, or like the soil had opened invisibly to take it in. And then it was gone. I stood there for a second, my hands still holding the leash, my body still facing forward. The street around me was exactly the same as it had been before. The sky was still bright. A bird flew past in the distance. A car door closed somewhere behind me. People went on with their lives, totally unaware of what I had just seen. I felt completely baffled. Part of me wanted to run over to the cemetery fence and look at the exact spot where it had disappeared. Another part of me wanted to walk as fast as I could in the opposite direction and pretend nothing had happened. In the end, I did nothing dramatic. I just kept walking. As I continued along the sidewalk with Billy, I went over what I had seen in my head again and again, trying to make it normal. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe the sun and the clouds and my own eyes had played some trick on me. Maybe it had been a reflection from some window, or a weird glare off a plane. The more I tried to convince myself of that, the less I believed it. I knew what I had seen. I had seen something white and human-shaped, with wings, pass through a fence and disappear into the ground. It took me about 25 minutes to get home. The whole way, my mind flipped between staring straight ahead and replaying that moment beside the cemetery. By the time I reached my house, I had decided that I was not telling anyone yet. I didn't feel like being laughed at or told I was imagining things. I just wanted to figure out how I felt. When I stepped inside, the house felt normal. The same smell of cooking, maybe some detergent from the laundry, the quiet hum of everyday appliances. My mom and my grandma were around, doing their usual afternoon tasks. I took off my shoes, let Billy go, and headed to my room to check my email. It was my little routine whenever I came back from walking the dog. I had left my computer on when I went out. I remember that clearly. The monitor had been lit, and the tower had been humming. I always did that, because I hated waiting for it to boot up. So when I sat down at my desk and reached to open the desk drawer, I automatically glanced at the screen. The screen was black. The computer was off. Not asleep. Not on a screensaver. Completely off. The light on the power button wasn't even on. The whole thing was dead. I frowned, a bit annoyed and for some reason also uneasy. Maybe the power had gone off while I was outside. That happens sometimes in storms, but the weather was perfect. I turned and called out to the other room, asking my mom if the power had gone off or if she had turned my computer off. She said no. She had been in the kitchen, and everything had been fine. My grandma, who rarely even goes near my room, said the same thing. They both insisted they had not touched my computer, and had not noticed any power issues. I looked around. The lights were on. The TV worked. Nothing else seemed to be affected. I turned back to the computer and tried to think logically. Maybe it had overheated? Maybe some cable had come loose? I checked the wires, all properly plugged in. The room wasn't hot, and the computer had never randomly shut off like that before. Slowly, that uneasy feeling from the cemetery started to creep back over me, like a wave finally catching up. I pressed the power button, and the computer started up as if nothing strange had happened. The screen flared to life. The usual logo appeared. The fan's word. It all seemed completely normal again. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had turned it off on purpose. I tried to shake it off. I checked my email, scrolled through a couple of websites, and told myself I was being dramatic. I didn't mention anything to my mom or grandma about what I had seen at the graveyard or about how much it bothered me that the computer had been off for no reason. I just went through the motions of the rest of the afternoon like any other day. That night, though, I couldn't forget it. When it was time to go to bed, I got ready like usual. I changed into my pajamas, brushed my teeth, and said goodnight. I switched off the main lights and climbed under my blanket. Normally, I fall asleep pretty quickly, especially after walking and going through a full day of school and chores. That night, I lay there with my eyes open, staring at the ceiling. The room was dark, but not pitch black. A tiny bit of light from outside filtered in through the curtains, just enough to trace the faint outlines of my furniture. I could see the shadowy shape of my bookshelf against the wall, my desk near the window, the door, my dresser. All the familiar shapes were there, and yet everything felt different. The feeling that something was in the room with me came slowly. It wasn't like a jump scare. It was more like noticing a smell that you didn't notice at first, or realizing someone is standing behind you when you thought you were alone. The air felt heavier somehow. I had that prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the one you get when you are sure someone is watching you. Oddly, I did not think whatever it was wanted to hurt me. That sounds strange, but that's really how it felt. It did not feel like a direct threat, like some monster crouched at the end of my bed. It felt more like something present that should not be there. Even so, I was scared. Being watched in your own bedroom at night is not a calm feeling, even if you don't feel outright attacked. I pulled the blanket closer around my shoulders and tried to force myself to think of ordinary things. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me because of what I had seen at the cemetery. I thought about homework, friends, random things to distract myself. It didn't help. My ears seemed to be listening for the slightest noise. Every creak of the house sounded louder than usual. Then I saw it. On the wall near my bookshelf, a shadow moved. At first, it was subtle. I blinked, thinking maybe my eyes were adjusting. Then I saw it again, clearly, a darker patch of shadow sliding across the wall, slow and smooth. It was not in the shape of a person exactly, but it did not match any object in my room. It moved in a way that did not match the stillness of all my furniture. It was like something was walking in front of a light source I couldn't see. Once again, my mind tried to find something normal. Maybe it was a car passing by, and its headlights were shining through the window, projecting moving shadows. That made sense at first. It's the kind of thing that happens all the time in movies and real life. You see lights move across a wall, and you think, oh, it's just a car. But my room doesn't face a busy street. My window looks out onto the backs of other people's houses. Behind our home, there is a private alley where the Wellesley cottages are located. I have lived here long enough to know what normally happens out there. I have never seen a car driving through that alley at night. It is narrow, quiet, and basically used only by people walking. There are no headlights sweeping past my window in the middle of the night. The shadow moved again, like something passing close to the wall, and then fading. I lay there frozen, my eyes locked on that spot. My heart beat so hard I could feel it thudding in my ears. I wanted to reach over and turn on the lamp by my bed, but I was scared that if I moved too quickly, whatever was there would react. After a moment that felt much longer than it probably was, the shadow stopped moving. The wall returned to its usual darkness. The feeling of being watched slowly eased, like something had lost interest. Eventually, exhausted from fear and staring into the dark, I must have drifted off to sleep. The next morning, I tried to act normal. I got up, got dressed for school, and went about my usual routine. A part of me wanted to tell my mom or my grandma, but when I imagined their reactions, I pictured them brushing it off, telling me I had just had a bad dream or that I was scaring myself. Another part of me didn't want to say it out loud. Saying it would make it more real. So I stayed quiet. Right before I left for school, something else happened. My cell phone rang. Normally, when my phone rings, it plays the usual ringtone, and I just pick it up without thinking. That morning, the ring sounded the same. I grabbed my phone, looked at the screen, and didn't recognize the number. It didn't show a name, just some digits. I hesitated for a second, then answered. "Hello?" I said. What I heard was not a normal voice. It was more like a whisper, very faint, right in my ear. I could not make out the words, if there were any. It did not sound like static. It sounded like someone was trying to speak very softly, close to the microphone. Before I could say anything else or ask who it was, the phone went strange. The screen glitched. The call cut off. The sound that followed was like the phone going haywire. Clicking, a burst of noise, and then silence. I pulled it away from my ear and stared at it. The screen returned to the home page. Everything looked normal again. Nothing was wrong with the phone as far as I could tell. The battery was charged. The screen was fine. The buttons worked. It didn't freeze or shut down. It just behaved as if some unexplained glitch had happened in that brief moment of the whisper. I didn't know what to do with that either. I shoved the phone into my bag and told myself I would think about it later. I went to school, went through my classes, listened to teachers talk and friends chatter about normal things, and all the while, in the back of my mind, those three events played over and over: the white angel-like figure at the cemetery, the computer turning off on its own, and the moving shadow in my room and the whisper on my phone. When I got home from school that day, I checked my phone again. There was a new message waiting for me. The details of what was in the message are not something I like to repeat. All I will say is that it was eerie. The content didn't make sense in a normal way. It felt connected to what had happened earlier, as if whatever had whispered on the phone had left a mark there. It was not from any contact I recognized. The number was strange, and even trying to explain it to someone else would make me sound like I was making it up. It unsettled me enough that I sat on my bed and just stared at the screen for a while before finally closing the message and putting the phone down. After that, everything went quiet again. Days passed. Then weeks. I did not see the white angel or ghost again. There were no more shadows moving across my wall at night in that same unnatural way. My computer did not switch itself off. My phone did not ring with whispers or show messages like that again. Life slid back into its normal rhythm: school, friends, homework, chores, walking Billy, spending time with my family. Sometimes, on bright afternoons when I walk past the cemetery, I glance up at the sky without meaning to. I look at the bars of the fence. I look at the grass inside. Everything looks completely ordinary. People pass by, talking on their phones or listening to music. No one seems to notice anything strange. I think about that day, about the white figure with wings going through the bars and disappearing into the ground, and I wonder if it was meant just for me to see. At night, when I lie in bed and the room is dark, I sometimes remember the way the shadow moved along my wall and how it felt to be watched by something I couldn't see clearly. When my phone rings unexpectedly with a blocked number or shows a weird glitch, my stomach tightens for a second, waiting to hear that whisper again. It never comes. I still do not know what I saw that day or what visited my room that night, and I do not know what to make of the phone and the computer. Maybe there are explanations that I just haven't thought of. Maybe it really was all coincidence and tired eyes. Or maybe, for a short time, something from somewhere else drifted close to my life, noticed me, and then moved on. All I know is that I haven't seen that angel-like ghost again, and after those few strange things at home, everything went back to normal. But every time I walk by that cemetery, I can't help but feel a little shiver, and I always look up, just in case. I have always been the sort of person who walks toward the dark corner instead of away from it. Even when I was very young, I was more curious than afraid. While other children hid under their blankets, convinced that something terrible was lurking under the bed, I would lift the blanket and peek over the edge, half hoping that I really would see something staring back at me. My heart would pound, my hands would shake a little, but my curiosity was always stronger than my fear. If there was a monster, I wanted to see it. If there was a ghost, I wanted to know who it was, what it wanted, and why it was there. I think that is just how my mind has always worked. I have never liked the idea of turning away from something just because it cannot be easily explained. As I grew older, my interest in the paranormal did not fade away. It changed shape and became a quieter but deeper fascination. I read books about hauntings and strange events. I watched documentaries about spirits and old houses where people claimed to hear footsteps on empty stairs. I listened to stories told by friends and relatives about things they could not understand, about dreams that felt too real, and about objects that moved when nobody was near them. I was never the one laughing at those stories. Instead, I would lean in and ask for more details, trying to imagine exactly how it had looked and sounded and felt. A part of me believed very strongly that the world was full of things we could not see, and another part of me wanted, more than anything, to meet them. This strong belief, or maybe this strong desire, often led me into situations that most people would avoid. I would volunteer to go first into a dark basement, or to walk the dog at night down the quiet, empty street. I was the one who suggested late-night games of telling ghost stories or trying silly little experiments to see if anything unseen would answer us. Of course, things rarely happened when I wanted them to. The strange experiences I have had in my life have not usually come when I was prepared for them, sitting with a flashlight and my heart racing, waiting for a sign. They have happened in small, ordinary moments, when I was not expecting anything at all, when my guard was down and the day felt normal. It is almost as if whatever is on the other side chooses its own time to show itself, and it prefers to arrive quietly. Most of my friends do not believe in the paranormal. They smile when I talk about it, and shake their heads and tell me that I am imagining things. A few of them will listen politely, then change the subject. Others will come along if I want to visit somewhere that is supposed to be haunted, but they treat it as a joke, a fun story to tell later, not something that might actually be real. Sometimes I have wished that, just once, one of them could see what I saw or hear what I heard, so I would not feel like I was standing alone between two worlds. On some occasions there has been another person there when something strange happened, but even then, they often explained it away or refused to think about it too deeply. That is why what happened with Lauren and the little red piano was so important to me. I knew, at least for that afternoon, that I was not the only one who sensed that we were not alone. At the time, I was working as a live-in nanny. I had taken the job because I liked children and because it seemed like a good way to have both a place to live and some steady work, while I tried to decide what to do next with my life. The little girl I was caring for, whom I will call Lauren, was 3 years old then. She was the only child of her mother, Jocelyn, a single mother who worked long hours. Jocelyn often left early in the morning and returned late at night, tired but always loving. She did her very best for her daughter, and part of that was hiring someone she trusted to stay with Lauren during the day and in the evenings until she came home. That someone was me. The apartment where they lived, and where I stayed too, was in an older building. You could tell its age as soon as you walked in. The stairs creaked loudly when you went up and down, so there was never any way to sneak around quietly. The walls were thin, almost like paper, and we could often hear muffled voices and footsteps from the neighbors. Pipes rattled sometimes in the early morning when someone turned on a tap. The wooden floors had small scratches and worn spots where many people had walked over them for many years. There was a certain charm to it, a feeling that the building had seen a lot of life, of families coming and going. But there was also a stillness underneath the normal everyday sounds, a kind of quiet that I noticed when Lauren was asleep and the television was off. In those moments, I would sometimes feel as if the apartment were listening, like something unseen was paying attention to every movement and every word. The living room was where Lauren and I spent most of our time. It was a simple room, not very big, with a couch against one wall, a small coffee table, a chair, and an old television set in the corner. There were a few pictures on the walls, mostly cheerful scenes and a couple of family photos. A large window looked out onto the street, and when the sun was shining, it filled the room with a warm light. Lauren's toys were scattered through the room in a way that only a child can manage, always half tidy and half messy. There were dolls, blocks, stuffed animals, and among them, her favorite toy for a while, a small, plastic children's keyboard, bright red with colorful buttons. This little red piano, as we called it, had several functions. It could play simple pre-recorded tunes if you pressed certain buttons. The keys made cheerful, electronic notes when you tapped them with your fingers. Attached to the back of the piano, by a thin cord, was a small plastic microphone. When Lauren spoke or sang into it, her voice came through a tiny speaker with that slightly tinny sound that all cheap toy microphones have. She loved that microphone. She would press it close to her mouth and sing songs she knew, or simply babble nonsense words, giggling when she heard herself echoed back. To her, it was not just a toy. It was a way of making her own noise in the world. On the afternoon that everything happened, it was quiet in the building. Jocelyn had already gone to work hours earlier. The neighbors seemed to be either out or resting. The only sounds were the low, steady voice of the television. Lauren liked to watch Treehouse, a children's channel, and the small noises that Lauren and I made as we moved around the living room. I was sitting in the chair, my legs curled up under me, listening to the television in a half-hearted way while I read a book. I do not remember now what the book was, only that it was interesting enough to hold my attention but not so absorbing that I forgot where I was. I could see Lauren out of the corner of my eye, sitting on the floor with her legs crossed, her little red piano in front of her. She tapped the keys with her small fingers, producing a string of random notes that did not form a song but made her smile anyway. Then she picked up the microphone and began to speak into it, testing it with little, hello, sounds and giggles. Every so often, she would glance up at the television and laugh at something on the screen, then go back to her toy. Everything about that moment felt ordinary and calm. The light coming through the window was soft. A slight breeze rattled the thin window pane. I remember thinking how peaceful it was, how nice it felt to have such a simple, quiet afternoon. Nothing seemed out of place until Lauren suddenly stopped what she was doing. One moment she was playing with the microphone and tapping at the piano keys, and the next she froze, her hand in midair. Her head turned slightly, as if she had heard something that did not come from the television or from outside. Her shoulders tensed. Then, without saying a word, she stood up quickly and turned toward me. Her face was different. The usual relaxed, playful expression was gone. Her eyes were wide, and there were tears forming at the corners. She came hurrying across the small space between us, not exactly running, but skipping in that unsteady way that young children do when they are upset and want comfort but are not quite sure if they are allowed to cry yet. She reached my chair and lifted her arms in that universal gesture that means, "Pick me up." I set my book aside at once and scooped her into my lap. Her little body was warm and shaking slightly. I could feel her heart beating faster than usual through the thin fabric of her shirt. "What's wrong?" I asked her gently, brushing some hair away from her face. That was when she looked up at me with big, frightened eyes and said the words that I can still hear clearly in my mind. "She scared me, Sammy. She scared me." The way she said it made something in my chest tighten. Her voice was small but very serious. It was not the kind of pretend fear children use when they want more attention, or when they are playing a game. It was real, solid fear. I held her a little closer and tried to keep my own voice calm. "Who scared you, sweetheart?" I asked. "Who is she?" I waited for her answer, expecting a name, or maybe a description. Maybe a character from the cartoon on television had upset her. Or maybe she was talking about a girl she had seen on the screen. But Lauren did not say anything more. She just repeated, in the same slightly broken tone, "She scared me, Sammy. She scared me." At that moment, a part of me felt the familiar flutter of interest that comes whenever something strange touches the edge of my world. Another part of me felt protective and concerned, focused only on the trembling 3-year-old in my lap. I stroked her hair and rocked her gently, thinking I would reassure her that she was safe, that there was nothing in the room that could hurt her. I opened my mouth to say, "There's nothing to be afraid of." But before I could finish the sentence, a clear musical note cut through the air. The sound came from the little red piano on the floor where Lauren had been sitting just moments before. It was a single, bright note, as if one key had been pressed down firmly. I turned my head at once, my eyes fixing on the toy. Before I could fully process what I had heard, 2 or 3 more notes rang out in a short, uneven sequence. They were not part of one of the preset tunes the toy could play. I knew those melodies well by then. These notes sounded more like the beginnings of a simple pattern, as if someone were pressing individual keys, trying them out. Then, just as suddenly as they had begun, they stopped. The room felt different in that silence. The television was still on, but I could not hear it clearly anymore. It was as if all my attention had narrowed down to the little red piano and the empty space around it. The toy still lay where Lauren had left it. The microphone cord trailed across the floor. There was nobody else in the room. There was nothing that should have made those sounds. The air felt strange, heavier than before, yet not cold. I realized that my arms had tightened around Lauren, holding her more firmly. I glanced down at her to see how she was reacting. To my surprise, her fears seemed to have passed. The tears in her eyes had dried. She was no longer looking toward the piano. Instead, she had turned her attention back to the television, drawn in by something colorful and cheerful on the screen. Her body had relaxed in my lap. It was as if whatever had scared her was gone now, and her 3-year-old mind had already moved on to the next thing. Children have a way of doing that, of dropping something heavy and confusing as soon as their sense of danger fades. "Lauren," I asked softly, not wanting to frighten her again but needing to know more. "Can you see her now?" My eyes flicked back to the piano, half expecting another sound, another note played by an invisible hand. Lauren did not even look at me. She did not turn her head toward the toy. "Shh," she murmured in that distracted way small children have when they are not really listening. Her gaze stayed on the television. To her, the moment was over. To me, it had only just begun. I sat there for a few seconds longer, my heart beating too fast for such a quiet room. I could not ignore what I had heard. I knew the toy well enough to know that it did not play by itself. You had to press the keys or push the buttons with some force to make it make noise. It did not have a random demo mode that would suddenly start up on its own. I thought of Lauren's words. She scared me. I thought of her sudden tears, her refusal to say more, and the way the notes had started just as I was about to tell her that there was nothing to be afraid of. It felt too connected to be accidental. Slowly, carefully, I set Lauren down next to me and stood up. She did not object. She was absorbed again in watching Treehouse, swinging her feet gently and humming under her breath, as if nothing unusual had happened. I walked across the room to the little red piano. It looked utterly harmless sitting there, small and plastic and bright. I picked it up, feeling the familiar weight of it in my hands, and turned it over to check the switch at the back. It was still in the on position, just as it had been while Lauren was playing. For a moment, I considered pressing a few keys to see if there might be some kind of glitch causing it to play on its own, but something stopped me. I did not want to invite another sound. I did not want to feel that same prickle on the back of my neck again. Instead, I slid the switch to off. The little light that showed it was powered lit for a moment, and then went dark. I held it in my hands for a second longer, then I crossed the room and opened the closet door. The closet was cramped and full of things that did not have any other place to go. Extra shoes, coats, a vacuum cleaner, a box of old magazines. I found a small space on the top shelf and placed the piano there, pushed a little toward the back. I closed the closet door firmly and stood there with my hand on the knob, listening. There was only the murmur of the television and the soft sounds of Lauren's cartoon. I went back to my chair and sat down again, feeling a little shaken but trying not to show it. I did not want to frighten Lauren or make her think something was terribly wrong. To her, the invisible piano player was already fading into whatever mysterious place children store things they do not understand. For me, though, it stayed clear. The room returned to normal, but part of my mind did not. For the rest of that day, and for many days afterward, I found myself thinking about that moment. Who had been with us that afternoon? What had Lauren seen that I could not see? Did she see a woman standing near her piano, reaching out a hand toward the keys? Did she see only a shape, a presence, a shadow that made no sense to her? Children sometimes see things that adults cannot, or perhaps they are simply more open to things we have learned to block out. Whatever it was, it had been real enough to frighten her, and real enough to make the piano sing without visible fingers. I wish I could say that I knew exactly who she was. I wish I could say that I saw a figure, or heard a whisper, or felt something more than the heavy air and the sound of the notes. But I did not. All I had were those few seconds of music and the frightened words of a 3-year-old. Even so, that was enough to convince me that we had not been alone. Somewhere, somehow, someone else had been in that living room with us, drawn perhaps to the sound of a small child's toy keyboard and the joy of tiny fingers on plastic keys. I often think that if what I believe is true, and if spirits do linger in places where they once lived or loved, then it is not so strange that one of them might be drawn to a piano, even a toy one. Maybe in life she had played a real piano, in another room, in another house, in another time. Maybe she had spent hours practicing, fingers moving over black and white keys, filling her home with simple songs. Maybe, as she passed by some thin place between her world and ours, she heard the bright little notes of Lauren's toy and could not resist reaching out to touch it. Perhaps she meant no harm at all. Perhaps she was as startled by Lauren's fear as Lauren was by her presence. In the end, I do not know, and I doubt I ever will. What I do know is that from that day on, whenever I saw Lauren's little red piano, even after we eventually took it out of the closet again, and she played with it like before, a part of me always pictured an unseen guest sitting beside her, listening, maybe smiling, maybe remembering. And I think it is fair to say that, in that apartment, in that old building with its creaky stairs and thin walls, Lauren was not the only one with a love for music. She, without knowing it, had a silent partner at her tiny instrument, an invisible piano player who, for just a few notes on a quiet afternoon, decided to share the melody. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. When I was 12 years old, my family and I moved into an old house in the town of Conception Bay in Newfoundland. I will not give the exact address, partly out of respect for whoever lives there now and partly because, even after all these years, that house still feels like a very private part of my life. It was a big, creaky place with uneven floors and corners that seemed to hold on to shadows even in daylight. From the moment we first pulled up in front of it, I knew it was not like any other house I had ever lived in. We were told right from the start that this house had been in the same family for generations, passed down from one set of hands to the next, and we were the first outsiders to ever own it. At 12, I did not fully understand what that meant, but I did understand that we were stepping into a place that already had a long story behind it, one that did not begin with us. The land around the house carried its history openly. In the front yard, half swallowed by grass and low weeds, there were the old stone foundations of what had once been a small general store. People in town told us that years ago this store had been where locals came to buy flour, sugar, tea, and other simple things. You could still trace the shape of the building if you looked down from the front steps, imagining where the door might have been, where the counter might have stood. It gave the yard a strange feeling, as if another building, long gone, was still faintly present beside the house, reduced to a ghostly outline on the ground. The house itself, we were told, had served not only as a family home, but also as a nursing home at one point. Old people had lived out their last days in its rooms, their memories and worries, their hopes and fears, settling into the walls like layers of paint. At some point, long before we came, the entire house had even been moved about a kilometer from its original location, dragged or rolled to where it now stood. I remember thinking how strange it was that a whole house could be moved like that, as if it were a large piece of furniture, and I wondered what that journey had felt like for the people who once lived there, watching their homes slide slowly across the landscape. Because of all this history, the house had a lot of character, as people like to say about old places. The floors creaked in very particular ways, each hallway and room having its own set of sounds. Some windows rattled in the wind even when closed. The staircases were narrow and slightly crooked, polished in the middle from years of feet going up and down. There were odd little turns in the layout, strange alcoves and built-in cupboards that did not match the style of newer houses. The ceilings were higher than we were used to, and certain rooms had a faint smell, not unpleasant but old, like wood and dust, and traces of lives lived there long before I was born. As we carried boxes inside and tried to take in our new home, I remember feeling both excited and unsettled, as if we had stepped into a story that had already begun without us, and we did not yet know our part in it. Not long after we arrived, a friend of mine, who happened to be related to the original owners of the house, came by. She looked around with that mixture of curiosity and familiarity that only someone with ties to a place can have. At some point during that first week, she turned to me and asked, very casually, "So, has anything happened yet?" I remember the way she asked it, as if she were asking if I had tried the local ice cream shop or gone swimming in the bay. I frowned and asked her what she meant. She just shrugged and smiled in a way that made me feel both intrigued and uneasy, and she did not explain further. At 12, part of me thought she was just trying to spook me for fun, but another part tucked that question away in the back of my mind. I did not know it then, but I would soon understand exactly what she had meant. Almost as soon as we moved in, all of us, each in our own way, began to feel that we were not alone in the house. None of us said it out loud at the time. We were busy unpacking, settling in, getting used to a new town and new routines. But in quiet moments, especially late at night or when I was in a room by myself, I would feel it. It was not an obvious sensation, not like suddenly hearing a loud noise or seeing something move. It was more like a constant awareness just under the surface of my thoughts. I would be walking down a hallway, and I would feel that if I turned around quickly enough, someone would be standing behind me. I would lie in bed at night, eyes closed, and feel that if I opened them suddenly, a face might be hovering above mine, or a figure might be standing at the foot of the bed, looking down at me. It was not exactly fear. It felt more like caution, like the feeling you get when you are in a forest, and you know there are animals around even if you cannot see them. You are not necessarily in danger, but you are not alone. At that age I was old enough to try to be logical about it. I told myself that old houses creaked and settled, that new surroundings always felt strange at first. I tried to convince myself that the sense of unseen company was just my imagination, fed by my friend's mysterious question and the knowledge that many people had lived and even died there. But the feeling persisted. It was always there at the edge of things, especially in the evenings when the light outside began to fade and the house grew quieter. About a month after we moved in, I had my first clear encounter with what I would later accept as one of the house's other inhabitants. On that day, my older sister and I were the only ones at home. She was upstairs, on the top floor, and I was downstairs. It was one of those ordinary afternoons that blur together in memory. I remember going into the kitchen to get myself a snack. I made something simple, something I could carry easily, and then I headed toward the living room, thinking about nothing more unusual than whatever television show I wanted to watch. As I walked, I passed the bottom of the staircase and, out of habit, glanced upward. The sunlight was streaming in through the hall window at the top of the stairs. It was a bright, almost golden light, the kind that makes dust motes look like tiny floating stars. That light poured down the stairwell and illuminated the landing, creating a clear view of the railing and the upper hallway. In that moment, I saw a figure standing there. It was the silhouette of what I believed to be my sister. The figure was holding the railing and leaning slightly forward, looking down at me. The body shape, the height, the way the person stood, it all matched what I would expect from my sister. I only saw it for a split second, but it was clear enough that I had no doubt in that instant of who it was. As soon as my eyes met that figure, it reacted. It turned and ran away, vanishing from my line of sight so quickly that it almost felt like a game. I rolled my eyes. At 12, I already knew my sister could be playful, and my immediate thought was that she was just being silly, playing some kind of childish prank, hiding and running off the second I looked up. I felt more annoyed than frightened. I carried my snack into the living room and set it down, then decided to go upstairs and ask her what the point of that was. Even as I climbed the stairs, I was thinking how strange it was that a 17-year-old would bother with such a trick, but I still fully believed it had been her. When I reached the top floor, I walked down the hall and into her bedroom. She was lying on her bed, propped up on her pillows, watching television. She looked relaxed, her body settled in a way that did not suggest she had been running around. She did not seem out of breath or flustered. In fact, she barely glanced at me when I walked in. I remember feeling a little confused. From where I had seen the figure on the landing, my sister would have had to run pretty fast and slip into her room, then throw herself down and act completely calm in a matter of seconds. It did not fit what I was seeing now. Still, I said, "What was the point of that?" expecting her to laugh or shrug and admit she had tried to scare me. Instead, she turned to look at me with a blank expression. "What are you talking about?" she asked. I explained what I had seen, her figure at the top of the stairs, holding the railing, watching me, then running away when I looked up. As I spoke, I watched the color drain from her face. Her skin grew pale, and her eyes widened with a kind of alarm that was not fake. She shook her head and told me, firmly, that it had not been her. She said she had been in her room the whole time, watching TV, and had not stood on the landing or looked down at me at all. In that moment, the air between us felt very still. We looked at each other in silence, realizing we were both thinking the same thing. If it was not her, then who had I seen? The shape had looked like my sister. The height and build had matched. The way the figure gripped the railing had seemed so human, so familiar. Yet my sister's reaction was real. She was not teasing me. She was honestly disturbed that I had seen someone where she had not been. A cold feeling spread through me, not just fear but the dawning understanding that my earlier sense of not being alone had not been imaginary. After that day, we all became more aware of the others in the house. Even though we still did not talk much about it openly at first, each small event seemed to confirm that the house was shared. For my part, I found myself beginning to talk out loud sometimes when I was alone, addressing the unseen presences. I did not feel that they meant us harm. In fact, most of the time their presence felt watchful but not aggressive. Still, I made it clear in my own way that I did not want to see them directly. I would say things like, "I know you're here, but please don't show yourself." Or, "You're scaring me. I don't want to see you." It may sound strange, talking to empty air, but in that house, it felt necessary, like setting boundaries with unfamiliar roommates. Over the years that followed, many small incidents took place, the kind that can easily be brushed off one by one but, when added together, form a clear picture. One summer day, for example, I was home alone. The house felt warm and bright, sunlight filling the rooms, and there was nothing particularly eerie about the atmosphere. I was in the kitchen doing something ordinary when I heard a loud crash from the living room. My heart leaped, and I rushed in to see what had happened. A large painting that usually hung securely on the living room wall had fallen to the floor. This painting was not hung carelessly. It had been firmly fastened, and it had never shifted before despite other days of heat or cold, or doors slamming, or people walking around. Yet now it lay on the floor, leaning against the wall at an angle, as if someone had lifted it off its hook and dropped it. There was no one else in the house. I checked the hook and found it intact. It made no sense that it would just fall on its own. On other nights, when my friends slept over, they would sometimes whisper to me in the dark, asking who was walking around upstairs. We would all be lying in sleeping bags or sprawled across the floor, the house quiet except for what sounded like steady footsteps moving back and forth above us. My friends, who did not know the house as well as I did, would assume it was one of my family members. I would shrug and say it was just the house creaking, knowing in my heart that houses do not creak in the clear, regular rhythm of footsteps. I did not want to scare them, and I did not want to admit out loud what I suspected, so I kept those excuses ready. But inside I knew better. My mother and I also began to notice something else unusual. Small balls of light that would float through the air, usually in the kitchen and family room. They were not like reflections from a mirror or a passing car's headlights. They did not appear in a pattern we could predict. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I would see a soft, faintly glowing sphere drift by at about chest height, move a short distance, and then disappear. When I turned my head fully, it would be gone. My mother would comment on them sometimes, saying, "Did you see that?" And I would nod. Our dogs seemed to notice things as well. She would suddenly wake up from sleep and stare fixedly at a spot on the wall or in the air, her eyes tracking something invisible to us, her ears alert. At times she would follow whatever she saw with her gaze, then relax again once it left, as if reassured. For the most part, these experiences became part of the background of our lives. We still laughed, cooked, argued, celebrated holidays, and invited friends over like any family. The ghosts, if that is what they were, did not dominate our everyday existence. Yet we never entirely forgot about them either. They were like quiet housemates who stayed mostly in their own rooms but occasionally reminded us they were there. It was in our last year living in that house, however, that the most intense events occurred, the ones that I still think about with a mix of fear and gratitude. By that time, my parents had divorced, and there were only 3 of us living in the house: my mother, my sister, and me. One night, I was asleep when I was jolted awake by a sound so terrifying that it still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. It was my mother's scream. Not a small startled cry, but a long, desperate, blood-curdling scream that cut straight through the walls and into my bones. Within seconds, my sister and I were both out of bed and running down the hall toward our mother's room. Our minds raced with horrible possibilities. We did not know if someone had broken into the house, if she was hurt, if something awful had happened. When we burst into her room, we found her sitting up in bed, her face pale, her eyes wide and filled with raw fear. She looked as if she had just seen something unbearable. We rushed to her, asking what was wrong, our voices panicked. She took a few shaky breaths and then told us it was just a bad dream, that we should go back to bed. Her voice was trembling, but her words were calm enough that we did as she asked, though neither of us slept well after that. At the time, we accepted her explanation because we had nothing else to cling to. Nightmares could be terrible, we knew that. Maybe that was all it was. It was not until we had moved out of that house, long after the event itself, that she told us what had really happened. One day, when we were talking about the old place and the things we had experienced there, she finally confessed the truth about that night. She said that she had woken up suddenly with the strong feeling that someone was in her room. It was not like waking from a dream, she said. It was like suddenly snapping from sleep to full awareness, with her heart pounding and her body stiff, as if a presence had pulled her out of the depths of sleep. As soon as her eyes were open, she saw an old woman sitting in a chair just a few feet from her bed. The woman was solid and clear, not a vague shadow or a fleeting shape. She looked like a real person, except that she had not been there when my mother had gone to sleep. At first, my mother thought it might be the ghost of her own mother. The idea flashed through her mind quick and sharp. There was a strange kind of hope in that thought, the hope that maybe this strange visitation was from someone she loved and missed. But as her eyes focused and she took in the details of the woman's face, she realized it was not her mother. The features were different. My mother did not recognize this woman at all. The old woman sat perfectly still, her hands resting in her lap, her back straight, her clothes plain. She did not speak. She did not move. She simply stared at my mother without blinking, her gaze steady and unflinching. There was nothing obviously threatening in her expression. She did not look angry or cruel. But there was something deeply unsettling about being watched so intently by a stranger who appeared in your room in the middle of the night. My mother said she felt frozen, unable to look away, a mixture of fear and shock holding her in place. Then, just as suddenly as she had appeared, the old woman disappeared. She did not fade slowly. She was simply there one moment, and gone the next. It was only then, when the chair was empty again, that my mother found her voice and screamed. She told us this story years later, and as she spoke, I could see the fear returning to her eyes. It had not been just a bad dream, It had been one of the house's inhabitants, making herself clearly visible. My mother said that this same old woman appeared to her at least one other time in the months that followed, always in that same room, always sitting in a chair, always watching. The final event, the one that I am most thankful for, happened in that last year as well. By then, my mother had begun to have health issues. She suffered from several small strokes during that time, quiet attacks that left her weak and frightened. One of them took place while she was in the kitchen, going about her normal routine. She told us later that she suddenly lost feeling in her legs. There was no warning, no gradual numbness. One moment she was standing, and the next she felt her legs give out beneath her. She sank to her knees, the world tilting around her. As the sensation of numbness spread, she realized she was about to fall forward. Her arms felt weak, and she could not hold herself up. If she fell face first onto the hard kitchen floor, she could be badly hurt. She tried to brace herself, but her body would not respond properly. Then, in that critical moment when she knew she was going down, she felt something. Two strong hands grabbed her by the shoulders from behind. She felt herself being gently but firmly turned and lowered onto her side instead of onto her face. There was no one else in the house at the time. No one had come in through the door. But the touch on her shoulders was real. The guidance of those unseen hands kept her from crashing down in a dangerous way. Lying there on her side, she was able to call for help. She survived that stroke with less injury than she might have had if she had hit the floor head-on. To this day, she swears that it was our unseen housemates, the same presences that sometimes frightened us, who helped her in that moment, making sure she did not fall the wrong way. In her mind, and in mine, that act of kindness changed the way we thought about the spirits in that house. They were not only shadows in the corner or figures on the stairs. They were also guardians, in their own mysterious way. When we finally moved out of the old house in Conception Bay, I was surprised by how different the world felt. Our new home, though comfortable and pleasant, did not have the same weight in the air, the same layered feeling of many lives pressing in on you. On our first night there, I lay in my bed and listened to the quiet. The floors did not creak in familiar patterns. The walls did not hold secret sounds. There were no soft orbs of light drifting by the kitchen doorway. For the first time in 10 years, I felt truly alone in the house. It was a strange kind of emptiness, both comforting and a little sad. I realized then just how much spiritual activity had taken place in our old home, how much we had gotten used to sharing our space with those who had been there long before us. Even now, when I think back to that house with its long history and its unseen residents, I feel a mix of gratitude, respect, and a lingering sense of wonder. Whatever was there, whatever those presences really were, they were part of our lives for a full decade, watching us grow, scaring us sometimes, and in one crucial moment, perhaps even saving my mother's life. It all started when I was 12 years old, around the same time of year, which is actually what made me think about everything again and pushed me to write my story. I was in middle school then, and like a lot of girls that age, my friends and I were into silly little games, crushes, and harmless, magic, tricks. We were always reading things online or in magazines about love spells, dream signs, and ways to find out who your true love or soulmate would be. It was not serious for us. It was just another way to have fun, to feel like we had some secret power in a world where adults were always in charge. One day, my group of friends decided that we were going to try a spell that promised to show your soulmate in your dreams. It sounded exciting and mysterious, but also simple and not dangerous at all. It was not a ritual with candles or anything dramatic like that. It only involved drinking a certain mixture and putting a specific little object under your pillow before bed. That was it. It seemed harmless, almost like one of those sleepover games where you chant something and then try to dream about it. None of us truly believed that it would work. We laughed as we talked about it, teasing each other and guessing which boy might show up in our dreams if it did. I remember the feeling of being curious, nervous, and excited all at once as I prepared everything that first night. I mixed what I was told to mix, placed what I was supposed to put under my pillow, and lay down wondering if anything at all would happen. I did not feel like I was calling on anything evil. It just felt like childish fun. I actually ended up doing the spell more than once, on different nights, because I wanted to see if it would ever work the way it claimed. Some of the times, nothing happened at all. I would just fall asleep and wake up with normal dreams or no dreams that I could remember. That made it feel even more like a joke, like something you do for a laugh and then forget. But slowly, and in ways I never expected, things started to change. The first strange thing did not happen right away. It was at least a month after I first did the spell. Time had passed, and by then I was not even thinking about it anymore. I was just living my normal life, going to school, doing homework, chatting with friends, and daydreaming about things like most 12-year-olds do. Because of that, what happened next was even more shocking for me. I was daydreaming, and then at some later point, I had a very particular dream that I still remember clearly. In this dream, a vampire was biting my wrist. I know that sounds like something from a movie or a book, and at that age I did like stories about vampires and other supernatural things. But this did not feel like a normal dream. In the dream, when the vampire's teeth touched my skin, I did not just see it. I felt it. I actually felt something puncture my wrist. The feeling was so real that it pulled me out of sleep in an instant. When I woke up, I sat there breathing fast, trying to understand what had just happened. My wrist still felt strange. It is hard to describe the feeling in exact words. It did not feel like a sharp, cutting pain. It did not feel like ordinary teeth-piercing skin. The closest thing I can compare it to is the little shock and pressure you sometimes feel when using a stapler, that quick punch feeling when the metal goes through paper. It was as if my wrist had been pushed through by something, but without the normal sensation of being bitten. It felt more like the recoil of a small machine than an animal bite, but whatever it was, it felt real. I looked down at my wrist, half expecting to see nothing and to realize it had all been in my head. Instead, I saw 2 clear puncture marks on my skin, in the exact same place where the vampire had bitten me in the dream. They were not deep bloody wounds like in horror movies, but they were there, clear enough to see. They did not bleed, not even a little. The skin was broken, but dry. That detail stood out to me so much, because any other scratch or cut on me would bleed at least a bit. But these did not. They just sat there like neat little holes, like something had pressed into my skin and then vanished. I watched them over the next hours and the next day. They healed in only one day, which was unusual for me. Normally, any cut or small mark on my body took longer to disappear. But these little punctures were gone so quickly it was almost like they had never been there. The whole thing felt completely unreal, like a strange mix of dream and waking life. Even now, I know that this part probably sounds sensational, or unbelievable to many people. I know that if someone else had told me this when I was younger, I might have had trouble believing it too. But it did happen, and for me it was important. I include it because it was the beginning of everything and because it left a strong mark on my mind, even if not on my wrist. After that, I started to sense a presence around me. It was not like suddenly seeing ghosts in every corner, but more like knowing that someone else was there when no one visible was. At night, when I went to bed, the feeling grew stronger. I would lie down and feel something like a heavy weight pressing on my stomach. It was not painful, but it was noticeable and strange. At first, I thought it might just be anxiety or my imagination. I had always been a person who could get lost in thoughts and worries, and I told myself this was probably just a mental thing. But it kept happening. My dreams also started to feel different, as if they were no longer just random images from my own mind. It felt like someone else was sharing them with me or trying to guide them. The more time went by, the more this presence began to touch me. It started slowly, almost shyly. Then, over time, it became more bold and more physical. It reached a point where this unseen presence was going down on me almost every night. This is uncomfortable to write, but it is the truth of what I experienced. At first, I thought this was just some strange form of teenage fantasy or something my mind was doing without me wanting it to. I tried to tell myself it was all in my head. But as things went on, it became harder and harder to explain away. One of the reasons I could not deny it any longer was because my underwear started getting ripped in that area. It did not happen all at once. It happened slowly, over time. I would put on a pair that had been fine, and later I would notice small tears in the fabric exactly where the touching took place. It was not the usual kind of wear and tear from regular use. The location and the way it happened made me feel like something else was involved. The more my clothes changed, the more I had to accept that whatever I was dealing with was not only in my imagination. When it touched me, the physical feeling was strange but not painful. It felt warm and gentle. The best way I can explain it is that it was a bit like the feeling when a part of your body starts to fall asleep. That tingling, slightly numb sensation, except in this case it was pleasant, not uncomfortable, and I still kept my normal senses. There was a soft warmth to it, as if something warm and invisible was brushing against my skin, leaving a lingering chill and heat at the same time. It never felt like a real human hand or mouth. It did not have that solid, clear, physical texture. It always felt a little less than that, like a half-physical touch that was somewhere between a strong feeling and a real contact. After a while, this presence did more than just touch my body while I was lying in bed. It started to take me out of my body. I know that sounds odd, but I mean that it triggered out-of-body experiences in me. I would lie there, and it would put pressure on the area we often call the third eye, the spot in the middle of the forehead. As that pressure built, I would feel a strange shift, like I was sliding sideways out of myself. Then, suddenly, I would feel like I had left my body, and I would see and experience things from a different place, as if I were floating or standing away from where my actual body lay. The things I saw and felt in those moments seemed real. They were not like normal dreams where everything is fuzzy and changes from one scene to another. They had a clearer, more stable feeling, as if I was somewhere else entirely. Not all of these experiences were sexual. Some were just me moving around, seeing things from a different angle, or being in spaces that were familiar or unfamiliar. That is one of the reasons I am not entirely sure how to classify this presence. It did sexual things, yes, but it also did other things and brought me into odd states that did not always involve sex. Over time, I started having out-of-body experiences during the day too, without the presence needing to help. These unprompted experiences happened when I was alone, and when I felt strong emotions. They were always short, but they were real enough that they scared me. I would be doing something, thinking something very intensely, and then suddenly I would feel that same shift out of my body and into another point of view. I began to wonder if I had more than one entity around me, or if there was only one that behaved in different ways. The experiences seemed to conflict with each other sometimes. In my regular waking life, when I felt it close, it often seemed calm, gentle, and even caring. But in my dreams, the images it used became more and more disturbing. The thing that appeared to me in those dreams did not feel caring at all. It felt cruel, mocking, and dark. I am sure these were not just ordinary dreams, because I often woke up from them feeling hands or pressure on the same parts of my body that had been touched or attacked in the dream. The timing matched. The negative dreams usually happened close to when I was about to wake up, not at the start of sleep. When I had those unpleasant, assisted, out-of-body experiences earlier, they used to happen when I was falling asleep. Later, when things changed, the experiences started happening when I was closer to waking up. The feeling of control was different too. In the earlier stages, I felt like I had some say in what happened. Later, I felt like my free will was gone in those states. It was as if I were drugged. Everything was hazy and thick. I could feel what was happening to me, but I could not control my words, my reactions, or my movements. In many of those later dreams or attacks, something was attacking me while I struggled to wake up. The negative energy around it was overwhelming. I would try to move, to call out, to escape, but my body would not respond. It squeezed my head, pushed my face down, plugged my ears, and held me down. Sometimes it pinned my arms or pressed on my chest. The worst part of all of it was not even the physical sensations. It was the feeling of pure anger and hatred rolling off it. It felt like being trapped under a heavy blanket of darkness that wanted nothing good for me. During some of those attacks, I would try to call out to God for help. Even though I am not Christian, I do believe in God, some higher power. In those moments of fear, I would try to shout the name of God in my mind or out loud. I tried to cast it out in the name of God. Most of the time, I could not speak. My lungs felt frozen. My mouth would not move properly. On rare occasions when I did manage to force the words out, nothing seemed to happen. There was no sudden comfort, no flash of light. Once or twice, the presence even seemed to mock me, as if it knew what I was trying to do and found it funny or pathetic. That made me feel even more hopeless and frightened. Because I was so afraid, I surrounded myself with Catholic things even though I was not Catholic. I put rosaries, charms, and religious items in my room and around my bed, hoping they might protect me somehow. I prayed every night, asking God, or any kind force, to help me, to drive this thing away, or at least to keep it from hurting me. Still, the bad experiences continued for a long time. It was confusing to feel cared for by this same presence sometimes, and then attacked by what felt like another part of it. I did not know if I was dealing with something that had two sides or with two different beings altogether. During the day, I kept having those unassisted out-of-body experiences too. Over time, they got longer. I would slip out, and then come back feeling like only a short moment had passed. But later, people told me I had been gone longer. One of my friends mentioned that I had said things to her that I did not remember saying. She told me that my eyes had looked different when we were talking, as if something else was behind them, and that our conversation felt strange. When she repeated some of the things I had supposedly said, I had no memory of them at all. That made me worry that I might not always be in control of myself, that something else might be using my body or my voice from time to time. At this point in my life, I became very depressed. I felt trapped in a situation I did not understand and could not talk about freely. I tried getting help on the internet, searching for answers on websites and forums, reading about spirits, dreams, astral projection, and paranormal experiences. I spoke to people who claimed to be psychics, mediums, or spiritual advisors. But the information I got back was always conflicting. Some said it was a guardian. Some said it was a demon. Some said it was my own energy, or a part of myself. It was confusing and made me feel even more lost. I did not dare tell many people in real life. I did not want my family to think I was crazy. I was afraid of being laughed at or dismissed. I only confided in a few friends, and those were mostly the same ones who had done the original spell with me. None of them had the same experiences I did. They might have had small strange dreams once or twice, but nothing like what I was going through. That made me feel singled out, as if something had chosen me alone. For reasons I still do not fully understand, the very violent and unpleasant attacks eventually stopped. It did not happen overnight, but slowly they became less frequent, and then they disappeared. I still sometimes have disturbing dreams, but they are not like those old attacks. The dreams I have now often include unpleasant or obscene things that I would never choose to think about, but even though they make me uncomfortable, they do not make me feel the same pure fear and hopelessness. The energy in them is different. It still feels dark sometimes, but not as crushing as before. The good side of the presence stayed. The entity that felt warm and gentle never completely left me. To this day, it is still with me. For 13 years now, it has been by my side, even when I tried to ignore it. Every night since it first came, it has hugged me as I fall asleep. Sometimes I feel an arm around my waist or a soft pressure on my back, like someone lying behind me. During the day, it shows itself in lighter, more tender ways. It holds my hand, brushes my hair, kisses my cheek or forehead, or does small things like that. These touches are not sexual. They feel like the gestures of someone trying to reassure and comfort me, someone who wants me to know I am not alone. The sexual part, in my normal waking world, has always been limited. In reality, it has only ever gone down on me. It has never gone any further than that physically. In dreams, however, it has gone further. There, it has done more with me, as if the boundaries of my body were not as fixed. In real life, when it touches me sexually, I do get aroused, but it never feels like it completely takes over. It does not usually go on for a long time, and I do not feel completely drained or weird afterward. I do not feel like my energy is being stolen or that something bad is happening to me physically. I will admit that there are times when I enjoy the closeness and the sensations, but I do not enjoy the darker dreams that sometimes come with it. Those dreams always carry some perverse or twisted elements that I would not choose for myself, and they leave me feeling uneasy. As the years went by, the sexual contact became less frequent. In the beginning, it was almost every night. Now, it happens perhaps once a week, or even less, and usually only in dreams. That is another reason why I am still unsure how to define this thing. If it were only a sexual parasite, I would expect it to always push for more, to always want to drain or use me. But its behavior has changed with time, nearly like a person who goes through phases. I also had a 3-year relationship with a real person while this entity was with me. During that time, it did not act in a jealous or possessive way. It did not lash out at my partner. It did not try to stop me from dating. It just kept on doing what it had always done, almost like an invisible background companion. There are also the good things it has done for me, things that make everything even more confusing. For example, when I was younger, I used to have very bad cramps during my period. They were so painful that sometimes it was hard to stand up straight or go about my day. For the first while after this presence arrived, when I had my period and the cramps started, I would feel it touching my stomach gently. When it did that, the cramps would ease or even go away completely. It was as if it was pulling the pain out of me or calming my body from the inside. That is not something I can easily label as bad. Another important moment came in my last year of high school. We had provincial exams that year. These exams were serious and stressful. They counted for about half of our final grade in the course, and if you failed the exam, you could not pass the course at all, no matter how good your marks had been before. I had studied hard, but the day before my exams, I developed a fever. I felt awful. My body ached, my head hurt, and I felt weak and dizzy. I was so worried about what would happen. I did not want to miss the exam, and I did not want to go in feeling sick and confused. That night, as I lay in bed, I felt the presence pressing against my head for a long time. It was not just a quick touch. It stayed there, almost like it was carefully doing something. The feeling was like someone placing their hand on my forehead and slowly drawing something out, pulling the sickness away bit by bit. I drifted in and out of sleep while it did this, too tired to fully think about it. The next morning, I woke up feeling completely fine. The fever was gone. My head was clear. I went to my exams, did very well, and passed. I cannot say with full proof that the presence healed me, but the timing and the way it felt made me believe it had something to do with it. Another time, I was walking down a set of stairs. I do not remember exactly what I was thinking about, but I know my emotions were strong at that moment. As I stepped down, I had an out-of-body experience right there while I was still walking. My attention shifted in that strange way, and I lost touch with my physical movements. I was about to fall down the stairs, my body unbalanced and heading forward. While I was out, I felt an arm grab me and hold me back. When I came back fully into my body, I realized I had not fallen. I was still standing, steady on the step. If that grip had not been there, I could have tumbled down and gotten badly hurt. Again, that made me feel like this presence was not only interested in using me, but also in protecting me. Despite all this, the constant confusion and the mix of good and bad eventually became too much for me. About 5 years ago, I decided that I would do my best to ignore it. I was tired of trying to make sense of everything, tired of thinking about it all the time, tired of asking questions and getting no clear answers. I thought that maybe if I stopped paying attention, it would go away or at least leave me in peace. So I stopped talking to it, stopped trying to reach out, and tried to treat every touch as if it were not there. As a result, it does interact with me less now. It is quieter, more in the background. I also go out of my body a lot less by myself. Those daytime experiences are rare now. They still happen, but they are not as strong or as frequent. Still, the presence has never truly left. It is still there in little ways every day. I can feel it sometimes beside me when I walk, when I sit alone, when I try to sleep. It is a bit like having an invisible companion always nearby, one you did not ask for but one that has become part of your life. Deep inside, I still want to communicate with it directly at least once. There are so many questions I want to ask. I want to know what it is, where it came from, why it chose me, and what exactly it wants. I want to know why it sometimes helped me and why it sometimes hurt me. I also want to know if it has its own name, its own story. I have tried several methods to make contact. I have tried automatic writing, where you let your hand move freely on paper and hope something will come through. I have tried leaving open letters, writing messages to it, and asking for replies. I have spoken to it out loud, asking simple questions, begging for answers. So far, it has never given me a direct, clear response. There are no writings on the page afterward, no whispered words in my ear, nothing like that. In dreams, I sometimes try to talk to it, but in those states, I cannot fully control what I say. My mouth and voice in the dreams seem to be guided by something else. Whatever it is, it often answers with confusing or conflicting things, nonsense phrases, or images that do not help me understand more. I wake up feeling like I had a conversation but cannot remember the details clearly or trust them as real answers. Now I am left in this place of not knowing. I live with something I can feel but not fully define. I have experiences that are both frightening and comforting, both dark and kind. I have a history with this presence that has lasted 13 years, almost as long as I was alive before it came, and yet I still do not know what to call it. Some people might say it is a spirit, an incubus, a guide, a parasite, a guardian, or a mix of many things. Some might say it is all in my mind, shaped by stress, belief, and sleep states. I cannot completely rule out any of these explanations. What I do know is that this is my reality. These things have happened, and still happen to me. I am not sharing my story to convince anyone of one way of thinking. I am sharing it because it has shaped my life in deep ways, because I have carried it mostly in silence, and because a part of me still hopes that somewhere, someone might understand or at least listen without judgment. Whether it is best to keep trying to communicate with it or to leave it alone, I still do not fully know. For now, I try to live my life as best I can, to stay grounded, to focus on the people and things I can see and touch, and to accept that some parts of my life may always stay halfway in the shadows, just out of reach of clear explanation. When I think back to my first sleep paralysis, it still feels unreal, like a scene from a movie that I watched too many times and somehow ended up believing. At that time in my life, I slept well. I did not lie awake at night worrying or thinking too much. I went to bed, closed my eyes, and that was it. I would drift off and wake up the next morning feeling normal. Nights were quiet, ordinary, nothing special. I never expected anything strange to happen to me, especially not in my sleep, and definitely not something that would make me question the line between the natural and the supernatural. To understand why that night affected me so deeply, it helps to know a little about my mother. She is not like most people when it comes to spiritual things. All her life she has seen things that others cannot see. She has talked about seeing ghosts, demons, and strange figures more times than I can count. As a kid, I would listen but not fully understand. To her, these things were real as the furniture in our house. She has what people call a sixth sense, a strong awareness of the invisible world, and she has always been very close to God. She prays, she reads religious books, and she takes her faith seriously. At the same time, our family line has many people who are involved in sorcery. She used to tell me how her grandfather, her great-grandfather, and others practiced magic and did things they should not have done. So, our family history is like a mix of strong faith and dark spiritual activity. I grew up hearing these stories but did not think I would personally step into that world. On the day before my first experience, My mother told me something that I did not pay enough attention to at the time. She said that she had seen a white, ghostly figure in my brother's bedroom. She described it as a pale shape, human-like but not solid, almost like a person made of fog or light. She said that as soon as that figure noticed her standing there, it did not walk out or fade away slowly. Instead, it went up quickly, rushing through the ceiling as if the solid roof did not exist. She said this calmly, like it was something she had seen before, but I could tell it bothered her. She is not easily frightened, so when something unsettles her, I notice. The detail that stuck with me later was the simple fact of the house's layout. The room above my brother's bedroom is my room. When you stand in their room and look up at the ceiling, you are basically looking at the floor under my bed. So when she said the figure shot up through their ceiling, it meant that, in some strange way, it had risen directly toward my room. At that moment, I did not put too much weight on that part. I sort of believed in ghosts and spiritual things, but from a distance. I believed they existed, especially because of everything my mother and family had seen, but I did not really think I would have a direct encounter. It was like believing in storms but thinking the worst ones would always hit some other town, never yours. That night, I went to bed the way I always did. I did not feel special, or warned, or nervous. I did not lie awake thinking about that white figure. I did not pray more than usual or double-check my room. I simply got under the covers, found a comfortable position, and drifted off. Everything felt normal until I woke up in the middle of the night, sometime between 2 and 3 in the morning. The house was quiet. The darkness had that heavy feeling that only happens in the deepest part of the night, when most people are asleep. At first, I did not even understand why I had woken up. Then I realized I could not move. It was the strangest and most terrifying feeling. My mind was fully awake. I could think. I could notice things. I knew I was lying in my bed, I knew where I was, but my body would not respond. I tried to lift my arm. Nothing happened. I tried to move my legs. They felt like they were made of stone. Panic started to rise in my chest, slow at first, then faster. I tried to call my mother, to shout out, "Mom!" like I used to do when I was younger and had a nightmare, but my voice was gone. My mouth felt heavy and locked. No sound came out. I was trapped in my own body. On top of that, my ears suddenly started buzzing. At first it was a low sound, then it grew louder and louder, like someone had turned on a high-pitched machine right next to my head. The room, which had been silent a moment before, filled with this strange, vibrating noise. As the buzzing grew, all the normal sounds disappeared. I could not hear the house, the outside, nothing. It was like being cut off from the world. Then my vision began to change. At first I could still see the shapes in my room, the furniture, the shadows, the faint outline of the window. But slowly, everything started to dim. It was like someone was turning down a light inside my eyes. The edges of my sight got darker, and the darkness spread until I could not see anything. I was awake, yet deaf and blind and paralyzed. It felt like the world was disappearing and I was sinking into some deep, lonely place. In that moment, I remembered the only thing I could do. I started to pray. I could not speak out loud, but I prayed in my mind, calling out to God, asking Him to help me, to make this stop, to protect me from whatever was happening. I clung to prayer like someone hanging on to a rope over a cliff. It was all I had. After several seconds that felt much longer, the paralysis broke. I could move again. The buzzing in my ears faded away. My sight returned. It was like being pulled out of deep water and finally taking a long breath of air. I did not stay to analyze anything or calm down in bed. I jumped up, ran out of my room, and went straight to my mother. I told her what had just happened, my voice still shaking, my heart pounding. She listened and took me seriously, which both helped and scared me more. That night left a mark on me. Even though it ended quickly, the feeling of helplessness and the sudden loss of control stayed in my mind. I had never heard of sleep paralysis before. I did not know it had a name, or that other people experienced something similar. All I had was what my mother had seen earlier that day, a white figure going up into the ceiling toward my room, and what I had just gone through hours later, unable to move, unable to speak, unable to see, trapped in darkness with only buzzing in my ears and a desperate prayer in my mind. About a year later, it happened again, but the second time was different, and in some ways even worse. It did not happen in the middle of the night. It happened in the afternoon. I remember being very tired that day. It was winter, and even early in the afternoon the light outside starts fading faster. It was about 3 in the afternoon when I decided to lie down and take a nap. Because it was daytime, I felt safe. Naps always feel more harmless than nighttime sleep. You do not expect scary things to happen when the sun is still up. I lay down in my bed, closed my eyes, and drifted off. When I woke up, it was around 4:45. The room was almost completely dark, but there was still a faint glow coming from outside, the leftover light of the day. It was just bright enough for me to tell that time had passed. I could feel that heavy afternoon sleepiness, the kind where your body is warm and you know you have been out for a while. On my desk next to my bed is a lamp. It is one of those lamps that turn on when you touch the metal part. I have done this so many times that it is automatic. Usually when I wake up, I do not even look at it. I just reach out my hand and tap it without thinking, and the light comes on. That afternoon, I did the same thing. I lifted my arm to stretch it toward the lamp. But before my fingers reached the lamp, they touched something else. There was someone standing between me and the lamp. At first, it did not fully register. My hand bumped against what felt like a chest, and my brain quickly started trying to make sense of the shape under my fingers. It was not the cold, hard metal of the lamp. It was not the empty air I expected. It was a body. A tall human shape wearing a cloak made of thick fabric. I could feel the folds of it under my hand, heavy, slightly rough. I could feel that there was a solid form underneath the clothing. It felt male to me, from the way the chest was shaped, but he was not just an ordinary man. He was wearing a long black cloak with a hood that covered his head. In that split second, I felt every detail. The texture of the cloth. The way it hung. The distance between my face and where his chest must have been. I remember that so clearly that it still surprises me. It did not feel like a dream where everything is foggy and soft. It felt real. I turned my head quickly to look at what I had just touched. Standing beside my bed, in that space between me and my lamp, was a tall figure in a black cloak. The hood was raised, hiding his head, and where his face should have been, there was only darkness. No eyes, no mouth, no skin. Just a black empty space. Yet I knew he was looking at me. There is a feeling you get when someone's attention is fully on you, even without seeing their eyes. That is how it felt. The moment our awareness met, he moved. He leaned toward me very fast, bending from his upper body until his head, or rather the dark area where his face should be, came close to mine. As he did that, something like a force pushed me back down onto my bed. I had been almost sitting up when I turned my head, but in the next second I was pinned flat on my back. It was not his hands holding me down. The cloaked figure did not physically touch me with his arms. It was as if an invisible pressure pushed me into the mattress, holding my body still. While he moved closer, he made a sound. I can still hear it in my memory. It was not a normal word or sentence. It was some kind of chant, almost ancient sounding, made up of deep, low notes and higher ones. The tone of his voice changed a lot, going low, then rising, then low again. There were no clear lyrics, nothing I could repeat as a language I know. It was like a dark, strange song with no words. The sound filled the space between us and seemed to vibrate inside my chest. Then the paralysis hit, just like the first time. One moment I could move enough to turn my head and reach out my arm. The next moment I was completely locked. I tried to scream, but no sound came out of my mouth. My throat felt frozen. My chest was tight. The buzzing sound came back in my ears, rising quickly, blocking out everything else. Bit by bit my hearing dropped away. The chant, the room, the world, everything went silent except for that high-pitched noise. My vision also began to fade again. The outlines of the cloaked figure, the few shadows in my room, all started to dim and then disappeared into blackness. It was the same terrible feeling of being awake but cut off from my senses, trapped and helpless. The difference was that this time, there was a clear image and presence attached to the experience, not just darkness and fear. There had been a figure standing right next to me. I had touched it. I had heard it. Again, I tried not to panic. It is easy to say that now, but in the moment, every part of my body wanted to explode into fear. I forced myself to pray again. I called out to God in my mind, begging Him to make it stop, to free me, to take away whatever this was. I clung to that prayer as hard as I could. After about 2 seconds, although it felt much longer, the paralysis broke. Suddenly I could move. The pressure holding me down disappeared. The sound in my ears faded. My vision cleared. The figure was gone. There was no one standing between me and the lamp. The lamp looked normal, unmoved. My room was quiet and still, as if nothing had happened. But I knew it had. My body still remembered the feeling of being pinned, my hand still remembered the feel of that cloak, and my mind still held the sound of that chant. I did not stay in bed to think about it. I jumped up, my heart racing, and ran out of my room straight to the kitchen where my mother was. I told her what had happened again, just like the first time. The words came out fast and shaky. She listened as I described the black cloak's shape, the chant, the force that had pushed me down. She did not laugh or tell me I was imagining things. She took it seriously, which in some ways made it more real and more frightening. The whole thing, from the moment I reached out to touch the lamp to the moment I could move again, probably lasted around 6 seconds. It was incredibly fast, but those few seconds were so full of detail and fear that they stretch in my memory. They left an impression that was far larger than their small amount of time. After that second event, I never had sleep paralysis again. Not like that. No more waking up to find myself trapped in my body, no more buzzing ears and fading vision, no more strange figures by my bed. Life went back to normal, in that sense. But I was not the same inside. I carried those two experiences with me, wondering what they really meant and why they happened at all. Later in life, I started reading about sleep paralysis. When it happened to me, I did not even know the term existed. I just thought something supernatural had attacked me. As I talked to more people and heard their stories, I discovered that many others had similar experiences. Some described waking up in the night unable to move. Some said they felt a presence on their chest, like a heavy weight. Some saw shadow people, dark figures in the room. Some heard strange sounds. It was both comforting and confusing to know I was not the only one. I made more serious research. I read articles and explanations. The scientific side said that during certain stages of sleep, the body is paralyzed so that we do not act out our dreams. Sometimes, they say, we wake up mentally while that paralysis is still in effect, creating a state where the mind is awake but the body cannot move yet. Hallucinations can happen in that state, mixing dream images with waking reality. The buzzing and the pressure, they say, can be the brain's way of reacting to that strange in-between stage. That explanation makes sense in many ways, especially for some people's experiences. But there was something that still bothered me. In almost everything I read, people said they woke up already paralyzed. Their eyes opened, they became aware, and they found that they could not move. It began with that paralysis. But my second event did not start that way. When I woke up from my afternoon nap, I could move. I stretched my arm. I was almost sitting up when I reached for the lamp. My body responded normally at first. It was only after I touched the cloaked figure and saw it lean toward me that the paralysis hit. That detail sticks in my mind. It does not fit neatly into the usual description. I remember the movement clearly. I know I was not frozen from the start. That is part of why I still wonder if there was more to it than just a brain glitch. Maybe it was a mix of both. Maybe there is a spiritual side that uses these weak moments in the body and mind. Maybe my family background, with its mix of faith and sorcery, plays a role. Maybe it is all science and my memory is bending things a bit. I do not know for sure. What I do know is how it felt. I know the physical sensations. I know the fear. I know the relief when prayer seemed to break the hold on me. Those 2 nights, one in deep darkness, one in fading winter light, changed the way I think about sleep, the unseen world, and my own mind. I cannot say with full certainty that it was a ghost, a demon, or just sleep paralysis. But I can say that it was real to me in those moments, so real that even now, when I lie down at night, a small part of me remembers and hopes that I will not have to go through it again. Ever since I can remember, it feels like my life has been touched by things that most people would call ghostly. I do not say that lightly, and I do not say it to sound special. It is simply what I have been told, and what I have lived through. My parents say that my encounter started before I was even old enough to understand the world around me, before I could walk or talk, when I was still just a tiny baby in a crib. When I was about 2 months old, my parents bought a video camera. It was the kind you set up on a tripod, big and bulky compared to what people have now. They decided to point it at my crib at night. They were new parents, curious and careful, wanting to capture moments of their baby sleeping, breathing, maybe laughing, the little soft movements that parents love. They did not set it up because they thought anything strange would happen. To them it was just a way to record memories. According to them, the first few recordings looked normal at first. I was lying there in my crib, tiny and bundled up, sometimes moving my hands, sometimes turning my head. But then they began to notice things that did not seem so normal. They said there were long stretches where I was staring at one particular spot in the darkness, not at the camera, not at the mobile above my head, but at a fixed point in the air beside the crib. And I was laughing. Not just smiling randomly like babies often do, but laughing like somebody was playing with me, like someone was doing something funny just out of frame. At first my parents thought it was cute. Babies laugh at all sorts of things. Maybe I was reacting to a shadow or a sound. Then, in some of the recordings, they noticed that my toys moved. The stuffed animals and little rattles that had been placed neatly on one side of the crib would, later in the recording, be spread out differently, even though I was too small to pick them up and move them around in such a deliberate way. Sometimes my favorite toy would go from one corner to the other, or a small blanket would shift as if someone had straightened it gently while I lay there laughing and kicking. This did not happen just once or twice. They told me it went on until I was about 12 months old. For nearly that entire first year of my life, if they set up the camera at night or during nap time, they would see these strange things. Me laughing at empty space, my toys moving from side to side, small gestures and changes that did not match what a baby my size could reasonably do on my own. My parents never saw anything with their eyes while they were in the room, but the recordings captured enough to unsettle them. They did not know whether to be worried or simply confused. Growing up, I did not remember any of this, of course. A baby does not remember its own crib nights. I only learned about it years later, when I was old enough for my parents to sit me down and tell me these stories. They did it gently, with a strange mix of worry and humor on their faces, like they were not entirely sure how to label what they had seen. They would describe how I giggled into the dark, how my little fingers seemed to reach out to something that was not visible on the tape, how the toys would end up rearranged as if someone had been playing with me at night. They told me they even checked if the crib was shaking or if there were drafts, but nothing explained what the camera caught. Maybe that early part of my life set the tone for everything that came after. Maybe something attached itself then. Or maybe it is just a strange chapter that matches too well with all that has happened since. I honestly do not know. All I know is that, as I grew older, the strange feeling of not being alone, even when I technically was, never really left me. Fast forward about 11 or 12 years. I was around 12 years old, heading into that age where you are not a little kid anymore but not yet a teenager who feels strong and independent. My parents were tired of the house where we were living at the time. They wanted a change. Maybe they wanted something smaller or something newer, or maybe they just felt it was time to move on. Whatever their reasons, they decided to buy a condo. I remember the day we first went to see it. The entrance, the smell of the hallway, the echo of our footsteps as we walked toward the unit, it is all burned into my memory because of the way I felt the moment I stepped inside. You know how some places feel warm the second you walk through the door, like they are wrapping you in a hug? This was not like that. The moment my foot crossed the threshold, I felt something heavy in the air. It was not exactly like someone was glaring at me, but it was something close. A bad vibe, that is the simplest way to put it. As if the place was not empty, even though nobody else was there. The condo itself did not look especially scary. It was just another apartment, a living room, a small kitchen, a couple of bedrooms, a hallway. The walls were plain, the floors were normal, the windows opened out onto the street like any other building. But beneath all that, there was a feeling, like there was something wandering around the space. It felt dark, but not in the sense of shadows, dark as in intention. Not fully evil, at least it did not feel like it wanted to kill us or anything like that, but definitely not friendly. Something that did not want to welcome us, but also did not seem to be leaving anytime soon. We moved in anyway. My parents did not seem bothered by anything. Maybe they did not feel what I felt, or maybe they were too busy unpacking boxes and dealing with paperwork to notice. I was 12, sensitive, and easily frightened, especially at night. The first few days I tried to convince myself I was imagining it. Everyone else seemed fine, so maybe it was just me. But the feeling did not go away. Then the noises started. It was not loud banging or obvious footsteps at first. It was small sounds, late in the evening when everything was supposed to be quiet. And they happened every night. I would lie in my bed with the covers pulled up, staring at the ceiling, or at the crack of light under my door, listening. The more I listened, the more I heard. It was like people dragging their feet down the hallway outside our unit, slow and heavy, as if they were tired or reluctant to move. It did not sound like normal footsteps from neighbors walking casually past. It had a different rhythm, a dragging, shuffling sound that made my skin prickle. Sometimes, if I checked the clock, it would always be around the same time each night. The building was not extremely busy that late. Logical explanations did run through my mind. Perhaps someone on our floor just had a heavy walk, or maybe a neighbor liked to pace at night. But the sound always gave me a sinking feeling in my stomach, and it did not help that the hallway felt wrong even in the daytime when I walked through it alone. As the weeks passed, my fear grew. Being 12 and having that kind of constant tension is exhausting. Every creak made me jump. The sound of a pipe settling, or the fridge humming became something to worry about. Lights and shadows seemed to move in the corners of my vision. My imagination, combined with whatever was really happening, built a cage around me. It reached the point where I was terrified of nighttime. Bed was no longer a place of rest. It was a place of waiting, where I lay in the dark listening for the next strange sound. Because of this, I stopped sleeping properly. For about 6 months, I lived on 3 or 4 hours of sleep a night at most. I would stay awake, forcing my eyes open, telling myself that if I fell asleep, something would come closer, or something would happen that I would not be able to control. I would startle at the smallest things, the movement of curtains, the settling of the building, a car outside. My body was tired, but my mind refused to shut down. I became paranoid. There is no other word for it. During the day, I tried to act normal. I went to school, talked to friends, did my homework. People probably thought I was just a little more quiet, or a little more jumpy than before, but nobody knew that I was living in a constant, quiet panic every night. There was also a part of me that started to doubt myself. I wondered if I was losing my mind. Maybe all the ghostly feelings were in my head. Maybe I was broken somehow. I reached a point where I actually went to my mother and told her I might need a shrink. I was 12 years old, looking at my own mother and saying that I did not feel right, that I might be going crazy. That is not something most kids say easily. I was thankful when it seemed like everything suddenly calmed down for a while. The dragging footsteps outside, the strange feeling in the hallway, the sense of something wandering, it all seemed to stop. At least, it became less obvious. The nights became quieter. The air felt less thick. Slowly, I started sleeping more hours again. During that time, I tried to tell myself it had all been in my head. Maybe my imagination had taken control. Maybe there had never been anything there at all. I pushed the memories aside and tried to live like a normal 12-year-old. The fear faded a little, and the condo began to feel more like just a home instead of a place that was watching me. Then, one ordinary afternoon, it all came back in a different way. It was a day like any other. My parents were not home, so I had the place to myself. I sat at the computer, doing what kids my age did back then, browsing music, blasting it loudly through the speakers because there was no one to tell me to turn it down, chatting on MSN with friends, feeling relaxed and carefree for once. The bright light of the screen, the flow of conversations, and the music made the apartment feel normal and alive. Then, out of nowhere, I felt something close to my ear. Not a breeze, not a sound from the speakers. It was as if someone had leaned in, right next to me, and whispered into my ear. I heard a clear, distinct voice. It was the voice of a woman, soft but unmistakable, calling my name. She did not say anything else. It lasted maybe 2 seconds, no more, but those 2 seconds stretched out in my mind. The music was loud, yet her voice cut through it like it was nothing. It was not muffled, not faint. It was as if the entire soundtrack of the room had lowered everything except for her voice. I froze. For a moment, my mind refused to accept what I had just heard. I turned my head quickly, expecting to see someone behind me, some explanation, maybe a person I somehow did not realize had entered the apartment. But there was no one. The room was empty. I waited for that familiar wave of bad vibes to wash over me, but it did not come. There was no sudden coldness, no feeling of being watched, no sense of danger. It was just those 2 seconds of a woman whispering my name in my ear, and then everything felt strangely normal again. The music played on, the computer hummed, the room looked the same. My heart was beating fast, but nothing else changed. I told myself I was having some kind of aftershock from all those months of paranoia. Maybe my mind had simply created the voice. I tried to chalk it up to nerves, to stress, to a brain that had been on edge for too long. I went back to my music and my chatting, pushing the moment away and promising myself I would not obsess over it. But something had been set in motion. After that whisper, I started having dreams. At first, they were scattered images, hard to remember, but over time they settled into a pattern. In these dreams, I would be sitting in a room alone with a woman. The room itself did not look special. It was simple, undecorated, almost empty, as if the only important thing in it was the fact that we were there together. The woman was always there, sitting with me. I never saw her face clearly enough to describe every detail, but I knew she was the same one each time. Her presence felt familiar, like I had known her for a long time. She did not scare me. My usual response to anything strange had been fear, but around her I felt something different. There was a calmness, a seriousness in the way she looked at me. In the dreams, I always felt as if she were warning me about something, not with dramatic words or threats, but with the atmosphere alone. At the same time, there was also a feeling of hope, as if she were telling me that no matter what was coming, I would get through it. These dreams went on for about 2 months. Night after night, I would find myself in that same quiet room with that same woman, and each time I woke up, I carried this mix of emotions, a bit of fear, a bit of comfort, and a strong sense of having been given some kind of message. The problem was, I could never remember her exact words. If she spoke at all, the words slipped away like smoke as soon as I opened my eyes. All that stayed with me were the feelings. I felt warned. I felt reassured. I felt like something was going to happen, and she was standing beside me silently, letting me know I would survive it. At the time, I did not connect these dreams with anything real. I was used to strange things happening by then, so I treated this as just another weird part of my life. I did not talk much about them, not even to my parents. It felt too strange, and I did not want to sound crazy again after I had just started feeling a little more balanced. Then, about 2 weeks after those dreams stopped, a close friend of mine committed suicide. The news hit like a physical blow. This was someone important to me, someone whose presence in my life I had never imagined would just be gone one day. The details of how I found out, and what happened afterward are painful and personal. But the main thing is that he was suddenly gone, and I was left trying to make sense of it. In the flood of grief that followed, those dreams with the woman came rushing back into my mind. I could not help but wonder if she had been trying to prepare me. It felt like those nights in that quiet room, sitting face to face with her, had been some kind of warning that a dark event was on its way. At the same time, the sense of hope and reassurance she had given me felt like a message that I would survive it, that I would somehow come out the other side. It was as if she had been saying, "Something is going to hurt you deeply, but you will not be destroyed by it." Whether that was really the case or just my grieving mind trying to find meaning in something that hurt too much to be random, I still do not know. But the timing, the months of dreams, her presence, the stopping of those dreams, and then my friend's suicide 2 weeks later, was too close to ignore. After that, things in the condo did not calm down. They became worse. The negative feelings that had faded came back heavier than before. The sense of being watched, the strange sounds, and the idea that something in that place was not happy we were there, everything intensified. This time, though, it was not just me experiencing things. My dad, who had always been one of the biggest skeptics you could imagine, began to have his own encounters. This is the man who would roll his eyes at ghost stories, the man who would look for faulty wiring or a loose window before even considering anything supernatural. For him to admit that something strange was happening meant that what he experienced could not be explained away easily. He did not just hear things. His experiences were physical. Objects in the house would move in ways he could not explain. Things he was sure he had placed in one spot would end up somewhere else. He would feel someone passing behind him when there was no one there. He heard clear noises in the apartment when everyone else was asleep or out. Doors that had been firmly closed would be slightly open, creaking as if someone had just walked through them. Once, I remember him standing in the hallway, looking unsettled, telling my mother in a low voice that he had felt something brush past his arm when nobody was near him. He did not easily believe in ghosts, so to see him at a loss for an explanation shook me. He could not deny what he was living through, and because he could not deny his own experiences, he could no longer deny mine. I think that, in some strange way, having him finally feel something made me feel less alone, but it also made everything more real and more frightening. As a family, we began to feel that the condo was not a healthy place for us anymore. Whether it was something in the walls of that building, something tied to the land, or something that had attached itself to us long before we moved in, we could not figure out. We just knew that we were not at peace there. The atmosphere was too heavy, too charged. My dad's skepticism had been worn down, my mother's nerves were frayed, and I was living with a mixture of sadness from my friend's death and fear from the encounters. Eventually, we made the decision to move. We packed our things. We cleaned the rooms. We took down the curtains and emptied the closets. With each box that left the condo, I hoped we were leaving that negative presence behind. When we finally handed over the keys and shut the door for the last time, I felt both relief and worry. Relief, because the place that had scared and exhausted me for so long was no longer my home. Worry, because I did not know if whatever had been there would stay behind or follow us. We moved to a new apartment, in a different place, with different walls and a different hallway. For a while, it seemed like life might finally settle into something more normal. The new place felt lighter. The rooms did not feel crowded by invisible eyes. The first few weeks there, I noticed a difference. My sleep improved. I did not hear dragging feet outside my door. My dreams, though still sometimes strange, did not have the same intensity. And yet, even now, from time to time, I still feel that same negative feeling, the sense that something is watching from just out of sight. It is not constant. It does not dominate my life like it did before. But there are moments, especially when I am alone or when the house is very quiet, where I feel it again. It is like a familiar shadow that steps into the room without making a sound, stands there just long enough for me to notice, and then slips away. Sometimes I wonder if it ever really was the condo, or the old crib, or any specific place at all. Maybe there is something that has been attached to me since I was a baby laughing at empty corners of the room. Maybe it is not always evil, but simply something that exists alongside me, sometimes warning, sometimes frightening, sometimes just watching. Other times I think maybe the world is full of currents we do not understand, and I am simply someone who, for whatever reason, keeps stepping into them. I still try to be logical. I still look for simple answers where I can. I know about stress, about sleep problems, about the ways the mind can trick itself. I understand that grief can make us reach for patterns and meaning. But I also cannot deny the things that have happened, the baby recordings, the dragging footsteps, the woman's whisper, the dreams before my friend's death, my father's experiences, the way some places feel heavy and some feel light even when they look exactly the same on the outside. So I live with it. I move through my days like anyone else, going to work, talking to people, watching shows, doing ordinary things. And sometimes, when that old feeling creeps up, when I sense, for just a moment, that something unseen is standing nearby, I pause. I breathe. I remind myself that I have survived this long with these shadows at the edges of my life. I do not know what they are or what they want, but I know they are part of my story, whether I like it or not. It has been 2 years now since the girl with the green eyes first spoke to me, and my life has not been the same since. At the beginning, I only ever saw her in my dreams or in that strange in-between place where you are not fully awake, but not fully asleep either. Back then, I could almost tell myself she was just a part of my imagination, something my mind had created to deal with stress or fear. But as time went on, that became harder and harder to believe. She started showing up when I was fully awake, in the middle of normal days, in the middle of ordinary moments that had nothing to do with sleep or dreaming. Her message has always been the same, though it somehow feels more vague the more I hear it. "Sarah, trust me, just go." That is all she ever says. I have asked her who she is, what she wants, why she helps me, but she never answers. She just looks at me with those bright green eyes and repeats her warning, or she appears just long enough to give me a look that tells me what I need to do. I have given up expecting answers from her, but I cannot pretend she is not real to me. In the last 2 years, whether anyone else believes it or not, I can honestly say that she has saved me more times than I can count. When she first moved from my dreams into my waking life, it happened in small, almost harmless ways. At first, it was easy to brush her off or think I was just imagining things. For example, I might be walking down the sidewalk with my MP3 player turned up loud, completely lost in a song, not paying attention to anything around me. Then, clear as day, I would hear her voice in my head, or sometimes right beside my ear, saying my name with a soft urgency. I would see her for half a second at the edge of my vision, her green eyes wide and pointed at the ground in front of me. I would look down and realize there was a tree root sticking up or a broken section of pavement just inches away from my foot. If she had not interrupted me, I would have tripped and possibly hurt myself badly. A simple moment, nothing dramatic, but enough to make me stop and wonder. Another time, I had planned to go out to a bar with some friends. We were all dressed and ready, excited for a night out. As I stood near the door with my keys in my hand, she appeared in front of it, almost like a real person blocking my way. Her face was serious, and I heard her voice in my mind again. "Trust me, just stay home." For whatever reason, I listened to her that night. My friends went without me and ended up spending the night in jail after a stupid fight broke out. When they told me the story the next day, all bruised and hungover, I just sat there thinking about those green eyes and the quiet warning I had heard. At the beginning, a lot of her messages were like that. They were mostly about small things, or at least they seemed small at the time. She would tell me to slow down, to look where I was going, to leave somewhere earlier than I had planned, or to avoid certain people on a particular day. Sometimes she did not say anything at all, she would just show up, Once, I was about to step off a curb while texting, not looking at traffic, and I caught sight of her standing on the other side of the road, shaking her head slowly. That made me pause just long enough to see a car speed through the crosswalk that I had been about to walk into. Another time, when I was in the kitchen, rushing around and not paying attention, I saw her leaning against the fridge, her arms folded, a little amused smile on her face, as if she knew I was about to drop the glass I was putting away. Right after that, my hand slipped, and the glass almost fell, but I grabbed it in time because I had glanced over at her. A lot of these moments felt more like gentle reminders than serious warnings. If I hurt myself or almost hurt myself, she would sometimes appear just laughing at me in a teasing way, not cruel, more like how a mother might laugh when her child does something clumsy but harmless. That was the feeling she gave me sometimes, like an older, worried, slightly amused presence following behind me, making sure I did not completely destroy myself through carelessness. But early this summer, her warnings started to change. They got heavier somehow, more serious, and more confusing. The biggest problem was that I never knew when the thing she was showing me was going to happen. She did not appear with a date or a countdown. She did not say, "This will happen in 10 minutes," or "This will happen tomorrow." She would just show me something, and then I would be left to carry it around in my head, wondering when and where it would become real. One day, after an especially busy shift at work, I came home with a splitting headache. My head was pounding, and all I wanted was to lie down in a dark room for a while. I remember getting into bed, rolling onto my side, and closing my eyes. I was still very much awake. I had just settled in. I had not yet slipped into sleep. Then, out of nowhere, I felt what I can only describe as an explosion at my back. It was like a wall of force, a burst of energy that hit me all at once, pushing into me from behind. It did not hurt exactly, but it shocked me so much that I almost lost my breath. Right after that, it was as if my hearing had turned strange. All the sounds around me became muffled, like I had plunged underwater. I could still hear, but nothing was normal. I heard metal scraping and creaking, long drawn-out groans and screeches, like heavy structures being bent or broken. Underneath that, I could hear faint human voices, people screaming and yelling, but the sounds were distant and mixed together. It felt like being dropped into the middle of a disaster for a few seconds, without seeing where I was. Then I turned my head and looked behind me, and there she was, the green-eyed girl, standing there with a deeply worried look on her face. She did not speak that time, she only watched me, her expression serious and sad. The whole thing lasted only a short moment, but when it was over, I lay there, my heart racing, confused and shaken. My first thought was that she was warning me about some kind of explosion at my workplace. I work in a shop where there are lots of compressed gases, flammable substances, and equipment that could be dangerous if something went wrong. It made sense to assume the warning had to do with that. For a while, I went to work very tense, half expecting something to blow up, but nothing happened. Life went on as usual, and I told myself that maybe I had misinterpreted what I saw and felt, even though it had been so vivid. It turned out I was wrong about the location, but not about the event. Close to 2 weeks later, I was working at an outdoor music festival. The setting itself was nice, big open fields, stages set up for bands, food vendors, tents, flags, people lounging on the grass, kids running around. On the surface, it was the kind of place where you would expect to hear laughter and music, not screams and the sound of metal tearing. That day, the weather had started off fine. It was bright out, maybe a little windy, but nothing alarming at first. As the day went on, though, the wind began to build. A wind warning had been issued, and we all knew it. By the time it was late afternoon, getting close to 6 in the evening if I remember correctly, the gusts were strong enough that everyone was starting to worry about safety. We had already begun talking about shutting the show down early because of the weather. People were securing loose things, checking cables, trying to make sure nothing would fly away. I remember turning away from the stage for just a moment, maybe to talk to someone or just to look around, and that was when I saw it. Coming across the field, sweeping toward us, was what looked like a tidal wave made of wind and debris. Tents were lifting off the ground as if they weighed nothing. Flags were tearing free from their poles. Folding chairs, bits of metal, cloth, plastic, anything that was not bolted down, were being picked up and carried through the air. The sight made my stomach drop. I realized, with a kind of cold shock, that what I was seeing was the physical version of what she had shown me in my bed. The wall of force at my back, the sound of metal screeching, the distant screams. Only now it was not a vision, it was real, and it was happening right in front of me. I ducked and covered quickly, my body moving almost before my mind had processed what was going on. The wind hit my back with that same explosive feeling, a sudden hard push that made me feel like I might be thrown forward. Again, all I could hear for a few moments was the sound of metal scraping and creaking, as the stage began to twist and collapse under the force of the wind. People around me started screaming, their voices blending into one long, terrible sound. Later on, I heard more details, and I know that people were trapped under parts of the stage as it fell. The whole scene was like something from a nightmare, only my earlier nightmare had come true exactly the way she had shown it to me. The first feelings, the first sounds, the way my back felt the impact of the wind, it all matched perfectly. Even the confusion and sense of being guided through my next actions felt familiar. After the initial hit, it was like something inside me was leading my movements. Where to duck, when to run, who to help. It still hurts to think about that day, and I do not tell the full story of it often, especially not this part about the warning I had 2 weeks before. I never wrote down what she showed me, so I have no proof. And because it was such a tragic event, there were many people who wanted to feel like they were heroes or an important part of what happened. I doubted anyone would take me seriously if I said, "I saw this coming," or, "A girl with green eyes warned me," so I kept that part to myself. After that, it became harder to pretend that these things were random or meaningless. Still, I tried to live as normally as I could. The next major time she appeared was on a trip my boyfriend and I were taking back to our hometown for Thanksgiving. We were driving on the highway, just the two of us in the truck, the road stretching out in front of us. It was a simple, familiar drive. At some point, as I sat there in the passenger seat watching the scenery go by, I blinked and suddenly saw something like a scene layered over reality, the way you might see two images on top of each other. In this overlap, we were coming up to a green traffic light at an intersection. Everything looked normal at first. The light was green, the road ahead was clear. Then, from the left side, a black extended cab Ford pickup, early 1990s model, came flying into the intersection. In this vision, we did not stop. We kept going, and we T-boned the other truck hard. The impact made my whole body tense, even though I knew I was just seeing it in my mind. I gasped out loud when I opened my eyes and saw her face reflected faintly in the windshield, those green eyes warning me again, and my hand instinctively went for my seat belt as if that would protect me from something that had not actually happened yet. My boyfriend noticed my reaction and looked at me like I had lost my mind. I could not blame him. From his perspective, we were simply driving along, and suddenly I had taken a sharp breath and grabbed at my seat belt with wide eyes. I told him, as calmly as I could, what I had just seen. I described the intersection, the green light, the direction the other truck came from, and the truck itself in as much detail as I could. Black, extended cab, early 1990s Ford pickup. I even tried to describe the man driving it, as far as I could see him in the vision. My boyfriend is a skeptic by nature, so he listened but clearly did not fully believe me. Even so, I could tell that what I said had gotten under his skin. He kept glancing at me and then back at the road, unsettled by how specific I had been. The next day, we had reached our hometown and were driving through town, running errands or visiting people, just doing the usual things you do around a holiday. At one point, we were approaching an intersection with a green light, the exact sort of situation I had described. As we got closer, both of us happened to look to the left, and our hearts almost stopped. Coming down the cross street, heading toward the same intersection, was the black extended cab Ford pickup from my vision. It looked exactly as I had described it the day before. My boyfriend and I exchanged a quick, sharp look, and then he slammed on the brakes, bringing our truck to a sudden stop. Just a moment later, the black truck flew straight through the intersection, not slowing down at all. If he had not braked when he did, we would have gone forward on our green light, and the other truck would have hit us. Or we would have T-boned it, exactly as I had seen. It was one of those moments where your mind does not fully catch up until after it is over. I remember feeling grateful beyond words that I had decided to tell him what I saw. Even though he had been skeptical, he had still kept an eye out, and that had saved us. The most recent event, though, is the one that shook me the most deeply, because it did not feel like a premonition. It did not feel like a warning about something that would happen later. It felt like something happening right then, something I was being attacked by, something that wanted to get to me in a way I still do not fully understand. This time, it did not seem like she was showing me a possible future. It seemed like she was actively pushing something away from me in the present. That alone was enough to scare me to my core. It happened very early in the morning, just before 5 o'clock. It was at least 2 hours before I had to get up for work, so I should have been fast asleep at that hour. Instead, I woke up suddenly with the feeling that I had been startled awake. There was no noise that I remember hearing, no nightmare that I could recall, just a sharp awareness that snapped me out of sleep. The room was dark and quiet. I turned my head to look at my alarm clock, and that was when I noticed that the numbers on the display were blinking, as if the power had just surged or gone out and come back on. That is usually what happens after a power cut. The numbers flash until you reset the time. I frowned, confused, and then reached over to my cell phone, which had been charging on the nightstand all night. I unplugged it from the wall, and as soon as I did that it beeped to tell me the battery was almost dead, even though it had been connected to the charger for hours. That did not make any sense either. Both the blinking alarm clock and the nearly dead phone battery gave me a strange feeling, like something was wrong in the room even though everything looked normal. I lay on my back, staring up at the ceiling, trying to decide whether to get up or to try and go back to sleep. I blinked once, just a normal blink, and in that instant everything changed. When my eyes closed and opened again, I did not just see the ceiling anymore. Instead, the head of some kind of creature appeared above me, as if it were hovering over my face. Its skin was white, but not the white of normal pale skin. It was almost unnatural, like wax or paper, and through that whiteness I could see thin blue veins running beneath the surface. Its eyes were the worst part. They were completely black, no whites, no pupils, no irises, just two deep, dark, bottomless pits staring down at me. The sight of them made my stomach twist in fear. The creature began to bare its teeth, and its teeth were all long, sharp fangs, like a mouthful of knives meant for tearing and biting. I tried to move, tried to jerk my head away, tried to blink again and make it disappear, but no matter how hard I fought, my eyes would not close. It was as if something had taken control of my body and would not let me look away. I could not move my arms or legs either. I lay there frozen, my heart pounding, while this thing loomed over me. Then it lunged toward my face, its mouth wide open, just a blur of white skin and those horrible black eyes and fanged teeth coming closer and closer. My mind was screaming, but my mouth could not make a sound. Just as it reached me, I heard a sharp noise, a sudden psssshht sound, like the sound someone makes when they are shooing a dog away or trying to get an animal to back off. The hiss cut through the fear for a second. Immediately after that, I heard a low growl that made my heart drop. It was not human, it was deep and angry, and it sounded like it came from the creature itself. Then I heard her voice, the green-eyed girl, clearer and louder than usual, shouting one word with sudden force. "Geo!" At that moment, my eyes closed in a blink, and when I opened them again, everything had shifted. The creature was no longer hovering above me. Instead, I saw it in my living room, or at least I saw the back half of it as it moved away from me. It was slinking around the couch toward the door. From the front, it had looked almost human, twisted and frightening, but human-shaped. From the back, as it moved on all fours, it looked different. The way its legs bent was all wrong. The knees on its back legs bent the way a dog's do, not the way a human's knees bend. Its movements were too smooth, too fluid, like it was gliding more than walking. Then it was gone. The room was quiet again. I could move my body, blink normally, breathe normally, but I was left shaking, my whole body buzzing with leftover fear and confusion. I do not know what to call that last experience. I do not know if it was fully physical, fully in my mind, or somewhere in between. I felt like I was being attacked, like something was trying to get into me or take something from me. I could not push it away on my own. I could not even close my eyes when it was above me. It felt like the only reason it did not reach me was because she forced it away, because she was there, using some kind of will I cannot understand. Even when she had chased it off, I had the lingering sense that it was still trying to invade my mind from a distance, still trying to occupy some part of my thoughts. It was not like the usual warnings where she showed me a future event. This felt like a fight happening right then and there, and she stepped in to protect me. Since that night, I have not been the same. I do not sleep much at night anymore. The darkness in my bedroom, which used to be peaceful at least some of the time, now feels threatening. I find it easier to nap during the day after work, when the sun is up and the world feels less scary. I will sleep for a few hours in the afternoon or early evening, then wake up around 9 at night. After that, I stay awake for most of the night, finding things to do, keeping the lights on, trying not to think too much about what might be lurking in the shadows. Then, just before I have to get up for work, I let myself sleep for about an hour. It is not a healthy pattern, and I know that, but I am still too shaken to go back to my old sleeping habits. I am grateful that she was there to save me, but the fear that comes afterward is hard to live with. I think a lot about her now, even more than before, this girl with the green eyes who first came to me in dreams and now turns up in the middle of my daily life and even in the scariest moments of my nights. She has warned me about danger on the road, danger at crowded events, danger in my own bed. She has told me to trust her and just go. And when I have listened, I have avoided things that could have badly hurt or even killed me. When I did not fully understand her messages, she still stayed by me and guided me through what came. I am grateful for her, more than I can say. But at the same time, I feel unsettled, because I do not know who she is, what she is, or why she chose me. If she can save me once, twice, many times, will she always be there? Or will there come a day when she is not? It is hard to relax when you owe your safety, maybe your life, to someone you cannot see all the time and cannot truly know. All I can do for now is remember her words. Sarah, trust me. And hope that if and when I need her again, she will still be there watching out for me with those bright green eyes. I have had many strange things happen to me that I just cannot explain, and they started when I was very young. Some of my clearest memories of childhood are not of toys or school or games, but of moments that made me feel like the world was not as simple as it looked on the surface. The very first thing that stands out in my mind goes all the way back to when I was about 5 years old, and in a way, it feels like that moment set the tone for the rest of my life. When I was 5, I was in a car accident that changed everything. We were near Carp, Ontario, driving toward Ottawa. My mother was taking us to go see her father, my grandfather, who was in the hospital. She had just found out he had cancer, and she wanted to get to him as quickly as possible. I was too young to fully understand what that meant, but I could feel the heavy mood in the car. Even at that age, I knew that grown-ups only looked that serious when something was very wrong. I remember the feeling of the car, the hum of the road, the winter light, and then the accident. My mother was killed. The memories of the crash itself are broken and foggy, but the fact of her death is sharp and clear. One moment she was there, and then my world was simply split in two, before and after. That was in January of 1970. In the months that followed, everything in my life felt strange and hollow. I did not really understand the finality of death, and at that age you keep expecting the person you lost to walk back through the door at any moment. My mother's absence was like a missing piece in every room, every day. Then, that summer, something happened that I still think about. I was inside the house one day, doing whatever small children do when they are left to themselves. I do not remember exactly what I was playing with or thinking about. What I do remember is hearing my mother's voice. It came from outside, clear and familiar, the way it always sounded when she called me to come for something. She called my name, just like she used to. There was no echo, no strange effect. It simply sounded like her. Without stopping to question it, I went toward the sound. I opened the door and stepped outside, and there she was. She was sitting on our swing set in the yard, as natural as if she had never been gone. At that age, I do not think I had any real idea of what a ghost was supposed to be, or how seeing the dead was meant to feel. I only knew that my mother had been gone and now she was right there in front of me, and my first reaction was happiness. I remember my heart lifting, the relief that washed over me, the feeling that something wrong had finally been fixed. It felt like I had been holding my breath for months and was finally allowed to breathe again. She looked like herself. There was nothing frightening about her. She did not glow or float or look strange. She was just sitting on the swing, the way she would have when she was alive, and I went to her without fear. We talked for a few minutes, gently swinging back and forth under the weeping willow tree. I can still see the slow movement of the swing, the way the branches of the tree framed us, and the softness in her expression. I do not remember everything she said, but one part has stayed with me very clearly. She asked me how my middle brother was. It was such a normal question, the kind of thing a mother would ask, and I answered her like I would have any other day. During that short time, everything felt ordinary again, even though it was anything but ordinary. Then I heard the screen door slam behind me. That sound pulled my attention away for a second. I turned my head toward the house to see who had come out, and when I looked back, she was gone. The swing was empty. The yard felt suddenly larger and colder. The happiness I had felt turned into confusion. I do not remember if I cried or if I just stood there trying to understand what had happened. All I knew was that my mother had been there, talking to me, and then she was not. Later that same year, in November, the grandfather we had been driving to see when the accident happened also died, from lung cancer. After that, my life changed again. Because of how things were back then, people did not like the idea of a house full of males raising a little girl without another woman present. My two brothers stayed with my father, but I was sent to live with my grandmother, my grandfather's wife. It felt like another loss, leaving the part of my family that was left on my mother's side and going into a new arrangement. My grandmother and I moved out of their big house into a smaller apartment in Almonte, Ontario. It was different from anything I had known before. Closer walls, neighbors nearby, and a new bedroom that I had to make my own. My bedroom in that apartment had 2 beds in it. One was a steel 3/4 bed, and that was the one I always slept in. The other bed remained empty most of the time, except when someone needed a place to lie down during the day. Life there settled into a new routine, but the feeling that the other side of life was not very far away from me never really left. One night, I woke up in that room and saw something I will never forget. It was very late, the kind of deep night where the outside world is quiet and the only light in the room is whatever small glow manages to come from the street or the hallway. I opened my eyes and, at first, everything looked normal. The shape of the other bed, the outline of the dresser, the curtains. Then I realized that someone was standing near the empty bed. It was my grandfather. He did not look solid like a living person, but he was not completely transparent either. The closest way I can describe it is that he looked like a well-defined fog shaped exactly like him. I could see his form, the way he held himself, the familiar details. He was not just a blur. Something about him glowed very slightly, but it was not a bright or harsh light. It was more like his edges were outlined just enough for me to know exactly who he was. On his hand, he wore a ring, and from that ring a huge, bright light was shining. The ring seemed to be the brightest part of him, as if it was trying to draw my attention. I did not move. I did not scream. I wanted to, but I could not. It felt like my voice got stuck in my throat and my whole body froze. My heart was pounding and yet I felt pinned in place by a strange mix of fear and recognition. I pulled the covers over my head, the way children often do when they are afraid, thinking that maybe if I could not see him, he would not be there. After some time, I peeked out again and he was gone. The corner of the room was empty, and everything looked as it had before. In the morning, I told my grandmother what I had seen. I expected her to brush it off or tell me it was just a dream, but her reaction was different. She listened to me quietly, and when I described the ring with the bright light, a shadow passed over her face. Then she told me that their two sons, my uncles, had been fighting over my grandfather's ring after he died. It was a ring with a diamond in it, and apparently one of them had actually taken it off of his hand while he was in the casket. Hearing that made me feel cold all over. It was as if my grandfather had come back, not in anger, but to show that something important had happened with that ring, and I had been the only one able to see it. Those early experiences, seeing my mother on the swing and my grandfather in my bedroom, were deeply personal and connected to people I loved. After that, the strange things that happened to me involved people I did not recognize. There were no more visits from familiar faces, but there were many moments that made me feel like I was sharing space with people I could not see. Years passed, and life moved on. I grew up, got married for the first time, and moved into a rented farmhouse outside of Perth, Ontario with my ex-husband. I thought perhaps I could leave the strange experiences behind with childhood, but instead, it seemed like they came along for the ride and even grew stronger. The farmhouse was old and full of history, though I did not know much about its past when we first moved in. It had that creaky, settled feeling that old country houses often have, with uneven floors, thick walls, and the sense that many lives had passed through its rooms. Soon after we moved in, the small, unexplainable events started. The simplest things were enough to make my skin crawl, even if they did not sound like much to anyone else. One of the first and most memorable things involved the kitchen taps. More than once, when no one was near the sink, the taps would suddenly come on full force, water rushing out as if someone had turned them with determination. It happened when I was alone in the house and I doubted myself, wondering if I had perhaps forgotten turning them off. But then it happened in front of other people. On New Year's Eve, we had a dinner party. Friends came over, and the house was full of voices and laughter and the clatter of dishes. At one point during the evening, while we were all sitting and talking and no one was near the kitchen sink, the taps came on by themselves, blasting water loudly into the basin. The room went quiet as everyone turned to look. I remember the surprise on our guests' faces, and the way they looked at each other, almost hoping someone would admit they had done it as a joke. No one did. It was clear and obvious that no one had been standing there. The water seemed to have turned on by itself. There were other things. At night, when I was in bed upstairs, I would hear footsteps on the back stairs that led up from the kitchen to our bedroom. These were not random creaks or the sound of the house settling. They were distinct, measured footsteps, the kind you recognize when someone is walking carefully up a flight of stairs. The pattern became so familiar that I could tell, just from the sound, which step the person would touch next, even though I could not see anyone there. It gave me the sensation that someone else was using that staircase, someone invisible but very real. Another thing that bothered me was a handprint that appeared on the frost on the upstairs window. It was a clear outline of a hand, as if someone had pressed their palm against the glass from the outside. The problem was, there was no way for anyone to reach that window from outside. There were no balconies, no ledges, no easy climb. It was too high and in a place where you would have needed serious equipment to get up there. Yet the handprint was there, as obvious and detailed as if someone had made it casually in passing. It made my stomach twist, because it was one more sign that something was not right. All of this became too much for me. We did not even stay a month before we called the owners and told them we were leaving. We broke the lease and moved out. Before we left, a neighbor who lived nearby and had once pulled me out of a ditch when my car slid off the road told me something that made all the strange happenings feel more connected. After hearing some of my stories, he told me that the old couple who had lived in the farmhouse before us had both died in the house, within a month of each other. That information did not exactly comfort me. If anything, it made me feel that we had stepped into a space that still held onto parts of their lives, whether they meant to or not. Later in my life, I owned another farmhouse, this time near Foresters Falls, Ontario. I thought that owning the place instead of renting might make me feel more in control, but the activity there was different, and my children were the ones who suffered the most from it. From the beginning, they were terrified to go to bed by themselves. My daughter in particular was deeply affected. She never slept all night, any night that we lived there. Every night, at some point, she would wake up crying and screaming, as if something had frightened her in her dreams or in her room. At first, I tried to comfort her with the usual explanations: bad dreams, shadows, strange noises. But as it went on, it became clear that she felt something more than just an active imagination. The house itself had its own signs. The lights in the upstairs hallway would turn off and on by themselves. We would be sitting downstairs and suddenly notice the glow change. Or we would go upstairs and find the light on even though no one had flipped the switch. I checked the wiring, had things looked at, but there never seemed to be a simple electrical explanation. It was as if someone enjoyed playing with that particular light, using it as a way to make their presence known. Our dog, a Rottweiler who was usually calm and confident, also began acting strangely in that house. There were times when he would be lying on the floor in a deep sleep, completely relaxed, and then suddenly jump up with his hackles raised. His whole body would tense, and he would stare into a hallway at the top of the stairs, growling and barking at something we could not see. Anyone who has ever watched a dog react to something invisible knows how unnerving it can be. Animals do not usually fake reactions. When they sense something, their whole demeanor changes, and you feel it right along with them. One night, standing in that same upstairs hallway, I saw a man. He was dressed in clothes that looked like they came from around the turn of the century, not modern at all. His style was old, with the kind of cut and shape that you see in old photographs. Older suit, older boots, the way he held himself. I did not recognize his face, but I felt something from him. It was not anger or hatred. Instead, I got a clear feeling from him of being lost. It was as if he was trying to go somewhere, to get to a specific place, but could not find his way. In my mind, I knew somehow that he was trying to get to Foresters Falls. It was like this information was simply placed in my head when I saw him, even though he did not speak. The impression was not long, and then he was gone, but the feeling remained. Even on the day we bought that house, there was a sign that something strange was going on. When we went to unlock the front door with the keys we had been given, we found that it would not open easily. It was not just a stiff lock or a stuck latch. It felt as if someone was pushing on the other side of the door, resisting us, trying to keep us from coming in. We had to push harder than seemed normal to finally get the door open. At the time, I half joked in my head that maybe the house did not want us there. Later, I wondered if that feeling had been more than just a figure of speech. The people who had lived there before us had moved far away, and we did not have any way to contact them easily. I often wished I could ask them if they had experienced anything strange in that house, if their children had trouble sleeping, if their animals had behaved oddly, if they had ever seen a man in old clothing in their hallway. But they were gone, and those questions stayed unanswered. Eventually, life took me to yet another house, the one my husband and I built together near Cobden, Ontario. You would think that a brand new house, built with your own plans and work and love, would be free of whatever lingers in old walls. We chose the location, we watched the foundations go in, we picked every window and door and fixture. You assume that if you start fresh, the strange things might stay behind in the old places. But the house we built has its own share of unexplainable things. From early on, I began to notice something odd about the basement. The kids' bedrooms were down there when they still lived at home, and now that they are grown and gone, the rooms are empty. But for a long time, especially when everyone was still living there, I would wake up at night and hear the sound of people arguing in the basement. The voices were not soft or friendly. The tone was clearly angry, the way people sound when they are disagreeing strongly about something. I could not make out the exact words from our bedroom on the second floor, but I could hear enough to know that it was not just the house settling. The pattern of voices, overlapping, rising and falling, sounded exactly like a heated argument. It became so regular that for a long time they would wake me up like clockwork, at around 3 a.m. every night. I would lie there listening, heart pounding, and then I would nudge my husband and ask him if he could hear them too. Every time, he would roll over and mumble something about me being crazy or imagining things. He never heard them. He would go right back to sleep, leaving me lying there, wide awake, listening to the sounds of people who did not seem to exist in our house. Before we had even finished building the house, I had one of the strongest physical sensations of being pushed by something unseen. While the house was still under construction, I had already started a garden on the property. On a Sunday afternoon, we came to have a picnic and check on the progress. At one point I went out to the garden to check for potato bugs on the plants. I was walking along the rows, focused on the leaves in front of me, when I felt a strong shove from behind. It was not a light tap or a simple bump. It was a hard push, enough to knock me down onto my hands and knees in the dirt. I laughed at first, assuming it was my husband playing a joke on me. I turned around, ready to tease him for pushing me, but there was no one there. The space behind me was completely empty. He was still farther away, nowhere near close enough to have touched me. The realization sent a chill through me. Something had pushed me and wanted me to know it. As the house was finished, we built a wraparound porch around it, and we installed large windows on all sides to bring in as much light as possible. It makes the house feel bright and open, but it also means you can easily see movement outside, and if you are inside at night with the lights on, you feel a bit exposed, like people can look in. Many times, especially in the evening, I have been in the house and seen what looks like someone walking past one of the big windows. It is just a quick movement, the suggestion of a figure, enough to make you think someone is outside. I would ask my husband to go out and check, and at first he would. He would open the door, step out into the yard, and walk around the house, looking for whoever I thought I saw. He never found anyone. There were no people around, no neighbors coming up, no one passing by. After a while, he got tired of humoring me. Now when I say, "I just saw someone go past the window," he refuses to go look anymore, because in his mind there is never anyone there. One night about a month ago, something happened that even he could not completely brush aside. In the middle of the night, we were both asleep when a huge bang sounded inside the house. It was loud enough to jolt both of us awake at the same time. My heart was racing, and when I looked at him, I could see that his eyes were wide, and he was breathing fast. "Did you hear that?" he panted. I said yes, and he whispered that it sounded like someone was downstairs. The fear in his voice told me that this time, it was not just my imagination. He got out of bed and went downstairs to check, moving cautiously and listening for any sign of an intruder. When he came back up, he said there was no one there, nothing out of place, no broken objects, no sign of where the noise had come from. The next morning, we checked outside. There were no footprints or tire tracks in the fresh snow on our driveway. Whatever had made that bang had been inside the house, but there was no obvious explanation for it. For a long time now, I have had a feeling of panic whenever I go down into the basement, even though my rational mind tells me there is nothing to fear. The kids' old bedrooms are down there, now mostly empty, and the laundry room is around the corner. As I come down the stairs and round that corner toward the laundry room, there have been times when I have seen, or thought I have seen, shadows dart across the hallway in front of me. It is not like seeing a solid figure. It is more like a quick, dark motion, the suggestion of someone moving from one side to the other, just out of the corner of my eye. Each time it happens, my heart jumps into my throat, and my first instinct is to stop or run back up the stairs. Instead, I force myself to keep walking, reminding myself that if I give in and run every time, I will never feel at ease in my own home. Even when I do not see anything, the feeling down there is heavy. The air sometimes feels thicker in the basement hallway, and my body responds to it before my mind has time to think. My heart starts beating faster, my skin prickles, and every sound seems louder. I will catch myself pausing at the top of the stairs, taking a breath, and then making myself walk down, pretending that I am not bothered. I try to ignore the flickers of movement, the strange noises, the familiar sense that arguments are happening in the basement at 3 in the morning. But ignoring does not erase the feeling. It only teaches me to live with it. Looking back over the years, from the moment I saw my mother on the swing set, to my grandfather with his glowing ring, to the footsteps on the farmhouse stairs, the taps that turned themselves on, the handprint in the frost, the man in old clothes in the hallway, the arguing voices in the basement, the invisible shove in the garden, the shadows by my windows, and the loud bang in the middle of the night. It feels like my life has always had one foot in the normal world and one foot in something else. I have learned to keep moving, to raise children, to work, to build homes, all while carrying these memories that do not fit neatly into any ordinary explanation. I do not always talk about them, and when I do, I know some people think I am exaggerating or imagining things. But for me, these moments are as real as any other memory. They are woven into my story, into my family, into every house I have lived in, and even now, when I walk through my current home, I cannot shake the feeling that I am not always walking alone. When my parents decided we needed a bigger place, it was because my youngest sister had just been born and our old house felt cramped and crowded all the time. My mom had her hands full with a newborn and 2 other kids, and my dad was working a lot, so when they found a big old farmhouse for a decent price, it seemed like the perfect answer. There was lots of space, a big yard, and enough room so that, for the first time, every one of us could have our own bedroom. To them it looked like a fresh start. To us kids, it felt exciting, almost like moving into a storybook house. At first, none of us thought anything about how old it was. If anything, that made it feel kind of special. From the moment we moved in, there was this sense of novelty. The house had 2 floors, a steep staircase, creaky wooden steps, and even a little sitting room upstairs that my sisters and I thought of as our own lounge. We had never had anything like that before. We could spread out our toys, read books, and play games up there without being in the way of the adults. I remember running through the empty rooms the first day, choosing our bedrooms like we were picking out spots in a castle. The walls smelled faintly of dust and old wood, the way really old houses do, but we barely noticed. We were just happy to finally have more space. My mom, though, was still recovering from having my baby sister. She was tired a lot, and she moved more slowly than she used to. Because of that, she spent most of her time on the main floor during the day. The kitchen, living room, and her bedroom were all downstairs, so she rarely had a reason to go up unless she needed to check on one of us. For the first few weeks, things were normal. We were busy unpacking boxes, hanging curtains, putting furniture in place, and getting used to where everything was. If there were strange little creaks or odd sounds, we brushed them off as the house settling or just being old. None of us felt particularly scared or uneasy. It was just a new home we were all trying to get used to. That changed about a month after we moved in. It was just a regular day. I don't remember exactly what we were doing, only that my mom needed to go upstairs to check on something or someone. Maybe she heard one of us calling, or maybe she wanted to see what we were up to. Whatever the reason, she got up and headed toward the stairs. I was nearby, close enough to see her as she started to climb. As she reached the top of the staircase, I suddenly got this horrible feeling in my stomach, like a heavy warning dropping down out of nowhere. It was one of those strange instincts you get sometimes, when you know something bad is about to happen but you don't know what. The next thing I saw is still clear in my mind. My mom was standing at the very top of the stairs, and then, in a way that didn't look like her simply tripping or losing her balance, it looked like someone shoved her. There was no one behind her, no one near her, but her body lurched forward as if she had been pushed. She fell down the stairs hard. She didn't just slip down a couple of steps. She hit nearly every single one on the way down. I remember screaming, or maybe my sisters screamed, or maybe all of us did. The sound of her body hitting the wood over and over was terrible, and for a moment, everything felt slow and unreal, like time had thickened around us. When she finally reached the bottom, she lay there, stunned and hurt. She was groaning in pain, and I could see that she was trying to move but couldn't really manage it. We were too young to know what to do. All we could do was hover near her and cry. Luckily, my dad came home about 3 minutes later. The timing still feels oddly perfect, almost like something wanted him to arrive just then. He walked into the house expecting an ordinary scene and instead found his wife at the bottom of the stairs, injured and shaken, with kids in a panic around her. He rushed over, checked her, and realized she needed to go to the hospital. He got her into the car and drove her over, leaving us with someone, or maybe just telling us to stay put. I remember feeling scared and shaken, but at that age I didn't fully grasp how serious it could have been. All I knew was that it had looked wrong. It hadn't looked like an ordinary fall. It had looked like something, or someone, had pushed her. You might think that after something like that we would have packed up and moved right back out, but life doesn't always work that way. People tell themselves things to make scary events feel smaller. My parents talked about how old the house was, how the stairs were steep, how my mom was still tired and weak from having the baby. They called it an accident, and in some ways, it made sense to think of it that way. It was easier to accept than the idea that the house might be dangerous in a way we couldn't see. So we stayed. We carried on. But that fall was not the last strange thing that happened there. About 5 months later, my dad had to have minor surgery. It wasn't a big, life-threatening operation, but it was serious enough that the doctors gave him instructions to stay awake for 48 hours before it. I don't know all the medical reasons for that, but I do know it meant he couldn't sleep, and my mom didn't want him trying to stay awake alone. So my cousin came over to keep him company and help him stay awake. It was supposed to be one of those long, slightly boring nights where you drink coffee, watch TV, and talk until your eyes burn. At some point that night, my dad decided he wanted to take a hot shower to feel more awake and clean himself up. He went upstairs to the bathroom and turned on the water. The sound of the shower running drifted down through the house, and everything seemed normal. My cousin was downstairs, keeping himself occupied while my dad was washing. He was in the living room where he could see the staircase clearly. 10 minutes or so went by, and then my cousin saw something that frightened him enough that he never wanted to stay overnight in that house again. He said he saw a shadow coming down the stairs. He thought it was my dad, maybe coming down in a towel or just on his way to grab something. The figure on the stairs was tall and shaped like a person, dark against the dim light. My cousin, thinking it really was my dad, called out and asked why he was just standing there on the stairs. He expected an answer, something casual and ordinary. But the shadow didn't respond. It just stood there, and then, as he watched, he realized something was wrong. The sound of the shower was still going upstairs. He called out to my dad again, louder this time, but got no answer. Confused and unsettled, he went closer to the staircase and looked up. The shadow he thought he had seen seemed gone or faded. After a minute, my dad came down the stairs for real, fresh from the shower, and when my cousin asked him why he had been standing there silently before, my dad had no idea what he was talking about. He told him he had been in the shower the whole time, and had not come out once. That was enough for my cousin. After that night, he refused to stay over at our house ever again. He was not the type to scare easily, and he had no reason to lie. Knowing that he was genuinely spooked made it all feel even more real. The story did not stop there. Not long after that, it became my turn to see something that didn't make sense. At the time, I was around 8 years old. People might say that kids at that age imagine things, that we dream with our eyes open and get confused between fantasy and reality. But I was not that kind of child. I was pretty grounded, not a constant daydreamer, and I didn't go around making up wild stories. So when I say I saw what I saw, I mean it. One morning, I woke up early to go to the washroom. It was around 6 in the morning, which was only about an hour earlier than I usually got up, so it wasn't like I was half asleep or confused about the time. The house was quiet, that strange, cold kind of quiet you get early in the morning before the day begins. I went to the bathroom, did what I needed to do, and then stepped out into the hallway. As I came out, I saw a woman in a white nightgown going down the stairs. She was moving calmly, not rushing. At that moment, I wasn't scared at all, because it didn't even occur to me that it was anything strange. I assumed it was my mother. The white nightie looked like something she might wear. It was early, and it made sense to think she was just going downstairs for some reason. Without thinking, I started to follow her. I walked down the stairs behind her, step by step, watching her path. She went all the way down to the main floor and then into the kitchen. I followed at a normal pace, expecting to see her there making coffee or preparing something for the day. But when I walked into the kitchen, she was gone. The room was completely empty. There was no one there at all. It was so sudden and strange that I stopped where I was and said out loud, "Mom, where did you go?" Her voice answered me, but not from the kitchen. She shouted from the top of the stairs, telling me to get back upstairs. Her voice sounded normal and a little annoyed, the way a parent sounds when they find you wandering around too early. I turned and looked up, and there she was, standing at the top of the staircase in her room clothes, clearly just having gotten out of bed. She had not come downstairs at all. Shock went through me. I went back up the stairs, feeling confused and uneasy. When I reached the top, I asked her how she had managed to get back upstairs so fast. I tried to explain that I had just seen her going down into the kitchen. As I told her what I had seen, her face went white. The color drained from her cheeks, and I could tell she was really scared, not just pretending. She grabbed me and my sisters and pulled us all into her bedroom, as if she wanted to get us away from the rest of the house. She told us to stay there and sent my dad down to check things out. He went downstairs, looked around, and was gone for about 20 minutes. When he finally came back up, he said everything was normal. All the doors were still locked. There were no signs of anyone having gotten in or out. He hadn't seen anyone or anything out of place. But that didn't make the feeling go away. My mom knew she hadn't gone downstairs, and I knew I had followed someone who looked just like her into an empty kitchen. That moment stuck with me and still does. Even after that, things kept happening. The house seemed determined not to let us forget that something was wrong there. About a year later, I had another experience that could have turned into something far worse than a scare. By then, I was in the habit of getting ready for bed in my own room, which was something I had been excited about when we first moved in. I had a simple routine. I would change into my pajamas, leave my clothes from the day on the floor next to my bed, and then turn on my nightlight. I want to be clear about the nightlight, because it is important. It wasn't there because I was afraid of the dark. That wasn't the issue. It was there because my room had no main ceiling light. The nightlight was the only light in the room once evening came. It was the kind with a little cover over it to dim the brightness, because without the cover, it was too bright for me to sleep comfortably. I needed a bit of light, but not a glaring one. One night, I went through my usual routine, left my clothes neatly in a pile beside my bed, turned on the nightlight with its cover still in place, and went to sleep. Sometime around 5 in the morning, I woke up. At first, I thought it was just one of those moments where you wake for no reason and then drift off again. But something was wrong. I realized I was having trouble breathing. The air felt thick and hot, and my chest felt tight. I sat up and looked around the room, trying to figure out what was going on. That's when I saw it. The wall where the nightlight was plugged in was on fire. Flames were crawling up the wall from the outlet, and the area around it. My pants from the day before were lying over top of the nightlight, and it looked like they were what had started the fire. The flames were licking at the fabric, and the room was filling slowly with heat and smoke. Panic hit me in a rush. I didn't stop to think. I jumped out of bed and ran straight into my parents' room. I woke them up and told them the wall in my room was on fire. My dad reacted immediately. He grabbed the fire extinguisher and ran into my room. He was able to put out the fire before it spread too far, which is something I am very grateful for. If I had not woken up when I did, or if I had been too scared to move, it could have been much worse. The fire might have spread through the wall, through the house, and none of us might have made it out in time. Once the fire was out and the danger had passed, my parents turned their anger and fear toward me. They scolded me for throwing my pants across the room. In their minds, the only way my pants could have ended up on top of the nightlight was if I had tossed them there carelessly. They told me I should never do that again, that it was dangerous and stupid. I tried to tell them I hadn't done it. I was sure I had left all my clothes neatly by the side of my bed, like I always did. At first, they did not believe me. They were too shaken and upset. But then my mom went back into my room to look around more closely. That's when she noticed something that made her stop. My shirt, my socks, and my underwear were still lying beside my bed, exactly where I had left them the night before. Only my pants had somehow moved across the room and ended up draped over the nightlight. On top of that, the little shade that normally covered the nightlight was on the floor, not attached anymore. It had been taken off or knocked off somehow before the pants ended up over the bare bulb. There was no reasonable way for all of that to have happened on its own. The realization sank in slowly. I had not thrown my pants across the room. I had not taken the cover off the light. Something else had interfered with that nightlight and those clothes. Something had tried to start a fire in my room while I was asleep. And if that was true, then what had happened to my mother on the stairs might not have been an accident either. Suddenly, all the little things that had been happening in the house felt darker and more dangerous, not just strange. We moved out of that house a few months later. I can't say it was only because of those events, because families often have more than one reason for moving. There were personal reasons too, other things going on in our lives. But the fire in my room was a turning point. It was the moment when my parents could no longer explain everything away as imagination, clumsiness, or the quirks of an old building. Something felt wrong there, and staying any longer did not seem worth the risk. Time passed. Life went on. We moved to a different place, and eventually, I left that town for a while. But that farmhouse never really left my mind. For all its space and possibilities, it had never felt like a safe home. Years later, about 5 years after we had moved away, I went back to that town, which was and still is my hometown. Out of a mix of curiosity and old habit, I decided to go see the farmhouse again, just to look at it from the road and remember. When I got there, I saw that the house was gone. It had burned down. I managed to talk to the fire marshal who had investigated the fire. I asked him what had happened, what they thought the cause was. He told me they believed it might have been faulty wiring. Old houses often have bad wiring hidden behind their walls, and electrical fires are not rare. But then he added that their findings were inconclusive. There was no definite answer. It could have been the wiring, or it could have been something else. They could not say for sure. Standing there, listening to him, I felt a chill go through me. I thought about my mother being pushed down the stairs, my cousin seeing a shadow when my dad was still in the shower, the woman in white that I had followed into an empty kitchen, my pants mysteriously moving across the room to start a fire, and now the entire house having burned down with no clear cause. People can call it coincidence, or bad luck, or imagination. But to me, it feels like that farmhouse had something in it that never wanted us there. Something that might still be angry long after the building itself has turned to ashes. When me and a few friends first moved into that house in Hamilton, it didn't feel like a fresh start. It felt heavy from day one. We had rented the main floor from a slumlord, along with the basement and the backyard. It was in a rough part of town, on Hillard Street, number 54 if I remember right. The place had that tired look old houses get when no one really cares for them anymore. Peeling paint, creaky floors, doors that didn't quite close right, that faint smell of dust and damp you never really get rid of. But we were young, broke, and needed somewhere to live, so we took it. At first, we tried to joke about the state of the place. We called it charming, and vintage, and all kinds of things that made us feel better about the fact that it was cheap and kind of falling apart. But there was one thing we didn't joke about, even at the beginning. From the first day we moved in, you could feel something watching. I don't mean that in a dramatic, horror movie way. It wasn't like some icy hand on the back of your neck or a voice whispering in your ear. It was more like the feeling you get when you know someone's eyes are on you, even if you don't see them. You'd be walking down the hallway, or standing in the kitchen, or sitting on the couch alone at night, and you would just know you weren't really alone. It wasn't exactly threatening, at least not at first. It was just there, steady and constant, like the house itself was paying attention. On top of that, we didn't have the whole house right away. At first we only had the main floor and the basement. The upstairs, the second and top floors, were rented by some friends of ours. It was weird, knowing your friends were living just above your head in the same old house. We'd hang out back and forth sometimes, but mostly we kind of kept to our own spaces. After a while, though, their money situation got bad and they had to move out. They packed up and left, and for a little while that upper part of the house was empty. But there was this one guy who'd been staying with them, just kind of crashing on their couch like lots of people do in their 20s. He didn't really have anywhere else to go, and when we decided to take over the upstairs as well, he just kind of floated along with the change. He stayed on the couch again, only now it was in our place rather than theirs. We worked it out with the slumlord so we could rent the upstairs too, and we removed the divider door that had separated the units. Once that door was gone, the house stopped being two separate apartments and became one big, old, creaky structure again. Top to bottom, from the attic to the basement, it was all ours. That's when things started to change. The guy on the couch was often alone in the house during the day. The rest of us were either at work, out with other friends, or just busy doing our own things. He'd sit in the living room, half watching TV, half dozing off, and half just drifting through the day the way only a couch surfer can. One afternoon, when it was only him in the house, he told us later that he started hearing footsteps above his head. These weren't the kind of noises you blamed on the house settling, or the wind. He described them as clear, steady steps, like someone walking back and forth in a room directly above him. And the room directly above him, now that we had the whole house, was the room that would become mine. He said it happened more than once. He'd be sitting there, fully aware he was alone, and hear the footsteps upstairs. Not faint, not distant, right above, like someone pacing in my room. When he told me, I remember shrugging it off. He could have been trying to freak me out, or maybe he was just bored and wanted something interesting to talk about. I didn't call him a liar, but I didn't exactly believe him either. I laughed it off and told him it was probably the house shifting, old pipes, or his imagination. Funny thing is, when I finally started sleeping in that top floor room, nothing really happened to me up there. I didn't hear footsteps. I didn't see anything. I didn't wake up to shadowy figures or cold spots. The only thing that stayed the same was that feeling of being watched. It followed me from the main floor to the top floor, like the air itself had eyes. The main floor, though, that was where most of our lives happened. One of our friends officially lived there, in the sense that his stuff was there, and his name was on the lease. But in reality it was kind of a party zone. People came and went constantly. Friends would drop by, stay for hours, crash on the couch, raid the fridge, stumble out at odd hours, and show up again the next day. Sometimes there'd be so many people drifting around that it felt more like a shared hangout than a home. Because of that, when we had too many bodies and not enough beds, or when someone was too tired or too drunk to head up all the stairs, we'd crash downstairs, sharing whatever space we could find. The basement was part of what we were renting too, but it had its own strange vibe. The walls were covered with what we thought was old lead paint, peeling off in curled strips like dead skin. It smelled faintly of damp and something metallic. None of us really wanted to spend time down there. It felt forgotten and neglected, like the kind of place you don't go unless you have to. We didn't use it for much beyond storage and sometimes, if the main floor was too crowded, sleeping. Even the basement wasn't just empty though. There was an old spring mattress down there on a simple wooden frame. The kind of thing that made loud metal noises when you sat on it, and had probably been around since before any of us were born. The guy who lived there before us, also a friend, once told us that a woman had died on that mattress. He said it like he was half joking, half serious, in that way people use when they don't want to admit something scares them. We teased him a bit when he said it, asking questions, trying to get details. He never really gave any. He just kept repeating that a woman had died on that bed. I don't know why, but instead of avoiding that mattress, I decided one night I was going to sleep on it. It was one of those late nights where everyone was too wiped out to go home, and there were more bodies than furniture. I had a lady friend with me that night, and the basement room with the mattress seemed like the best option for privacy. 3 of our friends were also down there, and ended up sleeping on the floor in the same room. It wasn't a huge room, but we squeezed in. The mattress was pushed into one corner, the others were stretched out on blankets and old cushions on the floor near us. The air was cool and a little musty, and the only light was what leaked in from wherever someone had left a lamp or hallway bulb on upstairs. We lay there in the dark, everyone still awake for a while, talking in low voices. The kind of soft, tired conversation that starts wandering when your brain is half in sleep mode. It didn't take long for the topic of the house's weird feeling to come up. Someone mentioned the sense of being watched. Someone else brought up the footsteps. We weren't joking loudly this time. The tone was quiet and serious, like we were finally admitting the things we all felt but hadn't really wanted to say out loud. Then it happened. One of my friends, lying on the floor, suddenly spoke up in a tense, scared voice. "Look," he said, and there was something in his tone that made all of us pay attention instantly. This wasn't a joking voice. This was a voice that sounded genuinely afraid. At almost the exact same time, another friend, who was looking in the same direction, made a similar sound of alarm. Neither of them was putting it on. You can tell when someone is acting scared for fun, and when real fear hits them. This was real fear. All of us turned our heads and followed their gaze. We were in what used to be the dining room of the basement area, which was attached to the living room by a big, open archway, one of those wide old openings houses used to have instead of doors. We looked up toward the top corner of the back ceiling where the dining room flowed into the living room. There, slowly drifting in, was something I will never forget. It was a black, cloudy mass, like a dark fog with weight to it. It wasn't smoke exactly, but that's the closest thing I can compare it to. It was darker than the shadows around it, an actual shape moving in the air. It drifted in from the dining room and into the living room corner, sliding along the ceiling, slow but steady. As we watched, it seemed to gather more of itself, collecting mass as it moved, as if it was pulling in the darkness around it, and getting thicker and heavier. It stopped its forward motion right in the upper corner of the living room, near where the wall met the ceiling, but even when it stopped moving forward, it wasn't still. It kind of churned and swirled, like storm clouds crowded into a small space. All 4 of us were staring at it, eyes wide, hearts pounding. You could almost feel all of our dread hanging in the room like another presence. No one tried to be funny. No one tried to explain it away. We all saw the same thing at the same time. We started talking over each other, swearing, whispering, saying things like, "What the hell is that?" And, "Do you see that? Are you seeing that?" It was clear we all were. Then, just as slowly as it had appeared, it started to fade. It didn't vanish in a quick flicker. It pulled back, not in distance, but in density. It became thinner, lighter, as if it were dissolving into the air. The swirling slowed, the edges got softer, and it steadily declined until there was nothing left but the regular darkness of the ceiling. The physical space where it had been was now empty again, but the feeling in the room was not. By then, we were all freaking out. Instinct kicked in. We looked around for anything we could use to defend ourselves. It sounds ridiculous now. What were we going to do? Swing a chair at a cloud? But when you're in that moment, the fight or flight reaction doesn't care about logic. We grabbed whatever large objects we could reach, holding them like weapons while staring at that corner, waiting to see if the dark mass would come back. It didn't. At least not there. I was still on the mattress with my lady friend, propped up on one elbow, trying to process what I'd just seen, when something else caught my eye. Out of the corner of my vision, I saw a small shimmer of light coming up through the floor vent from the basement below. It was quick, like a flicker, and then gone. At first I thought it must be something normal. Maybe someone's phone screen lit up for a second. Maybe there was a stray light on downstairs we hadn't noticed. I decided to ignore it. We already had enough to be scared about. But then I saw it again, a brief flash of light, rising from the vent and then disappearing. This time I couldn't let it go. I asked the others if they had seen it. Turns out they had. They just didn't mention it at first because they thought it was nothing, or they didn't want to add to the fear. They said they thought it was a reflection or somebody's phone. But now, hearing that we were all seeing the same thing again, it became harder to shrug off. The basement, as I said, we hardly ever used. It was neglected, with that peeling paint and a feeling like it had been left alone for years. We'd go down only when we had to. There were no blue-tinted bulbs or odd lights down there. Just a couple of old, regular light fixtures, the kind you pull on a chain to turn on. The thing was, the house was so old and badly maintained that when the basement lights were on, you could see the glow through the floor vents from upstairs. The light would shine through in a dull way, showing where it was coming from. The light we were seeing this night wasn't like that. It was small and sharp, almost bluish. It didn't fill the vent. It flickered up and then vanished, like its own little thing, not matching the way the basement lights usually looked when they were left on by mistake. And now it wasn't just one vent. After that, we started noticing the same kind of shimmer appearing in other vents too. It was like something small and bright was moving underneath the floor, popping up here and there just long enough to say, "I'm still here." We finally decided we couldn't just sit there guessing. We had to see what was going on downstairs. So we went to investigate. We moved carefully, all of us still on edge from the dark mass we'd seen on the ceiling. The stairs down to the basement creaked under our feet. The air got colder as we descended, that damp, old house smell getting stronger. When we reached the bottom, we saw something that didn't make us feel any better. All the basement lights were on. Every single one of them, blazing away, throwing sharp shadows across the walls and floor. The thing was, we hadn't turned them on. None of us used the basement that day or that night. Those lights were always switched off unless someone went down there for a specific reason. And we were absolutely sure no one had. The door to the basement had been closed. We had all been together upstairs. Yet here we were, standing in a basement that looked like someone had walked through and flipped all the switches. We looked around for a source of the small bluish light we'd seen through the vents. There wasn't anything. No open phone screens, no flashlights, no strange devices plugged into outlets. Just bare bulbs, peeling walls, and cobwebs. The feeling of being unwelcome there was so strong that none of us wanted to stay longer than it took to confirm there was no obvious explanation. We shut off the lights, one by one, and headed back upstairs, more uneasy than before. You'd think that would have been enough for one night. But the house wasn't done with us yet. Back in the basement room with the mattress, eventually everyone started to settle again. The adrenaline wore off just enough for exhaustion to take over. One by one, my friends on the floor drifted off. You could hear their breathing change as they went into deeper sleep. My lady friend next to me curled into a tight fetal position, facing me, and her breathing became slow and steady too. The room was dark, but my eyes were fully adjusted, so I could see the shapes of everyone clearly. I lay there in that half-sleep state, the place between awake and dreaming, where your thoughts start drifting but you're still aware of your body and your surroundings. My mind was still replaying what we had seen, the black cloud in the corner, the blue light in the vents, the basement lights we knew we hadn't turned on. I tried to distract myself by staring at random points on the ceiling, following cracks and shadows with my eyes. I was fully aware that the closest person to the mattress, on the floor, was at least 7 feet away. I'd watched him settle there, limbs spread the way people do when they pass out tired. He was out cold. The others were even farther away. The room was so quiet that I could hear the soft hum of some appliance in another part of the house, and the occasional car passing by outside. Then I felt it. The corner of the mattress, the corner nearest the empty space, suddenly dipped down hard, as if something heavy had pressed into it. It wasn't a small, gradual sinking like when someone sits down gently. It was a sharp, forceful push, the kind of sag you get if a very heavy person tries to sit down but misjudges their balance and half falls onto the bed, catching themselves at the last second. Or like something had jumped onto that corner with weight and intensity. The springs groaned under the pressure. I felt the mattress tilt enough that my body shifted with it. It wasn't subtle. It wasn't the kind of thing you could blame on someone turning over next to you. My lady friend hadn't moved at all. She was still curled up tight, breathing steadily against me, totally unaware. Whatever was pushing down on that mattress was on the other side, near the corner, where no one was. I reacted instantly. I sat straight up, heart hammering in my chest, eyes scanning the room. Because my eyes were already adjusted, I could see everyone. All the people on the floor were in the exact same positions they had been in before. No one was propped up on an elbow. No one was sneaking over to mess with the bed. My lady friend hadn't even twitched. The room was still, except for my sudden movement. I looked down at the mattress itself, at the corner where I had felt the weight. There was no impression left that I could see, no visible shape. But the feeling of that moment, the force of it, still hung in the air. My brain scrambled for explanations. Maybe some animal had gotten inside the mattress. A raccoon, a possum, something heavy enough to shift the bed from inside. The thought made my skin crawl, but it was at least something physical I could grab onto. I leaned over, peeled back the top sheet covering the mattress and felt along the edges, checking for holes or movement, or any sign that something alive was in there. Nothing. No scratching, no rustling, no lumps that moved under my hand. Just an old, creaky mattress on a wooden frame. I sat back up slowly, every nerve awake and buzzing, and looked around again. Everyone still seemed to be sleeping peacefully, as if nothing had happened. But I knew something had. That house on Hillard Street was never just an old rental in a bad part of town. From the moment we stepped inside, something about it watched us, moved around us, pressed into our space. Sometimes it showed itself as a dark cloud collecting in the corner of the ceiling. Sometimes it was a strange shimmering light rising through a vent. Sometimes it was all the basement lights turning on when no one went downstairs. And sometimes it was the unmistakable weight of something invisible sinking the corner of a mattress where a woman was said to have died. Maybe someone else could live there and laugh it all off. Maybe someone more practical would chalk it up to stress, imagination, and an old house full of drafts and bad wiring. All I know is what I saw, what I heard, and what I felt. And in that house, on that mattress, in that basement, I felt something that wasn't any of us, and wasn't gone just because we couldn't see it. At night, when the house is quiet and my parents are asleep, it feels like the whole world shrinks down to just me, the dark rooms, and whatever else is here that no one wants to talk about. I have had many strange things happen to me during those late hours, things I cannot explain in any normal way. My parents know almost nothing about it. I have never sat them down and told them everything I have seen and felt, partly because I don't know how to say it without sounding crazy, and partly because deep down I know they would just brush it off. To them, things have simple causes: misplacement, bad wiring, imagination. To me, it no longer feels that simple. Whatever is in this house with me is changing. What started as small, harmless tricks is now turning into something more aggressive, something that feels less like play and more like a warning. In the beginning, it almost felt like someone with a sense of humor had moved in with us, someone invisible, someone who liked to mess with me and then pretend nothing happened. The first thing I remember clearly is what happened with my DVDs. I used to keep them in neat rows on a shelf in my room. I knew exactly which case was where, because I am the kind of person who always remembers those little details. One day I walked in, went to get a particular movie, and saw that more than one case was missing. At first I thought maybe I had left them in the basement near the TV or forgotten them in the living room. That would have made sense. But I searched everywhere I could think of and they were just gone. Not in the DVD player, not on the coffee table, not under the sofa, not even lost somewhere between the couch cushions. I remember walking around the house, checking all the usual spots, feeling more and more annoyed and confused. They just weren't there. The next day, when I went back to my room, those exact same DVDs were back on the shelf, standing in their usual place like they had never moved at all. The cases were straight, the order was normal, and nothing looked touched. I know that sounds small, but when you know something is missing and then it returns perfectly like that, it does something strange to your mind. You question yourself. You wonder if you imagined the whole thing. You tell yourself maybe you were tired, maybe your eyes skimmed past them, maybe you were distracted. The thing is, my parents noticed that the DVDs had been missing too. They had actually asked me where some of them were when we went to watch a movie and couldn't find one of our favorites. Then, the next day, everything was back and they just shrugged. To them it was no big deal. They figured someone had just put them back without remembering. They certainly didn't think of ghosts or spirits. For me, however, it was the first time I felt that something unseen was moving around our things and watching our reactions. It was as if something wanted us to notice, but only a little. As if it was testing the waters. At that stage it felt mischievous, like a child sneaking things away and putting them back before getting caught. No one got hurt. Nothing broke. It was just confusing and unsettling in a quiet way, and I tried to let it go. I tried to tell myself there was a normal explanation. But that was just the start. Most of my experiences happen at night, especially on the weekends when I stay up late. I usually go down to the basement after my parents have gone to bed. The basement is where the TV and video games are, and it is kind of my own space after a certain hour. I sit on the old couch with a controller in my hands, the screen glowing in front of me, the rest of the room half lit by whatever game I am playing. Above me, the rest of the house is dark and still. At least, it should be still. But that isn't always how it feels. On those late nights, when my parents are definitely asleep, I often hear footsteps coming from the top floor. Not a single creak, but actual footsteps, one after another, moving across the rooms where no one should be walking. The sound travels through the ceiling and down through the floors. It's a very specific sound, the kind you know right away. The weight of someone walking, the boards giving a little, a rhythm that feels too regular and heavy to be just the normal settling of a house. Sometimes it sounds like the pace is slow, like someone is pacing back and forth across one area, turning around at the same point, then walking back. Other times it sounds like someone is going from one side of the floor to the other, from one room to another room. Whatever or whoever it is, it never comes down the stairs when I am there. It stays above me, like it is listening to me the way I am listening to it. I tell myself that maybe one of my parents woke up, went to the bathroom, or got up to get a glass of water. That's always the first idea that comes to mind. But then I remember that their room is on a different floor than where the footsteps are, and I know the difference between the sound of one of them walking and that strange walking above me. Besides, these footsteps go on longer than any quick trip to the bathroom. They keep going even after I pause my game and sit perfectly still, holding my breath, waiting. I don't like leaving the basement to check when it's happening, especially not alone and especially not in the dark. So I just sit there, pretending to focus on the game, while part of my mind is tracking every sound above my head. Sometimes I wonder if whatever is up there is annoyed that I'm awake and in the basement, like it wants the whole house to itself for the night. I don't really know what it thinks or feels, of course, but it doesn't seem happy that I am awake so late. But I don't stop. I keep playing. My video games are my escape and my habit, and I cling to normal things even when strange things are happening around me. The basement itself has its own strange moments too. There is a model plane hanging from the ceiling, a decorative thing someone wired to move. It is supposed to spin or turn when you turn on the power. Without the power, it just hangs there, still and harmless. At least that's how it's supposed to work. Most of the time, that is exactly what happens. But every once in a while, when I am alone down there, the plane moves on its own. It usually starts so quietly that if you are not paying attention, you might miss the first small swing. It will rock just a little, like something has nudged it or a tiny breeze has brushed against it. There are no windows open in the basement. There is no fan blowing at it. The air is closed and still. but the plane will begin to sway a bit, so slowly that at first you think maybe you imagined it. Then, if you keep watching, it moves more and more, the motion growing stronger, the swing going wider, like an invisible hand has started it, and then pushed it harder. When that happens, my skin prickles and I feel that tight, cold feeling in my chest that comes with fear. I know it cannot be air, and I know I did not touch the string. It feels like a clear sign that something is not right, that something is sharing that space with me and wants me to know. More and more often, I find myself sitting down there at night, listening to the footsteps above, watching that model plane and trying not to stare too long at the corners, because the corners of rooms at night are where your imagination fills in the shadows. Except I'm not always sure it is only my imagination. I sometimes see shadow figures at random times, mostly when my parents are away or at night when they are asleep. The shapes appear near doorways or in the hallway, dark and more solid than regular shadows. They do not look like the shadow of an object, like a lamp or a chair. They are shaped like people, tall and vague, without clear features. Sometimes I turn my head too quickly and they are gone before my eyes fully focus on them. Other times I catch them in the corner of my vision, standing still, then gone. It is hard to explain the exact way these shadow figures look without making them sound like tricks of the light, but they do not feel like that to me. They feel like someone standing just out of reach. The air around them seems heavier. I never see them when my parents are right next to me. It is always when I am alone in a room, or when they are out of the house. That makes it feel more personal, like whoever or whatever it is chooses to show itself when I am the only one who will notice. For a long time, all of these things together gave me the sense that something unseen lived alongside us. But for the most part, nothing actually touched me. It watched, it moved things, it made sounds, and it seemed to test the limits of what it could do without crossing a certain line. That changed one night when I was on my way to bed. Usually, when I finish my games or whatever I am doing in the basement, I turn on the lights, walk quickly to the stairs, and go up with a kind of urgent speed. I think a lot of people do that. We act normal when the lights are on, but when the lights go off behind us and we are halfway up the stairs, something inside of us wants us to move faster, just in case. Most nights, I flick off the basement lights and then almost jog up the stairs, not wanting to be in the dark for too long. This time, it was different. I had finished what I was doing, turned everything off, and started up the stairs in the dark, which was already strange for me. I don't know why I didn't turn the lights on first or take the steps quickly like usual. For some reason, I walked slowly this time, climbing each step one by one. The feeling around me was thick and heavy. The darkness seemed closer than usual, pressing in on the sides of the stairwell. I became very aware of the sound of my own footsteps on the stairs, and the sound of my breathing. I was about halfway up, maybe a little more, when it happened. I suddenly felt something grab my hair. It was not a gentle brush or a light touch. It was a clear, sharp tug that pulled my head to the side. The force was enough that my neck twisted with it, and I had to reach up in shock. For a split second, it felt exactly like fingers twisting in my hair, tightening and yanking. No one else was on the stairs. There was no loose nail, no low branch, nothing hanging from the ceiling that my hair could have caught on. It was just me and the empty staircase. My heart jumped into my throat and I froze right there, one foot on a step, one hand halfway raised, caught between running and turning around. The feeling of those unseen fingers tugging at my hair stayed with me even after the pressure was gone. My scalp tingled where the pull had been. I stood there for a moment, holding my breath, then rushed up the rest of the stairs faster than ever before. When I reached the top and opened the door, I flicked on every light I could reach. I tried to tell myself that I must have walked too close to the wall or the railing and somehow caught my hair, but I knew deep down that the angle and strength of that pull did not match that explanation. After that, I started to feel like whatever was in the house was no longer just playing. It had crossed from moving objects and walking above me to touching me directly. The more I thought about it, the more I began to notice that its behavior was changing in other ways too. I still heard the footsteps. I still saw the shadows. The model plane still moved on its own sometimes. But there was also the feeling of growing pressure, like it was pushing harder to make its presence known. Then came the scratches. That day started like any other normal day. It was sometime during the day, not late at night. I took a shower, like I always do. Nothing felt strange in the bathroom. There were no weird sounds, no cold spots, nothing obvious. I finished washing, turned off the water, and stepped out. I reached for my towel and dried myself off the way I usually did. When I was done, I took the towel off and happened to look down at my stomach. What I saw made my breath catch. There was a mark going across my stomach. At first I thought it was just a red line from the towel being pressed too hard or from scratching myself without noticing. But as I looked closer, it didn't look like that. It looked like a handprint. The shape was not loose or broken. It had a palm area and what looked like fingers pressed together. The strange thing was that the fingers were not spread out like a normal hand might be if it pressed against you. They were all close together, almost like they were stuck to each other. Only the thumb was set apart enough to stand out. The thumbprint was the clearest part. I could see exactly where it had pressed into my skin. It was as if someone with an odd hand, with fingers fused or bound together, had grabbed or pushed against my stomach. The red marks were sharp and clear, not faint. They looked like they had just appeared, as if whatever had touched me had done so only moments before I stepped out and looked. As I turned to the side to see more, I noticed even more marks. There were scratches on my sides and across my stomach, thin red lines that did not match the pattern of my own nails. Some were angled, some straight, like something had dragged across my skin. Then I twisted around to see my back in the mirror as best as I could, and there I saw a huge scratch going along my back and another strange print that I couldn't clearly identify. It was as if something with claws or very sharp fingers had raked down my back. The skin was not broken open, but the red lines were strong, as if it was one step away from drawing blood. I tried to come up with any normal reason. Maybe I had scratched myself in my sleep before the shower, and the hot water just made them show up more clearly. Maybe I had leaned against something rough earlier and hadn't noticed. Maybe the towel was rough and I had rubbed too hard, though I had used that same towel many times before. But that hand-shaped mark on my stomach, with the thumb so clear and the other fingers almost merged, did not fit any of those excuses. I had never seen my skin marked like that in my life. Standing there, still half wet, looking at those marks in the mirror, I felt more exposed than I ever had. The bathroom, which was always such a normal place, suddenly felt like another space where I was not alone, even when the door was locked. The idea that something I could not see had touched me while I was most vulnerable, while the water was running and I thought I was safe, made the back of my neck go cold. From that moment, it became harder and harder to tell myself that everything was harmless mischief. The DVDs going missing and reappearing, the footsteps at night, the moving plane, the shadow figures passing through rooms when my parents were gone, those things already made me uneasy. But they didn't leave marks on my body. The tug on my hair, the handprint across my stomach, the scratches on my sides and back, these things felt like escalation, like whatever was in the house was growing bolder and less concerned about hiding what it could do. I still have not told my parents the whole story. They saw the missing DVDs, but they didn't see the hair being pulled on the stairs. They didn't hear the footsteps on the top floor when they were asleep. They didn't watch the hanging model plane swing harder and harder on its own. They didn't stand in the bathroom looking at fresh red prints and scratches that came from nowhere. Maybe they would say it's all in my head, that I'm imagining it, that I'm reading too much into things. Maybe it would scare them if they believed me. For now, I carry these events inside myself, watching each new thing that happens, feeling the way the presence in the house shifts from playful to something sharper. Sometimes, late at night, when I am once again in the basement with the TV on and the game controller in my hands, I try to pretend everything is normal. I try to focus on the game and ignore any sounds from above. But the truth is that I am always listening. I am always half waiting for the next step, the next shadow, the next touch on my skin. I can't shake the feeling that whatever is here with me is not finished yet, and that each new mark it leaves is its way of saying, I am real, and I am not going away. My name is Randy. I am 18 years old and I live in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. A while ago my life was normal, or at least I thought it was. I worried about regular things, school, friends, what I was going to do with my future. Ghosts, demons, and strange things in the dark were movie stuff to me, stories people told for fun or to scare each other. If someone else had told me the things I am about to describe, I probably would have smiled politely, nodded a bit, and not really believed them. Now I have a much harder time doing that, because these things have happened to me, in my own home, in my own room, where I am supposed to feel safest. The first thing that changed everything happened one night when I woke up and found something right in front of my face. Even now I struggle to describe what I saw. It was not quite human, not quite animal, and not like anything I had ever seen in a picture or movie. It was one of those things you only know how to fear because your body reacts before your mind understands. For the shortest instant, I saw it there, so close I could have reached out and touched it if I had been able to move. My heart jumped, my stomach dropped, and my whole body tensed. Then it was gone. Just like that. It happened so fast that if it had not hit such a deep fear inside me, I might have convinced myself I had imagined it. But I know I did not. I saw it the way you see something in the road before you slam your brakes, clearly, sharply, and only long enough to know you are in danger. After that, sleep was not simple anymore. I started to keep the lights on at night. For a while I tried to tell myself that I was overreacting, that I was just tired, that people sometimes have half-dreams as they wake up. But all those excuses did not change the feeling inside me, the one that said something had been there, inches away from my face, watching me while I slept. Another time, I woke up and had that same sense of being watched, that prickling on the back of your neck when you know someone's eyes are on you. The room was dark, but my eyes adjusted enough to make out shapes. My bedroom door opens toward the hallway, and across from it is the doorway into the washroom. The light in there was off, so the room was just a deeper square of darkness in the wall. As I lay there, I felt my gaze pulled toward that open doorway. In the blackness of the washroom, I saw a shape. It was almost human in outline, like a person standing just inside the door, but it had no real features, no face, just a darker patch of shadow. It was like a person made of night standing in a dark room. I did not see eyes, or a mouth, or clothes. I only knew that it was there, and that it was looking at me. After that second time, I stopped even trying to sleep in the dark. I started leaving the lights on all the time because I thought if I could see clearly, then maybe these things would not appear. For a while, the bright light gave me a kind of comfort. It made my room feel smaller and safer, like whatever was in the shadows could not reach me as long as I kept the shadows away. But at the same time I was getting tired of pretending nothing was happening. There is only so long you can deny what your own eyes and body are telling you. Every time something happened I told myself it was in my head, that I was losing my mind, that I was imagining it. But the more it happened, the harder that was to believe. One night a few friends were over. We hung out, talked, joked, and did the usual stuff. It was late and I was starting to fall asleep while they were getting ready to leave. As they went out of my room, they turned off the lights and pulled my bedroom door tightly shut behind them. That simple act of closing the door and cutting off the light from the hallway shocked me fully awake. Suddenly I felt very vulnerable, like I had been left alone in a place where I knew something else liked to come around. I lay there in the dark, my eyes open, my breath a little faster than normal. My heart was beating in that way it does when you are on edge but trying to act like you are not. That is when I heard it, right in my ear. A long sound, like a drawn-out breath or sigh, but with a kind of ah at the start. It sounded like someone leaning in close and exhaling deliberately to startle me. It was not like the normal sound of air in a room. It had intention in it, as if whoever or whatever made the sound wanted me to react, wanted to see if it could frighten me. It was so close that I could almost feel the breath on my skin. I should have been terrified, but what came out of me was a laugh. It was not a happy laugh, more like a strange, uncomfortable reaction to being scared and not wanting to admit it. I laughed because in that moment it hit me that either something invisible had just tried to scare me, or I was truly losing my mind. Neither option was comforting. The laugh was my way of saying, "This is crazy," even though deep down I knew it had really happened. That was only one of many things. There have been so many little events now that I cannot even remember them all clearly, they blur together. I can only list the ones that stand out most in my memory. There have been times when I heard scratching on the walls, the kind of sound claws or fingernails might make if they moved back and forth slowly. The sound comes from within the wall, not from something brushing against it from the outside. It is like something trapped between the paint and the bones of the house. There have been noises from inside my cupboard, loud enough to make me look up and listen harder. It sounds like someone is moving things around in there, shifting objects, maybe knocking them against each other. But when I get up, cross the room, open the doors, and look inside, the sound stops instantly and everything is still. Nothing seems out of place. It is as if whatever is making the noise knows when I am coming and freezes before I can catch it in the act. Another time, my scissors went missing. I knew I had left them in my room because I had used them there and set them down. When I went to get them later, they were not where I left them. I searched my desk, my shelves, the floor, the bed, all the usual spots. They were just gone. It annoyed me, but I tried not to think too much of it. The next day I found them in the washroom, sitting neatly in the stand where they are supposed to be kept. It was like someone had taken them from my room and quietly put them back in their regular place without saying anything. The thing is, I had not done that, and my father had no reason to move my scissors for me. I had not gone into the washroom carrying them. They had simply disappeared and then reappeared somewhere else, returned like a borrowed item. Little objects in my room will be moved into different positions from how I left them. A small item on my desk will be turned to face another way. Something that was lying flat will be standing upright the next time I notice it. Sometimes I walk into the room and immediately feel like something is off, but it takes me a few seconds to realize what it is. Then I see that a book has been shifted, a pillow has been moved, or something else small has changed. No one else has been in my room. I do not sleepwalk. These details sound small, but when they happen over and over and you know you did not do them, they begin to add up in your mind. One of the strangest moments was when a mattress moved suddenly for no clear reason. It was not a little slide or a subtle shift like when someone sits down. It moved in a way no wind or minor bump could cause. There was nothing pushing it physically, no one tugging at it, and nothing that I could point to and say, "This is why it moved." It just slid or jerked unexpectedly. Seeing something that big move by itself does something to your sense of reality. It takes the idea that, maybe I am just hearing things, and turns it into, no, something with force is here. I have also heard scratching on the back of the couch while I lay on it. The sound is right behind my head sometimes, as if fingers or claws are dragging across the fabric. I will lie still and stare at the ceiling, listening to the noise at my back, feeling the line between my body and the unknown thing behind me shrink. It is a very vulnerable feeling, knowing there is something at your back that you cannot see, and having to choose whether to turn around and look or just stay still. One of the most recent things that happened was at night. I was lying there when I heard the familiar scratching behind the couch. My body tensed, my ears tuned in. Then, from the corner of my vision, I saw a black shadow move across my room. It was not like the shadow of a person walking past a light. It was darker than the room, shaped like a presence moving from one place to another. It slid across the space in a way that made me feel like it was aware of me, like it knew I saw it. These things might all sound scattered and disconnected, but to me they feel like pieces of the same puzzle. There is also the way it feels when whatever this is comes into the room. I can sense it. I know when it is near because certain things always happen. Parts of my body will feel a cold touch, like a spot of chill pressing against my skin. Not my entire arm or leg, just one place at a time, as if a cold fingertip or a patch of icy air is touching me. Then I get a small chill down my spine. It is a very specific feeling, not like the full-body shiver you get when you step into the cold from a warm room. It is more focused, more personal. The feeling that runs through me is a strange mix of nervousness and something almost like excitement. My heart speeds up, my breathing changes, and part of me is scared while another part is alert and aware, like my body knows something interesting and dangerous is happening. Most of these events happen at a certain time. My father works a job where he leaves for work in the middle of the night, around 2:30 in the morning. After he leaves, I am alone in the house. It is usually after that time that the scratching, the moving, the chills, and the shadows begin. It is as if this thing waits for me to be alone, as if it prefers that there be only one human witness. That pattern is hard to ignore. It makes those hours between 2:30 and dawn feel like a different world inside my own home. However, not everything happens at night. Some things have happened during the day too, just not as often. That tells me it is not only about the darkness. It is easier to notice things in the quiet and the dark, but the presence is not tied only to the night. It is just more active then, or maybe I am more aware then. Around the same time all of this started happening, other strange things also started to happen in my life that are not directly related to ghosts, but they feel like they belong to the same strange chapter. I began having dreams that came true. Not every dream, and not always in dramatic ways, but enough times that I noticed the pattern. I would dream about a specific place, a conversation, or a small event, and then days or weeks later, that same situation would play out in my waking life almost exactly as I saw it. These were not typical "I dreamed I was flying" kind of dreams. They were simple, everyday scenes that later happened for real. I also started seeing odd lights in the night sky that did not look like airplanes or regular aircraft. They were not moving like planes, helicopters, or satellites. They would shift directions too quickly, change speeds suddenly, or hover in ways that normal things do not. I would stand there looking up, trying to figure out if my eyes were playing tricks on me, if there was some simple explanation I was missing. But every time I thought I had one, the light would do something else that did not fit. All of this, the nighttime scratches and whispers, the moving objects, the cold touches, the prophetic dreams, the strange lights, came together into a period of my life where I could not trust the world to behave the way it used to. Things that were once solid and simple had become unpredictable and strange. The scariest part is that I am mostly alone with it. My own family does not believe me. When I try to tell them, they listen for a moment and then either smile, shrug, or tell me it is in my head. I do not blame them. Like I said before, a few months ago I would not have believed me either. I would have thought I was overthinking, or making things up for attention, or just being dramatic. The only person who believes me is my friend, and that is because he has experienced some of it himself. He has heard the scratches in my house. One time when he slept over, he felt something lift his legs while he was lying down. His legs rose up off the surface, and there was nothing visible holding them. He freaked out, of course, and after that night he did not need much convincing when I said that something strange lives here with me. Even with his support, I still feel alone in trying to understand it. I lie awake sometimes and think about what exactly I am dealing with. Is it a ghost, some human spirit that hasn't moved on? Is it a demon, something darker that feeds off fear and tries to grow stronger by scaring people? Is it some other kind of entity altogether, something we don't have a proper word for yet? I do not have clear answers. I only have the things I have felt and seen. What I can say is that it feels intelligent. It reacts. It seems to choose certain times and certain actions. It tests boundaries. It does not feel random. The strange thing is that I am not exactly terrified anymore. I have moments of fear, especially when something new happens or when I feel it very close. But I am also curious. I am confused and fascinated. The feeling I get when that chill runs down my spine is not pure fear. It has that edge of adrenaline that you might get before doing something risky. I know that sounds odd when I am talking about something that pulls my hair and leaves me scratches, but that is how it feels. I want to understand it. I want to know what it is and why it chose me and this house. I want to know if there is something I am supposed to do, or if it is just a strange presence passing through my life for a time. For now, I live with it. I sleep with the lights on more often than not. I notice when items move. I listen for the scratches and the footsteps. I pay attention when my dreams feel too real, and when the sky shows me things that do not fit the patterns I know. My family may think I am imagining things, and maybe the world would call me crazy or a liar, but deep down I know the truth of what I have lived through. Something is here with me, something unseen and hard to name, and I am still trying to figure out what that something is. When I think back over my life, it feels like there has always been something extra walking beside me. Something I could not see all the time, but could feel and sometimes even witness with my own eyes. I grew up with divorced parents, so my life was already split in two. My younger brother and I lived with our mother during the week and stayed with our father on weekends. That meant two houses, two routines, and two very different feelings. My father's house always bothered me, even when I was very young. It was a 4-level house, built in a way that felt more like layers than floors. The top floor had my dad, my stepmom, and my brother's rooms. The next level down was mine. Below that was another level, and then at the very bottom was the basement. I hated going down to those lower levels, especially the basement. There were no windows down there, no view of the outside world, only walls and artificial light. Every time I had to go into the basement, I felt like something was watching me from the corners. It wasn't always a strong feeling, but it was steady, like eyes sitting just out of sight, following my movements. My dad, my stepmom, and my brother all slept safely upstairs on the very top floor, close to each other. My bedroom was alone on the level below them. I always felt separated, and that third level down had a strange emptiness to it when everyone else was above me, sleeping. My first real experience there happened when I was about 8 years old, and I have never forgotten it. One night, I woke up on the floor of my brother's room. I had no idea why I was there. I couldn't remember walking into his room, and I didn't remember deciding to sleep there. I was just suddenly awake on the carpet beside his bed. The house was dark and quiet. For some reason, that darkness seemed heavier than usual. I got scared. I wanted the safety of my own room, my own bed, my own covers. So I got up and ran out of his room, heading down the stairs to my bedroom as fast as my small legs could take me. My heart was pounding, and all I could think about was getting back under my blanket. But when I reached my bedroom and ran toward my bed, everything changed. For a very brief moment, just a second, maybe even less, I saw my own body already lying there in my bed. I can still see it in my mind. My body was in the exact place it always was when I slept, in the same usual position. It was like I had somehow left my body, or there were two of me at the same time. I did not stop to think. I jumped forward, straight into the bed, into myself. There was a strange, fast moment when I felt like I was falling into something deep and close and familiar. Then everything went black. The next thing I remember is waking up in the morning in that same bed, like nothing had happened. But the memory of running into my room and seeing myself lying there was still clear. At first, I tried to tell myself it was only a dream, but I could not shake how real it felt. There was one detail that stuck in my mind more than anything else. Before I ran to my room, I had woken up on the floor of my brother's room and noticed that his furniture was arranged differently. He had moved it around. I remember looking at it and thinking how strange it looked. In the morning, I went to check his room. The furniture really had been moved, exactly as I had seen it during that strange night. That meant at least part of what I remembered was real. I told my mother about what I had seen, and she said there were stories of other people who had described similar things, like leaving their bodies or seeing themselves. My stepmom disagreed and said it was just a dream. Maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't. All I know is that, to this day, I still clearly remember running into that bed and seeing my own body already there. Whether it was a dream or some kind of out-of-body experience, it left a mark on me. Years passed. Time does what it always does. It moves forward, and life changes. After a while, things felt normal again. I went to school, saw friends, spent weekdays with my mother, weekends with my father. Little things happened here and there that felt odd, but nothing as strong as that night. Then, when I was 12 years old, my life broke in a much bigger way. My mother passed away from cancer. That night, after she died, I lay in my bed under the covers, crying. The pain felt too big for my body. Everything inside me hurt and shook. I remember pulling the blanket tightly over my head, as if I could hide from the truth underneath it. I cried until my chest hurt, and my eyes stung. After some time, I calmed down just enough to sit up. I slowly pulled the blanket down and across the bed so I could see the room again. When I did, my breath caught in my throat. Sitting there, on the bed beside me, was my mother. She looked exactly like herself. Not sick, not broken, not altered, just the way I remembered her from before the cancer took over. Her face, her hair, the shape of her shoulders, the way she sat, it was all the same. My heart raced so fast I almost felt dizzy. Part of me wanted to reach out to her. Another part of me froze in pure fear and disbelief. I kept thinking, this can't be real. I must be dreaming. I must be imagining this. She turned her head and looked over at me. Our eyes met. The intensity of that single moment was too much. I panicked and threw the covers back over my head, hiding again. I started crying all over, too scared to look at her again and too overwhelmed to try. I stayed that way, under the blanket, until I finally calmed down enough to lower it again. When I looked, she was gone. The bed was empty where she had been sitting. I have never seen her since. As I moved into my teenage years, I felt more and more lost inside. Losing my mother changed me. It was like the ground under my feet was never fully solid after that. I was also becoming more aware of strange things around me. It wasn't always something I could see, but I could feel it. There were times when I would be alone in a room and feel a strong wave of energy move past me. Sometimes the energy felt warm and safe, like a kind presence passing by. Other times it felt heavy and dark, and it left me uneasy, as if something unfriendly had just brushed against my life. There were also a few moments when I saw full figures, people who looked real, but were not. One of those times happened when we went camping. We were staying in a campground, and I had some time to kill, so I wandered away from our campsite and found a playground. It had swings, and I always loved swings, so I headed straight for them. As I approached, I noticed a little girl sitting in the dirt by the swings, digging with her hands. She looked to be about 6 or 7 years old. She had dark brown hair that reached her shoulders and was wearing a dress. There was something very gentle and sweet about her. I sat down on one of the swings and began to swing slowly at first, letting the chains creak and the seat move back and forth. The little girl kept digging in the dirt, drawing shapes or just moving it around. After a little while, she stood up, brushed off her hands, and came over to me. "Can I swing too?" she asked. "Sure," I said, smiling, and moved a little so she could sit on the swing next to mine. She climbed on and began to swing slowly, her little legs moving back and forth. We didn't talk much, but she felt like a normal child, nothing scary, nothing strange. Just a quiet, sweet little girl enjoying the playground. After a while, I started to pump my legs harder, swinging higher and higher. Soon I was flying as high as I could, the air rushing past my face, the ground dropping away and coming back in a rhythm that felt freeing. As I was swinging near the top of my arc, I saw my brother crossing the field toward the playground. He walked over and jumped onto the empty swing beside me. I looked down and around, trying to see where the little girl had gone, planning to ask my brother if he had seen her. But she was gone. The swing she had been on was empty, lightly rocking. There was no one walking away toward the campground. No small figure heading back to a trailer or a tent. She was just gone. "Did you see that little girl?" I asked my brother. "No," he answered, looking confused. "Is that your imaginary friend?" His answer made my skin prickle. I knew she had been there. I had heard her voice, seen her hair, watched her swing. But he insisted he had seen no one. Even now, years later, I still think about that girl. The way she seemed so normal, the way she disappeared so suddenly. This kind of thing doesn't happen often, but every once in a while, someone will walk by and vanish. Maybe only a few times a year, but it is enough to remind me that my world isn't like everyone else's. Around the time I was 10 years old, and as I grew older, I noticed something else about myself. I was strangely good at predicting things. Sometimes I would see events before they happened. Sometimes they came in dreams. Other times it was just a flash in my mind, a split second before something occurred. One of the clearest examples was a dream I had about my best friend's mother. In the dream, she got into a car accident on a specific date, May 16th. The dream was so vivid that when I woke up, I could still feel the fear from it. I told my best friend about it, and she laughed it off. She even told her mother, and they both joked about it. The date was still weeks away, and every now and then, we would bring it up and say, "May 16th is coming," and then laugh. Then May 17th came. My friend arrived at school with a horrified look on her face. I knew something was wrong as soon as I saw her. I asked what had happened. She told me her mother had been in a car accident the day before, on May 16th. Her mother was not seriously hurt, but the car was damaged so badly it had to be replaced. I stood there stunned. My silly, half-joking prediction had come true. After that, I started to notice that the things I sensed ahead of time were often very accurate. I began to test it privately in small, harmless ways. For example, I would watch the TV show, "Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?" and not read the question or answers right away. Instead, I'd look at the 4 answer boxes and let my mind relax. In my head, one of the boxes would seem to flash or stand out, and that answer would pop into my mind before I fully focused on the screen. Almost every single time, it was right. It was amazing and strange at the same time. I thought it was neat, but I never made a big deal out of it. I did not tell anyone. I had a strong feeling that if I bragged about it too much or tried to show it off, I might lose that ability. So if someone noticed and said something like, "Wow, how did you know that?" I would just laugh and say, "It's just a coincidence." Inside, though, I knew it was something more. When I was about 16, my family went on another trip. This time we stayed in a cabin in British Columbia. It was a large, rustic cabin with enough space for everyone, but my brother and I still had to share a room. The room was big, with 2 beds on opposite sides, one for each of us. One night, while we were there, I woke up suddenly. It was the kind of waking that happens without any obvious reason, no loud noise, no nightmare. I just opened my eyes and knew something was coming. The room was dark, but I could still see the outlines of furniture and the vague shape of my brother asleep across the room. My heart began to beat faster, but my body had not yet moved. I could feel something dark approaching, as if the air itself was carrying something toward me that I could not see. I tried to relax and tell myself it was nothing, but the feeling only grew stronger. Then I heard it. There was a sound in the wall beside my bed. It is almost impossible to describe. It was very quiet, like a mixture of whispers and low humming. It wasn't like regular voices talking. It wasn't like the wind or the house creaking. It was something else, something that did not belong in the normal world. I turned my head toward the wall, and as I did, I saw a dark figure begin to emerge from it, near the foot of my bed. It moved out of the wall like smoke turning into a shadow. All I could see was a large, black shape, like a solid shadow with no features. I was frozen. My body would not move, and my breathing went shallow. My mind kept repeating, "I'm dreaming. This is just a dream. Look away. Don't let it see you." But it was too late. The figure drifted slowly closer to my face. As it did, I felt something grab my hair. Long, thin fingers wrapped gently but firmly into my hair, holding my head in place. Its arms were long, and its fingers felt stretched and strange. It didn't feel like a human touch. The moment I felt that touch, panic exploded inside me. It broke through whatever was holding me still. I forced my body to move and leaped out of the bed, stumbling toward the light switch on the wall. My heart was pounding so hard it almost hurt. I flicked the light on and turned to look at my bed. The figure was gone. The room looked normal again. My bed, my pillow, my blanket, all sitting there exactly as they had been, as if nothing had happened. My brother was still asleep in his bed, unaware of anything. I stood there breathing hard, feeling sick with fear. I stared at the wall where the figure had come from and at the foot of my bed where it had hovered. After what felt like a long time, my brother finally woke up and squinted at the light. "What the hell are you doing?" he muttered. I didn't want to explain. I just shook my head and said, "Nothing," then turned off the light and climbed slowly back into bed. Eventually, sleep came again, but it was restless. 2 weeks later, after we returned home, something similar happened again, only worse. I was in my own bed this time, in my own room. I was sleeping when that familiar feeling came, the sense that something was approaching, that something dark was on its way to me. I heard the same strange sound in the wall beside me, that soft, eerie mix of whispers and humming. My heart began to race, and I thought, maybe I should turn on the light before it comes. I tried to sit up, but I could not. I tried to lift the covers, but they would not move. It was as if my entire body had been pinned down. I was completely unable to move any part of myself. Above me, something dangled from the ceiling. It hung directly over my face. I squinted, trying to see it clearly. It looked like a snake or something long and thin, swaying slowly. It hung lower and lower, getting closer to my head. Inside, I was screaming. I tried to move, tried to shout, but my voice did not work. My mouth would not open. My room seemed to fill with darkness. It felt like the walls had moved in closer. The fear was huge and cold inside me. I kept fighting, throwing all my strength against whatever was holding me still. Finally, as if something suddenly let go, I managed to pull myself up. I jumped out of bed and ran to the light switch, flipping it on. To my horror, the switch was not there. My hand kept patting the wall where the switch should have been, but I couldn't find it. Fear rose even higher. I rushed to the door to get out of the room, but I could not find the doorknob either. My hands ran up and down the walls, feeling only smooth surface where there should have been a door. I was trapped in my own room. I was terrified to look behind me. I felt like something was there, watching me struggle. I cried and scratched at the wall, desperately searching for a way out. I do not know how long this went on. Finally, the door opened. It was just there again, as if it had never disappeared. I ran out into the hallway and down into the living room, where I turned on the lights and refused to go back to my room. I stayed on the couch and watched TV for the rest of the night, too scared to close my eyes. After that, I started to feel the presence of the wall demon, as I called it in my mind, even when nothing dramatic happened. I could feel it passing by sometimes, like a cold wind you cannot see. I remember once being pushed hard into a wall during the day. I fell to the floor and looked up, but no one was there. Anger burst out of me, and I shouted, "Leave me alone!" at the empty room. Some nights I felt an even stranger thing, like my body was being controlled by something else. It is strange to explain, but the best way I can put it is that there is something about the moon that affects me. When I am outside at night and the moon is clear in the sky, I sometimes feel a kind of spell come over me. I feel like I slip into another state. I don't feel fear in those moments. Instead, I feel strangely powerful, like all the spirits around me are calling to me and guiding me. In that state, I cannot speak, and I feel like I cannot fully control my body, which makes me uneasy afterward, even though nothing bad has come from it so far. One night, my body took me outside in the middle of the night. I walked into a nearby forest and stood there, staring up at the sky. I stayed there until morning light began to appear. Then, as if control slowly came back, I walked home, my mind clear again, and wondered what had just happened. In my normal state, there is no way I would walk into a forest alone in the dark. I would never choose to do that. But when I am in that other state, I feel safe, almost protected, even though part of me knows I am not the one choosing my steps. Over the last few years, I also noticed something else. I cannot handle being in a hospital anymore. When my mother was sick, I spent a lot of time visiting her in hospitals. Something about those places sticks to me. Now, if I walk into a hospital, my head starts to spin, and it feels like the whole building is rocking back and forth. The feeling is overwhelming. The energy is so strong, so thick, that it almost makes me sick. Inside a hospital, I can feel so many different energies moving around. It is as if hundreds of invisible people are passing through the halls at once. I hear voices that do not belong to the living. I see, in the corner of my eyes, shapes flying in and out of walls. It is too much. I do not get that feeling anywhere else. I am fine in a mall. I am fine in a small clinic. I am fine in any regular building downtown. But in a hospital, the weight of all the pain and all the lives that have passed there hits me like a wave. I avoid them as much as I can now. Even now, I still see figures moving sometimes. Shadows that walk across a doorway and vanish. Shapes that flicker just beyond clear sight. It has been a while since something extreme has happened, and for the last year or so I have actually felt fairly safe. I moved into my own apartment, and that helped. There are many people living in the same building, and that makes it easier for me to tell myself that any noise I hear, like a loud bang, or something falling in the kitchen, could just be coming from next door or from upstairs. Still, from time to time, I see something walk by in the night that makes me jump and reach for the light. I feel like I am never completely alone, even when the door is locked and I know no one living is inside with me. Deep down, I do feel that my mother is watching over me. That thought brings me comfort. I talk to her sometimes in my head and ask her to keep me safe. But there is also a part of me that quietly fears that something strong will start up again one day, the way it did before. I don't know when. I don't know what form it would take. I only know that sometimes my heart feels like it is waiting for the next big thing, the next strange event that will break the calm. I understand that a lot of what I have written here is hard to believe. I do not have photos or videos to prove anything. I cannot drag someone into my memories and make them see what I saw and feel what I felt. I am not writing this to convince anyone or to argue. I am writing it because I needed to put it somewhere, in words, outside my own head. I swear that everything I have shared is true to my memory and my experience. I know that there is much more in this world than we can explain. Some of us seem to have been given the ability to see and feel these things, to sense the energy, the spirits, the other side. And in a strange way, I think some people have been given the gift of not seeing any of it. Sometimes I envy those people. Life must feel simpler when the world stays as it looks, and nothing invisible reaches out to touch your life. But at the same time, I know this is part of who I am now. That mix of fear, curiosity, and strange understanding is woven into me. Writing this down makes me feel less alone, because I know there are others out there who have seen things too, who have heard whispers that did not come from human mouths, who have felt hands on their skin when no one was there, who have dreamed of events before they happened, and watched those dreams unfold in waking life. If you are one of those people, then you understand. And if you are not, then maybe this story will simply stay in your mind as one more unexplained thing in a very mysterious world. When I came to stay with my mom in Canada, I thought it was going to be a simple, noisy, happy visit. The house was always full. My mom was there, a couple of my cousins, some aunts who came and went, and a few family friends who treated the place like their second home. There was always someone talking in the kitchen, someone laughing in the living room, kids running through the hallway, TV sounds drifting up from the basement. It was loud, messy, and chaotic, but in a warm way. I didn't once think about anything supernatural or strange. I was just happy to be around family again. The house itself had 2 main levels that we used, plus a basement that didn't feel like a dark storage space. It was more like a second living area. The basement had a family room where the kids usually played and watched TV, a little area with couches, and a small kitchen where we could cook without going upstairs. There was also a door that led to the garage from down there. Because of that, the basement was actually the busiest part of the house whenever all the kids were home. They loved it there. The carpet was soft, the TV was big, and the adults would usually leave them alone if they stayed downstairs. One evening, after a particularly noisy day where it felt like the whole world had crammed itself into that house, the adults decided they needed a break. My mom and some of the others came to me while I was sitting on the couch in the basement with the kids. They looked tired but excited, like people who finally got a little freedom after being trapped in the same routine. One of my aunts said they wanted to go out for an hour or two just to get some quiet, maybe have coffee together somewhere or run a few errands in peace. Then they asked if I would watch the kids while they were gone. I didn't even hesitate. I said yes right away. I love those kids, and I was used to being around them. Babysitting them for a few hours sounded easy enough. They were already half hypnotized by the TV, sprawled out on the floor and chairs watching cartoons. The adults started gathering their bags and coats. There was the usual small rush of, "Where are my keys?" and "Did anyone see my phone?" and "Can someone grab my purse from the bedroom?" A few minutes later they all headed out the main door upstairs, calling down to me that they'd be back soon and to call them if I needed anything. The house felt different as soon as the front door closed behind them. The noise level dropped a little. It was just me and the kids now, and the sound of the cartoon filled the family room. I decided to make them dinner so everything would be ready when they got hungry. The basement kitchen was open to the family room, so I could cook and still see and hear the kids. That always made me feel safer when babysitting, being able to keep them in my line of sight. I moved around the small kitchen, opening cupboards, taking out pots and pans, figuring out something simple to cook that all of them would eat without complaining. While the kids laughed at something on the TV, I started chopping and stirring and keeping one ear on them at all times. In the back of my mind, I registered how quiet the rest of the house was now that it was just us in the basement. There were no footsteps upstairs, no adult voices, no phone ringing, just the muffled sound of the show and the hum of the fridge. I was stirring something on the stove when I heard it. It was the sound of the garage door opening. At first, it was so clear and normal that I didn't question it. The garage door had a very distinct sound, a deep, mechanical rumble as it rolled up. I'd heard it many times before. It echoed a little through the house, especially in the basement, because one of the basement doors led straight to the garage. It was the same sound now, that heavy, rolling noise of the garage door opening, like someone had just arrived home. I paused with the spoon still in my hand and listened. The kids didn't seem to notice. They were still watching TV. My first thought was simple. They're back already? That was fast. It hadn't even felt like an hour had gone by. It felt more like 20, maybe 30 minutes. I checked the clock just to be sure and saw that not much time had passed at all. I told myself maybe they had forgotten something, someone's wallet, a phone, something important they needed, and had just come back to grab it quickly. Still, it felt a bit strange that they hadn't called out. Usually, the second my mom stepped into the house, she would yell something like, "We're back!" or ask how the kids were doing. I wiped my hands on a towel and stepped out of the kitchen into the main basement area. "Hello?" I called out, my voice going up the stairs and toward the garage door. No answer. The kids didn't look away from the TV, but I walked towards the door that led to the garage anyway. For some reason, my heart had sped up just a little. It wasn't full fear, just a bump in my calm, that feeling when something doesn't match what you expected. I reached the door, turned the handle, and stepped into the small space between the house and the garage. It was cold and still. The garage door was completely shut. The car was gone. The lights were off. Nothing was moving. There was no way someone had just come in. That same heavy rolling sound I had heard moments ago seemed impossible now. I stood there for a few seconds, just looking around, as if the concrete floor and closed door were going to explain themselves somehow. I walked back into the basement, feeling a little uneasy but not wanting to show it to the kids. I told myself it could have been the TV, maybe a sound effect from the cartoon that just happened to sound like the garage opening. Or maybe one of the neighbors had come home and the sound from their garage had traveled somehow. Houses can be strange that way. Sounds bounce around and echo in ways you don't always understand. I shook it off and went back to the kitchen. Dinner finished cooking, and I gathered the kids and told them to sit in the family room with their plates. They were happy and chattering, more interested in their show than anything else. I tried to focus on eating and keeping the younger ones from spilling everything on the carpet. For a little while, things felt normal again. The strange sound of the garage door slowly slipped to the back of my mind. We had just settled in with our food, the kids still watching TV and occasionally glancing down at their plates, when the basement suddenly changed. The TV started to crackle. A harsh static sound filled the room, grating and loud, like old channels when nothing is tuned in. The bright picture on the screen dissolved into white and black fuzz. The kids all froze and stared at it, confused. Before I could even stand up, the TV flickered and shut off completely. At that exact same moment, the overhead lights in the basement went out. 1 second everything was bright and noisy. The next second we were sitting in dark silence, with only the faint light from upstairs spilling down the stairwell. The kids let out little gasps and whimpers. For a couple of seconds we all just sat there, our eyes trying to adjust. The only light in the basement was a faint gray glow coming from the staircase. Everything else around us was shadowed and unclear. My heart started pounding harder now, because this didn't feel like a normal power outage. Usually when the power goes, you lose all the lights at once. You don't get just the basement going black while the lights upstairs stay perfectly fine. But that was exactly what had happened. I forced my voice to sound calm. I didn't want the kids to panic. "It's probably just the power down here," I said, even though my brain was arguing with me. "Maybe something tripped. Let's go upstairs where it's brighter, okay?" They didn't need to be told twice. They started to stand up, gathering their plates and cups, looking around nervously. We moved toward the stairs together. As we climbed up, I felt it, an odd, cold draft that made me stop for a moment. It wasn't just a small breeze. It felt like the kind of cold air that rushes in when a big door to the outside is left open. At the top of the stairs, I stepped into the main floor and saw why. The door that led from the kitchen to the garage was wide open. Not just a crack, not just slightly unlatched. It was fully open, standing there like someone had just walked through and forgot to close it. Through that open door I could see the garage itself, and beyond that, the main garage door, the big one that faces outside. It was open too. The kids were crowding behind me, peeking around my arms. My stomach dropped. I knew for sure I had checked the garage earlier. I knew the door had been closed. The car wasn't even there, which meant no one from our family had come home. Yet here were both doors, open to the night, letting in that cold draft. My first thought was no longer about ghosts or strange sounds. It was something more practical and dangerous. Maybe someone had actually broken into the house. I told the kids to stay where they were and to be quiet. My voice shook just a little when I said it, but I tried to sound in control. I slowly walked toward the garage, my ears straining for any sound, footsteps, breathing, something. The air in the garage was colder than the rest of the house. It felt empty, but I didn't trust it. I pushed the big garage door button, watching as it slowly rolled shut, groaning and rattling the way it always did. When it finally closed, I made sure the inner door was shut tight as well and locked it. Then I checked the bedrooms on the main floor, one by one. I opened each door carefully, switched on the light, and looked around. Beds, drawers, clothes, nothing out of place, no movement. My heart was still racing, but every room I checked was completely empty. There was no one hiding behind doors, no one in closets, no sign of a stranger. The house was silent except for the sound of my breathing and the kids whispering nervously at the top of the stairs. I kept telling myself there had to be some simple explanation. Maybe the door wasn't fully shut before, and the wind had pushed it open. Maybe someone hadn't pulled it closed all the way earlier. I tried to believe that. It was better than thinking some unseen person had come in. I took the kids fully upstairs so we weren't in the dark basement anymore. The lights on that floor were still on and working perfectly, which bothered me in the back of my mind. Why only the basement? We had barely settled down when, without warning, The power came back on downstairs. I heard the familiar hum of the TV, and light flashed from the stairwell. One of the kids ran down a few steps and shouted that the cartoons were back. It was like nothing had happened. Everything in the basement seemed normal again. But I didn't feel normal. I felt tense and watchful, like I was waiting for something else to go wrong. I told the kids we'd stay upstairs for a bit anyway, at least until I felt calmer. They followed me into the living room, and I think they could tell I was on edge. I sat down where I could see the top of the basement stairs and the railing. I just watched it for a while, looking for any movement. The kids tried to focus on whatever was on the upstairs TV now, but their eyes kept flicking to me and to the stairs. For a moment, nothing happened. The house was too quiet. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. Something moved past the stair rail. It wasn't slow. It was fast, so fast that I only got a quick glimpse, but it was enough to make my stomach twist. I saw a shape, darker than the shadows around it, rushing by just beyond the railing like someone running quickly across the space at the bottom of the steps. It had the size and height of a person, not a kid. My breath caught in my throat. I turned my head fully and stared at the stairs. There was nothing there now, only the empty hallway and the rail and the faint glow from downstairs. But I knew I had seen something. It wasn't my imagination. It wasn't a trick of light. It was too solid, too clear. My heart started pounding again, even harder than before. That was it for me. I grabbed the phone and called my mom. When she answered, I told her everything as calmly as I could, but I'm sure she could hear the panic in my voice. I told her about the garage door sound, the lights, the TV, the doors being open, and now this figure that had run past the stairs. She tried to sound calm and told me they were on their way back, but even hearing that didn't make me feel safe. I still felt like something was in the house with us. Just to be safe, I picked up the phone again and dialed 911. I didn't call them yet, but I kept the number ready so I could press the last button and call if anything else happened. It made me feel like I had some kind of backup, even if I wasn't sure what was really going on. I decided I should check upstairs again, just in case. I told the kids to stay in the living room where it was bright and not to move. Then I walked cautiously toward the top of the basement stairs, the phone in my hand. My heart was pounding so loud I could almost hear it in my ears. As I reached the top of the stairs and started to look down, the kids suddenly screamed. "The lights went off again," one of them shouted. I froze for a second. My brain raced between staying upstairs or going down to them. I forced myself to take a breath and peek down. It was dark on the lower level again. But then, as I was standing there, the light from upstairs flickered. In another moment, the main floor went dark too. It was like someone had taken a dimmer switch and slowly rolled it down on the whole house. For a second or two, the only light left was a low glow from the basement, and it was just enough for me to see one thing, a shadow. It wasn't cast by anything I could see. It was just there, standing or hovering in the open space downstairs, shaped like a person but not fully solid. It was only there for a breath, just long enough for my eyes to lock onto it, and then the lights came flashing back on, first upstairs, then below. I blinked, and the figure was gone. The spot I had just seen it in was empty, like nothing had ever been there at all. I walked down the stairs slowly, my legs shaking just a little. I wanted to make sure the kids were okay and also to see if there was any sign of what I had just seen. Halfway down the stairs, I stopped. Someone was sitting there. It wasn't one of the kids. The kids were huddled together in the basement family room, looking scared. This person was sitting on the step below me, a little off to the side, as if she had just slowly settled there and gotten stuck. She was an old woman. I forced my voice to sound calm. I didn't want the kids to panic. "It's probably just the power down here," I said, even though my brain was arguing with me. "Maybe something tripped. Let's go upstairs where it's brighter, okay?" They didn't need to be told twice. They started to stand up, gathering their plates and cups, looking around nervously. We moved toward the stairs together. As we climbed up, I felt it, an odd, cold draft that made me stop for a moment. It wasn't just a small breeze. It felt like the kind of cold air that rushes in when a big door to the outside is left open. At the top of the stairs, I stepped into the main floor and saw why. The door that led from the kitchen to the garage was wide open. Not just a crack, not just slightly unlatched. It was fully open, standing there like someone had just walked through and forgot to close it. Through that open door I could see the garage itself, and beyond that, the main garage door, the big one that faces outside. It was open too. The kids were crowding behind me, peeking around my arms. My stomach dropped. I knew for sure I had checked the garage earlier. I knew the door had been closed. The car wasn't even there, which meant no one from our family had come home. Yet here were both doors, open to the night, letting in that cold draft. My first thought was no longer about ghosts or strange sounds. It was something more practical and dangerous. Maybe someone had actually broken into the house. I told the kids to stay where they were and to be quiet. My voice shook just a little when I said it, but I tried to sound in control. I slowly walked toward the garage, my ears straining for any sound, footsteps, breathing, something. The air in the garage was colder than the rest of the house. It felt empty, but I didn't trust it. I pushed the big garage door button, watching as it slowly rolled shut, groaning and rattling the way it always did. When it finally closed, I made sure the inner door was shut tight as well and locked it. Then I checked the bedrooms on the main floor, one by one. I opened each door carefully, switched on the light, and looked around. Beds, drawers, clothes, nothing out of place, no movement. My heart was still racing, but every room I checked was completely empty. There was no one hiding behind doors, no one in closets, no sign of a stranger. The house was silent except for the sound of my breathing and the kids whispering nervously at the top of the stairs. I kept telling myself there had to be some simple explanation. Maybe the door wasn't fully shut before, and the wind had pushed it open. Maybe someone hadn't pulled it closed all the way earlier. I tried to believe that. It was better than thinking some unseen person had come in. I took the kids fully upstairs so we weren't in the dark basement anymore. The lights on that floor were still on and working perfectly, which bothered me in the back of my mind. Why only the basement? We had barely settled down when, without warning, the power came back on downstairs. I heard the familiar hum of the TV, and light flashed from the stairwell. One of the kids ran down a few steps and shouted that the cartoons were back. It was like nothing had happened. Everything in the basement seemed normal again. But I didn't feel normal. I felt tense and watchful, like I was waiting for something else to go wrong. I told the kids we'd stay upstairs for a bit anyway, at least until I felt calmer. They followed me into the living room, and I think they could tell I was on edge. I sat down where I could see the top of the basement stairs and the railing. I just watched it for a while, looking for any movement. The kids tried to focus on whatever was on the upstairs TV now, but their eyes kept flicking to me and to the stairs. For a moment, nothing happened. The house was too quiet. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. Something moved past the stair rail. It wasn't slow. It was fast, so fast that I only got a quick glimpse, but it was enough to make my stomach twist. I saw a shape, darker than the shadows around it, rushing by just beyond the railing like someone running quickly across the space at the bottom of the steps. It had the size and height of a person, not a kid. My breath caught in my throat. I turned my head fully and stared at the stairs. There was nothing there now, only the empty hallway and the rail and the faint glow from downstairs. But I knew I had seen something. It wasn't my imagination. It wasn't a trick of light. It was too solid, too clear. My heart started pounding again, even harder than before. That was it for me. I grabbed the phone and called my mom. When she answered, I told her everything as calmly as I could, but I'm sure she could hear the panic in my voice. I told her about the garage door sound, the lights, the TV, the doors being open, and now this figure that had run past the stairs. She tried to sound calm and told me they were on their way back, but even hearing that didn't make me feel safe. I still felt like something was in the house with us. Just to be safe, I picked up the phone again and dialed 911. I didn't call them yet, but I kept the number ready so I could press the last button and call if anything else happened. It made me feel like I had some kind of backup, even if I wasn't sure what was really going on. I decided I should check upstairs again, just in case. I told the kids to stay in the living room where it was bright and not to move. Then I walked cautiously toward the top of the basement stairs, the phone in my hand. My heart was pounding so loud I could almost hear it in my ears. As I reached the top of the stairs and started to look down, the kids suddenly screamed. "The lights went off again," one of them shouted. I froze for a second. My brain raced between staying upstairs or going down to them. I forced myself to take a breath and peek down. It was dark on the lower level again. But then, as I was standing there, the light from upstairs flickered. In another moment, the main floor went dark too. It was like someone had taken a dimmer switch and slowly rolled it down on the whole house. For a second or two, the only light left was a low glow from the basement, and it was just enough for me to see one thing: a shadow. It wasn't cast by anything I could see. It was just there, standing or hovering in the open space downstairs, shaped like a person but not fully solid. It was only there for a breath, just long enough for my eyes to lock onto it, and then the lights came flashing back on, first upstairs, then below. I blinked, and the figure was gone. The spot I had just seen it in was empty, like nothing had ever been there at all. I walked down the stairs slowly, my legs shaking just a little. I wanted to make sure the kids were okay and also to see if there was any sign of what I had just seen. Halfway down the stairs I stopped. Someone was sitting there. It wasn't one of the kids. The kids were huddled together in the basement family room, looking scared. This person was sitting on the step below me, a little off to the side, as if she had just slowly settled there and gotten stuck. She was an old woman. When I was about 5 years old, my family was living in an old house in a small Ontario mining town called Geraldton. I don't know exactly how old the house was or who lived in it before us, but from the way it looked and the way people talked about the town, I'm sure it dated back to the days when mining was still busy and booming there. The house had that heavy, tired feeling old houses get, like it had already seen too many winters and too many families come and go. I have an identical twin sister, and at that age we did almost everything together. One morning, it was just the two of us awake. My mom, I think, was at work, and our older sister was still sleeping in her bedroom. The house was quiet in that way only old houses can be, where the silence has its own sound. My twin and I were in the living room, standing by a shelf, touching and rearranging a few little things that were there, small ornaments, toys, and whatever else kids our age like to pick up and play with. We were facing the shelf, our backs turned to the doorway that led out of the living room. Nothing strange was going on. We weren't talking about ghosts or anything scary. We were just two little kids playing like always. Then, all of a sudden, at the exact same moment, both of us froze. It was like something made us stop without us deciding to. We stopped touching the shelf and, without saying a word to each other, we slowly turned around toward the doorway. In the doorway, something was peeking at us. A face was partially visible, as if someone was standing just out of sight and leaning forward to look into the room. It wasn't a normal face. It had white hair, a completely white face, like there was no color in it at all, and the eyes were black, just black. Not dark brown or shadowed, but really black. It stared at us for a brief moment, and then, just as quickly as it had appeared, it vanished. There was no sound of footsteps, no movement, no one running away. It was just gone. My twin and I looked at each other, both of us wide-eyed. We hadn't imagined it. We had reacted at the same time and seen the same thing. Our first thought was that our older sister was playing a trick on us. That would have made sense. She might have tried to scare us by sneaking around. So we ran to her room to catch her and tell her to stop. But when we opened her door, she was still in bed asleep. She hadn't moved. We knew right then that whoever or whatever had been peeking at us from that doorway wasn't her. That wasn't the only strange thing that happened in that house. One day, when I was home from kindergarten, I went in the mornings and my twin went in the afternoons. My mom was in the kitchen cooking lunch. The smells of food were filling the house, and everything seemed normal. I went to my room, stood in front of the mirror, and was brushing my hair like a regular little kid getting ready for the rest of the day. As I stood there, looking at myself in the mirror, I suddenly heard a loud breathing sound in my right ear. It wasn't my own breathing. It was too close and too heavy, like someone was standing right against the side of my head, breathing directly into my ear. It scared me so badly that I dropped my brush and ran straight to the kitchen. My heart was racing, and I told my mom that I heard someone breathing in my ear. She told me I was just hearing things, that it was nothing, and to calm down. But I knew what I had heard. You don't mistake that kind of sound when you're that close to it. That room didn't get any better after that. Another time, I was in the same bedroom when I heard a strange dragging sound. It was like something heavy being pulled slowly across the floor, but nothing was moving that I could see. My eyes went to my dresser and its mirror. I stared at the reflection and saw something that made my whole body go cold. A white, gloved hand came out of the mirror. Not in a normal way like a reflection, but as if the hand itself was pushing through the surface from the other side. It reached out and then disappeared again. I was so frightened I could barely process it. Mirrors never felt safe to me after that. The house also had its own way of waking us up in the middle of the night. Sometimes, all at once, every tap and faucet in the house would turn on full blast. The sound of running water would roar through the quiet, and it would wake everyone up. We would all get out of bed and find every sink and tub running, as if someone had gone through the house turning on all the taps on purpose. But nobody in the family had done it. We'd shut them all off again, confused and tired, not really understanding how it could have happened. My older sister had her share of experiences too, and hers were just as frightening. She told us that sometimes at night, she would see red eyes in her closet, just staring out at her from the darkness. Not only that, but she saw a shadowy shape floating around her room. It didn't walk like a person. It drifted, and when she watched it, it would move and sometimes go behind a hanging plant that hung from the ceiling, as if it was trying to hide from her. Imagine trying to fall asleep in a room where the closet stared back and a shadow floated around like it was alive. For a long time, these things only happened to us, and we thought maybe it was just our family's strange bad luck with that house. Eventually, we moved out and left Geraldton behind, but the house stayed there. Other people we knew later moved into that same place, and they started sharing their own stories with us, without even knowing all the details of ours at first. One man we knew told us he had been staying in the room that used to be my older sister's. He said he saw the same red eyes in the closet, the same kind of glowing look from the dark. He also heard a voice, a clear voice that told him it was going to cut his hair. He had very long hair at the time, and the thought of something unseen talking about cutting it terrified him. When he told us that, it matched so closely with the kind of things my sister had gone through that it sent shivers through all of us. Later, a family moved in there after he moved out. The mother was actually our old babysitter from when we were kids, so there was already a connection between us and them. One night we ran into her at the bar, and we started talking about the house. She told us something that made all those old memories rush back. Her kids had been seeing an old lady with white hair in the house. They said she would appear to them, and they didn't seem afraid of her. They called her their other mom. That hit me hard because it tied together so many bits of what we'd experienced. The white hair, the feeling of someone watching, the strange things that made no sense. We had seen a face with white hair and a white face with black eyes peeking at us when we were small. Now her children were seeing an old woman with white hair and treating her like part of the house, like some sort of second mother. Thinking back on all this as an adult, it still feels unreal, like something from a movie or a story someone made up. But to us, as kids living in that old house in Geraldton, it was real. We saw things, heard things, and felt things that didn't fit into normal explanations. The breathing in my ear, the hand coming out of the mirror, the faucets turning on by themselves, the red eyes in the closet, the shadow hiding behind a hanging plant, the voice threatening long hair, and the other mom. that other kids saw long after we left. It all makes that house stand out in my memory. I don't know who that old lady was, or why she was there, or what else might have been in that house with her. I don't know if it was all one spirit or several different ones. I only know that the house never felt empty, even when there were just a few of us home. It always felt like something, or someone, was there, watching from the doorway, from the closet, from behind the mirror, or just out of sight. And that feeling, along with all of those strange moments, has stayed with me ever since. My name is Diane, and I live in Ontario, Canada. I sometimes wish I could say I'm someone who has never seen anything strange or heard anything that couldn't be explained, but that wouldn't be true. For as long as I can remember, since I was very small, there has always been something there on the edge of my life. I do not claim to understand what it is, or why it has chosen me, or whether it's even the same thing every time, but I know what I have seen and how it has made me feel. Some of my earliest memories are not of toys or holidays, but of lying in a dark bedroom, listening to voices that weren't my parents, and watching shapes move where nothing should be moving. I must have been about 3 years old, maybe a little younger. At that age, you don't have the words to explain everything, but the fear is very real. I remember the room being dim, with just a bit of light sneaking in from under the door or through a crack in the curtains. The shadows on the walls seemed too thick, too solid, and sometimes it felt like they were looking back at me. Back then, I would hear what sounded like people talking to me. Not shouting, not whispering my name out loud in a way that anyone else could hear, but quiet, constant voices. They were like soft conversations happening just out of clear hearing, like someone talking in the next room with the door almost closed. I could never quite make out the words, but I knew it wasn't the TV, and it wasn't my parents. Sometimes it felt like the sound was right beside my bed, not out in the hallway. On top of the sounds there were the shapes. I used to see shadowy figures in my room. They weren't always clear, and they didn't always look like people, but I knew they were not just piles of clothes or toys on the floor. I would cry at night and call for my parents, my tiny heart pounding, because I knew something was there that didn't belong. My parents would come into the room, probably tired and a bit annoyed, and try to calm me down. They would point to my housecoat hanging on the back of the door and say things like, "See? That's just your coat," even when what I had seen was nowhere near the door at all. They meant well. They wanted to reassure me. But to me, it felt like they were explaining away the wrong thing, as if they were trying to cover a crack with the wrong kind of tape. I don't remember exactly when those early sightings stopped, but I know that by the time I turned 7, they had mostly faded. It was as if someone had slowly turned down the volume, and then dimmed the picture until it was gone. I don't know if I grew out of it for a while, if I learned to block it, or if whatever had been there simply backed away. I went through the rest of my childhood and early teen years like most people, thinking back on those nights and calling them bad dreams, or kid imagination. It felt safer to label them that way, to tuck them into the box of when I was little, and leave them there. But it never really went away. It just changed. By the time I was a young adult, the strange things started again, but in a different form. Instead of standing shadows in the corner of my room, it became physical touches. It would happen late at night when I was asleep or just drifting off. I would be lying there under the covers, warm and half dreaming, when I would suddenly feel something tug gently on my hair. Not a light tickle like brushing against a pillow, but a deliberate pull, the way someone might tug your ponytail to get your attention. Other times I would feel a poke, as if someone had reached out a finger and jabbed my shoulder or my arm, and I would jolt awake, heart racing, certain that someone was in the room. Sometimes it was even more personal. Every now and then, I would feel something rubbing the bottom of my foot under the blankets, as if a hand were moving back and forth slowly, firmly enough for me to know it was not a cramp or a twitch. If you've ever felt someone touch your foot when you're not expecting it, you know that's not a feeling you confuse with anything else. Those moments were the worst, because there is something very vulnerable about lying down with your feet under the covers and realizing that something unseen is there, close, and touching you. Each time it happened, I would lie there completely still, listening, trying to convince myself it was a muscle spasm, or my own movement, or a dream. I told myself I was overtired. I told myself I was imagining it. I told myself anything that sounded more normal than, "Something is touching me." Because when you say that out loud, it sounds crazy, even to yourself. But the more it happened, the harder it became to explain away, especially because I always woke up fully alert, with my heart pounding and my skin crawling, just as I had when I was a child. It wasn't all at night either. Even when I was awake, in broad daylight or early evening, I would sometimes catch a movement out of the corner of my eye. It wasn't like a person walking past, clear and detailed, but more like a wave in the air, a sort of shimmer or flicker that didn't match anything else in the room. It felt like watching heat rise off a road in the summer, except it was inside, in the house, where there shouldn't be that kind of shimmer at all. I would turn my head to look straight at it, and of course by then it would be gone. That kind of thing can make you doubt your own senses after a while. You start to wonder if your eyes are playing tricks on you, or if your brain is making things up to fill in empty spaces. For the most part, though, I kept going. I had a life to live, people to take care of, things to do. I pushed the strange moments to the back of my mind and tried to be practical. Whenever I felt something off, I reminded myself that there are logical explanations for most things, even if I didn't know what those explanations were in the moment. That worked, more or less, for a long time. I learned to live with a constant small doubt sitting in the corner of my mind like a folded blanket that you know you're going to need again someday. Then came last night. It started out like any ordinary night. It had been a normal enough day, the kind of day that leaves you tired but not in a special way. I went through my usual routine, doing all the little tasks that fill up the evening, tidying, checking on my daughter, making sure everything was set for the next day. Eventually, I went to bed expecting to fall asleep the way I usually do, maybe after a few pages of a book. But sleep did not come easily. As I lay there in the dark, trying to let my mind settle, I kept noticing something on the wall near my bed. At first, I thought it was just the usual mix of streetlight and shadows from outside, the way car headlights sometimes roll across the wall, changing shape as they go. The longer I stared, though, the more certain I became that there was something different about this. The shadow didn't move the way it should have if it were caused by passing cars. It didn't waver or shift with the breeze. It seemed to stay in the same place, almost like a person standing still. Every time I saw it, a feeling of panic rose up inside of me. It wasn't just nervousness or basic fear. It was a deep, sharp terror that made my chest tight and my hands sweat. I would tell myself to ignore it, to close my eyes and go to sleep, but the feeling kept building, like a warning bell that wouldn't stop ringing. Finally, I couldn't stand it any longer. I reached over and snapped on the lamp beside my bed. The sudden light flooded the room, pushing the darkness back and leaving everything exposed in that warm yellow glow. The wall that had seemed so threatening a moment before just looked ordinary. There were no strange shadows, no shapes that didn't belong, nothing leaning over me or standing at the edge of my vision. The room was exactly as it always was, furniture in its usual places, things just as I'd left them. I told myself again that my eyes had been playing tricks on me, that my tired brain was turning normal shadows into monsters. I picked up a book and started to read, using the story to distract myself. I stayed like that for a while, waiting for my body to relax, telling myself that once I was sleepy enough, all of this would seem silly. When my eyes finally started to droop, I put the book down, turned off the lamp, and tried again to go to sleep. The room fell back into darkness, that same heavy quiet settling in around me. Not long after that, the shadow appeared again. Once more, I saw it on the wall beside my bed. Once more, that awful wave of panic and terror hit me so hard it almost made me feel sick. It felt like the same presence I'd known when I was a child, that sense of being watched by something I couldn't understand. Again, I reached out and turned the lamp on. Again, the light showed me nothing unusual. This time, I stayed sitting up longer, trying to reason with myself. I reminded myself that I had to get up for work in the morning. I told myself that people who don't sleep see things that aren't there. I blamed stress, hormones, light from outside, anything I could think of. I decided to take a sleeping pill, even though I don't like relying on them. I thought that if I could just force myself into a deep sleep, I wouldn't see or feel anything else for the rest of the night. I took the pill with a sip of water, turned off the light again, and lay there, waiting for drowsiness to finally win. At some point, I must have drifted off, because the next part of what happened is something I only know because my daughter told me in the morning. I have a 16-year-old daughter. She's at that age where she is growing into herself, still young but old enough to understand that life can be complicated and sometimes scary. That night, while I was in my room fighting with shadows and sleep, she was having her own battles. She had a bad nightmare, the kind that shakes you enough to make you want comfort, even if you're almost an adult. She decided to come into my room to wake me up, probably hoping to crawl into bed with me like she might have done when she was smaller, or at least to hear my voice and reassure herself that she was safe. She told me later that she walked down the hall, still shaken from her dream, and gently opened my bedroom door. The room was dark, because by then I had finally fallen asleep with the light off. She expected to see me in bed, maybe on my side, maybe on my back, the way I usually sleep. She expected to tiptoe and say, "Mom," and have me open my eyes. Instead, she saw something else. Standing beside my bed, leaning over me, was a dark figure. It was close, bent toward me as if it was staring directly down at my face. My daughter said it didn't look up when the door opened. It didn't flinch or turn its head or move away. It just stayed there, peering at me, absolutely still. She couldn't see any facial features at all. No eyes, no mouth, no nose. The whole face was completely black, like a hole cut out of the air or a shadow made solid. The only clear detail she could make out was that it seemed to be wearing a white shirt, which made the darkness of the face and body stand out even more. For a few seconds she just stood there, frozen, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. Then fear hit her, and she did what many of us would do at that age. She backed slowly out of the room and went right back to her own bed. She didn't call out my name. She didn't try to wake me. She didn't turn on the light. The sight of that figure leaning over me, watching me sleep, scared her so much that her instinct was to get away as fast as she could without attracting its attention. She pulled the covers over herself and spent the rest of the night with that image burned into her mind. In the morning, she told me what she had seen. We were going about our usual morning routine when she looked at me and said, in that serious, careful way teenagers use when they are testing whether it is safe to share something, "Mom, I saw something in your room last night." I thought at first that she meant she had seen me tossing and turning, or that she'd heard me moving around, or that she'd had another strange dream. But when she described it, the dark figure leaning over my bed, the black face with no features, the white shirt, the way it never looked up at her, my blood ran cold. It wasn't just because of what she said. It was because it matched the feeling I'd had all night. It lined up too well with the shadow I had been seeing on the wall, and the panic that had been washing over me every time I tried to sleep. I realized, with a sinking feeling, that whatever I had been sensing in my room, my daughter had actually seen with her own eyes. I had heard of something called shadow people before. People talk about them as dark, human-shaped figures that appear in the corners of rooms or at the foot of beds. They are usually described as solid black, with no features, often wearing hats or cloaks. My first thought was that maybe that was what had been in my room, watching me. But the detail of the white shirt made me hesitate. It didn't quite fit the usual stories, at least not the ones I knew. And even if I could give it a label, what difference would that really make? A name doesn't change how frightening it is to know that something was standing over you in the middle of the night, while you slept, close enough to reach out and touch you. Now I find myself afraid to fall asleep. It's not a general fear of the dark, like when I was a child. It's specific. It's the fear of lying down, closing my eyes, and feeling that presence come close again. It's the fear of knowing that my daughter saw something that confirms I am not just imagining things. Before I could tell myself that the hair pulling, the pokes, the shadows were all in my head, products of stress or lack of sleep. Now I have another witness, someone I trust completely, someone with no reason to lie or exaggerate. She saw it. She described it. And it was watching me. Part of me wonders if this thing has been following me my whole life, shifting the way it appears as I grow older. When I was small, it was shadowy beings in my room and strange voices that kept me awake at night. As a young adult, it became touches in the dark, a hand in my hair, a poke in my side, a touch on the bottom of my foot, like it was testing the boundaries of what it could do. More recently, it's been the uneasy sense of movement in the corner of my eye, the shimmer of energy where there shouldn't be any. And now, in this latest visit, it wasn't content to stay on the edge of my vision. It stood right over me, close enough for my daughter to see it clearly. I don't know what it wants from me. That's one of the worst parts, the not knowing. If it meant me obvious harm, if it had ever attacked me or shouted in my ear or thrown something across the room, at least I could say, "It's trying to hurt me." But it doesn't do that, or at least it hasn't so far. It just watches. It touches sometimes, just enough to let me know it is there, but not enough to leave marks. It stares while I sleep. It appears and disappears. It seems patient, almost as if it has all the time in the world. And because it doesn't fit neatly into a box, I don't know how to respond to it. I don't know if I should talk to it, or pray, or ignore it. I don't know if noticing it gives it more power, or if pretending it isn't there is what it wants so it can get closer. I find myself wondering if my past has somehow invited it, or if it chose me for reasons I'll never understand. I think about all the times I felt something touch me or saw something move and brushed it off, and I wonder if, all along, it was the same presence, quietly building a kind of connection to me. Right now, my main feeling is that I want it gone. I want to be able to go to bed and think about normal things. What I'm going to do tomorrow, what errands I need to run, whether I lock the front door. I want my daughter to feel safe walking down the hallway at night, to come into my room when she has a bad dream and not have to worry about seeing a faceless figure leaning over my bed. I want to feel like my home is mine, not a place where something unseen can come and go as it pleases. I don't have all the answers. I don't know for sure what this thing is, or where it came from, or why it seems to have been around me since I was 3 years old. I don't know what its white shirt means, or why it never looked up at my daughter, or why it chose that particular night to show itself so clearly. All I know is that I am tired of being afraid in my own bedroom, tired of waking up my whole life to things I can't explain. Maybe all I can do for now is set clear boundaries in the only way I know how. Maybe I can speak out loud, even if it feels strange, and say, "You are not welcome here. You have no right to watch me, to touch me, or to frighten me or my child. This is my home. You need to leave." Maybe I can fill my room with things that make me feel safe. Light, prayers, comforting objects, whatever helps calm my mind and heart. Maybe I can ask for help, from faith, from people who know more about these things, from anyone who understands what it's like to live with something unseen. For now, the fear is still very real. I find myself sitting up in bed, listening for sounds, watching the walls, watching my own mind. I think of that dark figure in the white shirt, leaning over me while I slept, and I feel a chill deep inside my chest. But I also think of how long I have lived with this and how I have managed, somehow, to keep going. I remind myself that I am not helpless. I am not that 3-year-old child anymore, crying in the dark while my parents point to a housecoat on a door. I am older now. I have a daughter who trusts me enough to tell me what she sees. I have my own voice, and I can use it. I don't know if I can make this thing go away completely, but I can stand up to it in the ways I know how. And maybe, just maybe, that will be enough to change something, even if I don't fully understand what I'm dealing with. Until then, I will keep trying to sleep, keep trying to live my life, and keep trying to find a way to finally be free from whatever has been watching me all this time. I grew up in a Christian family, the kind where you hear the same things so often they sink deep into you, even if you don't really believe them. One of those ideas was that ghosts don't exist. We were told that when people die they either go to heaven or hell, and that's that. No wandering around, no haunting, no strange figures in the hallway. If anything unexplained happened, it was either the devil playing tricks, or just your imagination. For a long time I tried to think that way, because that's how you're supposed to see the world when you're raised the way I was. But as I got older and slowly let go of religion, I also slowly stopped brushing off the things that had happened to me. I started to admit to myself that some of the strangest, most frightening moments in my life didn't fit neatly into dreams or coincidence. Whether I liked it or not, a lot of what I've gone through feels supernatural. When I think back, I realize my first real experience probably happened when I was very young. I might not remember every single ghostly thing that has ever happened to me, but some moments refuse to fade. They sit in my memory like sharp stones at the bottom of a river. No matter how much time flows over them, they stay solid and clear. One of those moments is from when I was about 4 years old. At that time my family lived in a big trailer on a large piece of property. It wasn't some tiny, cramped trailer in a crowded park. It sat out in the forest, surrounded by trees, with water nearby. To a child, it felt endless. The yard seemed huge, with patches of grass and wild plants and dirt, and the woods looked like they went on forever. At night it got very dark, the kind of dark you only get when you're away from streetlights and city glow. Inside, the trailer was warm and familiar, with the hum of the computer, the soft sounds of my family's footsteps, the smell of cooking and laundry, and all the little things that make a place feel like home. One night, though, that home did not feel so safe. I remember waking up and knowing that something was wrong before I even sat up. I slept in a room with my brother. He had the bunk above me, and I was used to the sound of him tossing and turning overhead, the squeak of the mattress, his breathing. That night everything was quiet. Too quiet. I could hear the computer buzzing faintly outside my bedroom, that low constant sound machines make when they're left on. But that was all. No footsteps, no voices, nothing. Even at 4 I knew where everyone should be. My brother was asleep above me. I could hear my father snoring in his room down the hall. He had been asleep for some time. My mother was still at work, so she wasn't in the house. In my mind, that meant the trailer should be still and empty. No one should be moving around. No one should be standing in the hallway. No one at all, except me and my sleeping family. So when I saw the shadows in the hall, every hair on my little arm stood up. I remember lying on my back in my bunk, staring through the open door into the hallway. The nightlight glow from somewhere in the trailer, mixed with the dim light of the computer screen, cast the faint light outside my room. Shadows moved against that faint light. They weren't clear shapes, and they weren't my father walking down the hall, because I could still hear him in his room. My brother was above me, and nothing was blocking the door that could have thrown those shadows. It felt wrong. Even then, I knew something was off. I was only a child, but I wasn't completely helpless. Fear battled with curiosity in my chest, making my heart beat faster and my hands sweat. Part of me wanted to curl up under the covers and pretend I had seen nothing. Another part of me wanted to know what was going on. That second part of me won. I quietly slipped out of bed, trying not to make the bunk creak so I wouldn't wake my brother, and slowly padded to the doorway. As soon as I stepped out into the hallway, I noticed something even stranger. On the wall beside the only window in that hallway, there were 2 white lights. They weren't bright like flashlights or headlights. They were more like soft, round spots of light. One was directly on top of the other, like 2 glowing dots stacked vertically. They didn't float in the air like balls or orbs. They were flat on the wall, like reflections or patches of light thrown there by something else. I stood there for a while, just staring at them, trying to understand. At that age, I didn't have words like paranormal or supernatural in my mind. I just knew something didn't add up. My first thought was that the lights were coming from the computer. It sat outside my bedroom, humming and glowing in its usual way. But the computer only had yellow and green indicator lights. I could see them right there, and they didn't match the soft white circles on the wall. I even moved so that my body blocked the computer, expecting the white lights on the wall to disappear if that was their source. They didn't. They stayed exactly where they were, calmly glowing. My next guess was that something outside was casting the lights. Maybe a car on the road, maybe a porch light, maybe something on the water. I went to the window and tried to look out. All I saw was darkness. It was pitch black outside, the kind of black where you can't even see the branches of the trees against the sky. There were no street lights, no passing cars, no lights on boats, nothing. Whatever was causing those white spots, it wasn't the world outside the window. I remember then doing something simple but very telling. I walked back and forth along the hallway, putting myself between the lights and every possible source. I stood directly in front of them. I tilted my head. I leaned one way, then the other. I watched my own shadow move across the wall, dark and normal, but no matter what I did, those two little white lights stayed untouched. They were like the eyes of something unseen, fixed in place, ignoring everything I did. They didn't flicker. They didn't move. They didn't fade. They just existed, and I had no way to make sense of them. At 4 years old, I didn't know what to call that. All I knew was that it shouldn't be happening, and that it made me feel small and uneasy. I didn't scream. I think I was too confused and too fascinated. After a while, I went back to bed, but those lights and those shadows stayed lodged in my mind. Even now, so many years later, I can still see them clearly if I close my eyes. That was just the beginning of the strange things. As I grew older, I started to notice that objects around me had a tendency to disappear or move without explanation. At first it seemed like normal, kid stuff, toys misplaced, things forgotten, favorite items suddenly nowhere to be found. You can always blame a messy room or a forgetful mind. But looking back, some of those losses still bother me, because they don't feel like simple forgetfulness. In that old trailer, the things that vanished were almost always children's things. One of the clearest examples is my favorite Barbie trailer. It wasn't a tiny accessory. It was a decent-sized toy, something I treasured and kept in a specific place. I stored it in a closet where I kept other toys. One day I went to get it, and it simply wasn't there. The space where it belonged was empty. I asked my mom. I asked my dad. I asked my brother. Nobody had seen it. No one had moved it. None of my friends had been over recently. And even if they had been, I couldn't picture any of them sneaking off with something that big without anyone noticing. Still, we searched. We pulled things out of the closet, checked under the bed, opened drawers, looked in all the places a child might absent-mindedly stuff a toy. We found nothing. You can tell yourself. It will turn up. For a while. You can expect that as you clean or pack or move things around, it will suddenly appear where you least expect it. But it never did. Even when we eventually moved out of that trailer, going through boxes and corners and cupboards, the Barbie trailer never surfaced. It was as if it had slipped out of this world entirely. The same thing happened with a baby blanket that meant a lot to me. It was one of those special blankets you get attached to as a child, soft and comforting, full of memories. I remember leaving it on my mother's bed one day. I placed it there on top of the covers before going to the kitchen to bake with her. We were alone in the house, just the two of us. Neither of us left the kitchen while we worked. No one came in the front door. No one went down the hall. When we finished and I went back to get my blanket, it was gone. We lifted the sheets, checked the floor, looked between the bed and the wall, opened drawers, and searched the entire room. It was nowhere. The window was closed. The door had been shut. There was no way anyone could have walked in and taken it without us noticing. Yet it was simply gone. I remember feeling not just sad, but strangely hollow, like something had been taken from me that I could never get back. I never saw that blanket again. You can explain away one missing item. You can maybe even write off two. But when this kind of thing happens over and over, especially across different places and years, you start to wonder. Throughout my life, objects have moved or vanished in ways that don't make sense. Sometimes I find them later in places I swear I never put them. Sometimes, like the Barbie trailer and the blanket, they just never come back. Along with the disappearing things, there has always been another constant, the feeling of being watched. It doesn't happen all the time, and it doesn't always feel the same, but when it comes, it is unmistakable. I will be alone in a room, or alone in the house, or simply the only person on a certain floor, and suddenly I will feel it. It's like the air changes. The back of my neck tingles. A heaviness settles in the room, not in temperature or sound, but in energy. It feels exactly like someone is standing just behind me or just around the corner, observing me silently. Sometimes it feels so strong that I actually turn around, expecting to see a person standing there. Of course, there is never anyone visible, yet the feeling lingers. It's not a gentle, friendly presence either. It doesn't feel like a loved one checking in. It feels like being studied, like being sized up. There's a sense of unease, a bad vibe that settles into my stomach and makes my hands cold. I know it might sound strange, but I have always felt that whatever that presence is, it is male. I don't know how to explain that. It's not like I see a face or hear a male voice. It's more like an impression, a weight, a kind of flavor to the energy around me. If someone asked me to describe it, I would say, it feels like a man is in the room, even when I can't see anyone at all. Is that weird? Maybe. But that's the best way I can put it. On top of that feeling, there are the noises and physical signs. There have been many times when I've been alone in the house, or at least alone on one floor, and doors will slam shut for no reason. I don't mean gently swinging closed like a draft caught them. I mean a door that was halfway open suddenly slamming with force, loud enough to make me jump. Sometimes it's my bedroom door. Sometimes it is a door down the hall. Every time, it makes my heart race. I am the kind of person who locks my bedroom door every time I go in, especially if I am alone. It's almost automatic now. I like the feeling of control and safety that comes with hearing that click. So it is very unsettling to walk back to my room later and find the door standing open or, worse, closed but unlocked. I know I turned the lock. I remember the sound. Yet somehow, without anyone else around to do it, that lock has been undone. And then there are the things I see in the corner of my eye. Little dark shapes that move when nothing else in the room is moving. Shadows that dart along the wall or across the floor, too fast and too solid to be tricks of light. When I turn my head to look directly at them, they are gone. But the impression of movement stays with me, as if whatever it was slipped out of sight just in time. All of this might be easy to ignore if it weren't for the dreams. Normally, my dreams are a chaotic mess. The settings are strange, with buildings that don't exist in real life and streets that bend in impossible ways. People show up without faces or with blurred features. Sometimes I am not even in my own body. I see through someone else's eyes or from far above. When I wake up from those dreams, they fade quickly. The details are hazy and warped, like reflections in a disturbed puddle. I rarely remember them for very long, and they never feel like anything more than random firings of my brain. But there was one dream that did not behave like a dream at all. It still stands out in my mind as sharp and clear as if it happened yesterday. Sometimes I wonder if it was even a dream at all, or if it was something else entirely. A warning, a vision, or maybe a glimpse into something hidden. In that dream, I was walking through my own house. Not a twisted, dream version of my house, but my actual house, exactly as it is in waking life. Every piece of furniture was where it belonged. The walls were the same color. The stairs creaked in the same places. Even the little imperfections were there, the scratch on the floor, the chip in the paint. It was so real that, in the dream, I didn't even realize I was dreaming. I moved from room to room the way I usually did. Everything felt natural and familiar. But as I walked toward the basement, something changed. I started to hear voices. They weren't loud, but they weren't whispers either. They had a strange tone to them, almost musical but unpleasant, like hearing a song in a language you don't understand but somehow knowing it isn't about anything good. Curious and uneasy, I went down the stairs a little at a time, my hand on the railing. In the basement, there's a rec room, a half wall, and some open space. In the dream, I slipped behind that half wall and crouched there, hiding. I could feel my heart pounding, the same way it does in waking life when I know something isn't right. From my hiding spot, I peeked around the edge of the wall to see who was talking. That's when I saw them. Two figures were walking slowly from the rec room area, one male, one female. They were not misty or transparent like the ghosts in movies. They looked solid, like regular people, except there was something off about them. Something wrong. Their clothing was old-fashioned, the kind you might see in a photograph from 100 years ago. The details blur a little in my memory now, but I remember long skirts, stiff fabric, dark colors, and a man's coat that looked heavier and more structured than anything people wear these days. The man had a beard, and his hair and beard were styled in an old way, not modern at all. They spoke to each other in low voices. I can't remember the exact words now, and that somehow makes it even creepier. What I do remember very clearly is the feeling that washed over me as I listened. Whatever they were saying was dark and disturbing. It was not casual conversation. It felt wrong, like listening in on people planning something cruel, or talking about something terrible they had done. Even though I couldn't tell you the sentences, I knew in my bones that these were not kind people. The energy around them was heavy and unpleasant. Their faces only added to the fear. They didn't look neutral or friendly. They didn't even look sad. Their expressions were twisted in a way that made my skin crawl. There was something evil in their eyes, something cold and calculating, as if they took pleasure in the darkness they carried. Seeing those faces in my own basement, in a house I knew like the back of my hand, shook me in a way I can't fully explain. As I watched, trying to stay perfectly still and quiet behind the half wall, they kept walking and talking. For a moment I thought they hadn't noticed me, and I held my breath, hoping they would go past and disappear. But then, as if they had simply been waiting for the right moment, both of them turned their heads and looked directly at me. The moment their eyes met mine, a jolt of terror shot through me. It was as if all the fear I had ever felt in my life condensed into one sharp spike in my chest. I didn't hear them say anything. I didn't see them move closer. The sheer shock of being seen by them, of knowing they knew I was there, was enough to snap me out of the dream. I woke up suddenly, heart hammering, breath shallow, my bed and room exactly where they should be. But the fear didn't fade the way normal dream fear does. It clung to me, heavy and thick. I remembered every detail of that basement, every fold in their clothes, every line on their hard faces. I remembered the tone of their voices, even if the words were out of reach. It felt less like I had imagined them and more like I had truly seen something. What makes that dream even more unsettling is the fact that my house is over 100 years old. It has history, layers of other people's lives built into the walls and floors. The clothes those ghosts wore would have fit perfectly in an old photograph of this place. Sometimes I wonder if they really did live here once, moving through these same rooms and down these same stairs long before I was born. Sometimes I wonder if the male presence I feel, the eyes I sense on me, the doors that slam and the objects that vanish, are all connected to people like them. I don't have solid answers. I can't prove any of it. I am not trying to convince anyone who doesn't want to be convinced. I know there will always be people who say it's dreams, or stress, or my mind playing tricks on me after a lifetime of hearing stories about spirits and demons. I know my Christian upbringing told me over and over that ghosts don't exist, that what I'm experiencing can't be real. But the white lights that stayed on the wall no matter where I stood, the favorite toys and blankets that disappeared without reason and never came back, the male presence I feel when I'm alone, the doors that unlock themselves and slam shut, the dark figures that dart just out of sight, and that vivid, unforgettable dream of the man and woman in old clothing walking through my basement, talking about something terrible in the house I currently live in. All of those things feel too connected, too sharp, too real to ignore. So here I am, someone who no longer believes in any religion, but who believes that something else is out there. Something that doesn't fit into the neat boxes I was given as a child. Something that watches, moves things, slips into dreams, and leaves traces just strong enough to let me know it's there. I don't pretend to know exactly what these beings are, ghosts, spirits. leftovers of people long dead, or something else entirely. I only know that they feel very real to me. And whether I like it or not, they have shaped the way I see the world, and the way I feel when the house is quiet, the lights are off, and I catch a glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye. That night really started long before we even got to the party. It began with an argument between me and my girlfriend about whether or not we should even go. My friend Kyle was having a party out at his family's farm, which was way out on narrow back roads about 10 miles outside of town. She doesn't like those roads at the best of times, especially in the dark, and the idea of driving them while I was drunk scared her a lot. We went back and forth for a while. I wanted to see my friends, relax, and have a good time. She kept saying she didn't want to be the one driving because the roads were too tight and twisty, and she didn't feel comfortable behind the wheel out there at night, especially with people possibly coming the other way, maybe drunk, maybe speeding. I kept saying I would be careful. She kept saying that careful and alcohol don't really go together on tiny back roads. In the end, we made a deal. We could go to Kyle's party, but only if I did not drink. No. Just one. No. Only a couple. Nothing. If I stuck to that, we would both feel safe because I would be the one driving home. It seemed like a fair agreement, and to be honest, at the time I did agree that it made sense. I told her I wouldn't drink, and we headed out. We pulled up to Kyle's place around 11 at night. It was the usual farm party scene. His house sat a bit off the road, and behind it, about 100 yards or so, was a big bonfire already going. The sky was dark, the air smelled like smoke and fields, and you could hear music and shouting from where people were drinking and laughing around the fire. The mood was good. Everyone was having fun. It felt like one of those nights that might just be another memory with friends. We walked back to the bonfire together. I said hello to everyone, cracked the usual jokes, talked to some friends, and tried to act normal. For a while, I actually stuck to the plan. I didn't go near the coolers. I just hung around, talked, and watched the flames. But after a bit, I started thinking about it more. I'm a bigger guy, or at least I was at that time, and part of me thought I knew my limits. In my head I started doing that kind of quiet math people do when they're trying to justify something they already want to do. I told myself, I'm a big guy. 2 or 3 beers isn't going to do anything. I'll be fine to drive. I'll drink slowly. The roads are empty. I'll just be careful. One excuse after another stacked up, and the promise I made to my girlfriend slowly started to feel less rigid in my mind. I looked over at her. She was talking with some people at the fire, not paying attention to me. That's when the idea hit me. I could sneak into the house, have a quick beer, and come back before she even noticed. 1 beer. Just one. It sounded harmless in that moment. So I slipped away from the bonfire and walked back toward the house, trying not to draw attention. Inside the house it was quieter. The music and voices from the fire were muffled by the walls. I made my way to where the drinks were kept, grabbed a beer, opened it, and drank it down. Nothing strange happened. No one came looking for me. I finished the beer, tossed the empty, and headed back outside, feeling a little guilty, but mostly pleased with myself for getting away with it. Back at the fire, things were just as I left them. No one had missed me. My girlfriend was still chatting, laughing, and enjoying herself. 10 minutes or so went by, and then the same thought came creeping in again. 1 beer hadn't changed anything. I felt totally fine. I started telling myself, well, if 1 didn't affect me, 2 or 3 won't either. I've got a big body, a strong tolerance. I'll drink slowly. I'll still be okay. This time, when I left the fire, I planned ahead. Instead of just going in for 1 beer, I decided I'd grab a few. That way I wouldn't have to keep coming in and out. So I walked back up to the house again, trying to move casually so it wouldn't look like I was sneaking away. I went inside, found the beer, and grabbed 3 of them. I was alone in the house. I could hear the party outside, but inside it was just me, the quiet, and the bottles in my hands. I was just about to open the first bottle when I heard someone come in through the door. I heard footsteps and voices entering the house. My first thought was panicked and simple. It's her. I was sure my girlfriend had noticed I was gone again and had come looking for me. I didn't want her to see me standing there with 3 unopened beers after I'd promised not to drink at all. Thinking quickly, I ran out the front door onto the porch, taking the beers with me. My plan was to stand out there, slam them back as fast as I could, and then go around the house and pretend nothing had happened. It wasn't a smart plan, but at the time it felt like the best way to hide what I was doing. Out on the porch, I opened the first bottle. The cap came off with that usual little hiss. I lifted it up, ready to drink, when something very strange happened. I felt something grab my hand and hold it in place on the bottle. It didn't feel like a hand or fingers exactly, but something had me. I tried to pull my hand away, but it wouldn't move. It was like my hand was stuck to the bottle. It wasn't physical glue, and there was no one standing there grabbing me, but the grip was strong. The best way I can explain it is that it felt like my hand was being held in place by some kind of magnetic force. My muscles were working. I was trying to move. But something unseen was not letting my hand leave the bottle. At first, I thought maybe my hand had cramped. That happens sometimes, where your fingers lock up for a moment. But this lasted longer and felt different. It felt like someone, or something, was actually holding me still. 10 seconds passed. Then maybe 20. It was long enough for me to go from confused to really scared. I started to think something might be wrong with me physically. The idea that I could be having a stroke or a heart attack suddenly flashed through my mind. I thought, what if this is happening to my body? What if something is shutting down? I was on the edge of calling out to someone for help. I was right at the point of yelling back into the house because I thought maybe I needed medical attention. Just as I was about to shout, my hand came free. The invisible grip that had held it in place just let go. My hand was mine again. I didn't take a sip. I dropped the beers, left them right there on the porch, and went straight back into the house. My heart was pounding. My mind was racing. I wasn't thinking about drinking anymore. I was thinking about how strange and scary that had just been. Inside the house, an uneasy feeling washed over me. It was more than just fear from what had happened with my hand. It was like everything inside me was telling me that I shouldn't be there. Not just in the house, but at that party at all. It was a strong, heavy feeling, like a warning. It felt as if something was saying, "You need to leave. You need to go home. Now." I kept thinking about my hand, about how it had been frozen. I kept telling myself that maybe it had just been a little tremor or something minor, maybe my muscles had locked up. But it didn't feel like that. The feeling of being held to the bottle was too strong, too focused, too deliberate. Still, my mind was trying to find a normal reason. I told myself I was probably fine, but that feeling that I needed to get out of there only grew stronger. So I made up my mind. I went and found my girlfriend and told her I wanted to go home. I didn't go into detail. I didn't tell her about the beers or my hand or how I felt like I was being warned about something. I just said I didn't feel right and wanted to leave. She agreed, a little surprised but not upset, and we headed out. As I drove down the road away from Kyle's farm, I stuck firmly to my lane. The night felt different now. I was more aware of every turn, every patch of darkness, every oncoming pair of headlights, even though the road was mostly empty. That strange feeling of warning was still with me. Then, ahead in the distance, I saw flashing lights cutting through the night. For a second I wondered if there had been an accident. As we got closer, I could see the shape of police cars parked across part of the road. It was a ride program, the kind of checkpoint where officers stop cars to check for drunk drivers. In 23 years of living in that small town, I had never seen officers that far out on the back roads doing that kind of check. It was completely unheard of. If you were going to find police doing a ride program, it was usually on busier roads closer to town, not way out there in the middle of nowhere. But there they were, on the very route we were taking home, on the same remote back roads that people always said were safe, because cops never came out that far. We pulled up and rolled to a stop. An officer came to my window, asked the usual questions, took a look at me, probably smelled my breath, and then waved us on. Because I hadn't actually managed to drink anything beyond that first beer I had had earlier, and because my hand had been stopped on the porch, I was sober enough to pass through without any trouble. We drove on, and soon we were home. The next day, the whole thing was still stuck in my mind. The image of my hand frozen to the bottle, the strange feeling in the house, the ride program in a place where I had never seen police before. It all seemed like too much to just be a random chain of events. I decided to call Kyle and ask him something that might sound strange on any other day. I asked him if anything weird had ever happened at his house or on his farm since he and his family moved in. They had only been there for about 2 years. At first he seemed a bit puzzled by the question, but then he told me that, yes, his mother had mentioned a few strange things. He said his mom, who is a solid, down-to-earth farm woman and a regular churchgoer, believed there were spirits on the property, and that she had actually had several encounters with them. He said she didn't think they were bad or harmful spirits, just present. They were more like quiet reminders that someone else was still sharing the place. As soon as he said that, I knew I had to talk to her directly. Thankfully, she was at home when I called. I asked her if she would mind telling me what she had experienced at the farm. She was open about it. She told me that she had seen the 2 previous owners of the farm more than once. She described them in a calm way, not trying to scare me, just telling me what she knew. The previous owners, she said, had been 2 doctors. In the 1960s, they used the farm as a place to treat people with alcohol addiction and other substance problems. The farm was their quiet escape from their busy medical lives, and it was also a place where they tried to help people recover from drinking and other habits that were ruining their lives. Both of these doctors had died in 1991, but according to Kyle's mom, they hadn't completely left. She told me she had seen them in the barn and on the front porch of the house. When she said, "front porch," it struck me hard, because that was exactly where I had been standing when something held my hand and stopped me from drinking more beer. She said that sometimes they would make their presence known by small things, gentle reminders that the family was not alone there. Nothing scary or violent, just little touches, little movements, small signs. I sat there listening, thinking about the night before. The fact that these 2 doctors had spent a big part of their lives helping people with drinking problems, and that they were seen on the front porch where I almost chugged more beers, and that my hand had been stopped in a strange, almost protective way. It all began to fit together in my mind. Was it them? Were those 2 doctors, who had once treated alcoholics on that same property, the ones who grabbed my hand and stopped me? Did they somehow know that if I had drunk those beers, I would have been heading straight into a ride program a few miles down the road, risking my license, my safety, my girlfriend's safety, and who knows what else? Did they stop me as a kind of warning? I can't prove it, of course. There's no way to show anyone what I felt on that porch or what held my hand. But after hearing Kyle's mom's stories and thinking about the timing of everything, it was hard for me to believe it was all an accident. Whatever it was, that night changed me. It shook me more than I wanted to admit at first. From that night on, I stopped taking drinking and driving lightly. I stopped telling myself that just a few beers were okay if I felt fine. I realized how quickly my life could have gone another way. If my hand hadn't been stopped, if I had been drinking on that porch and then got into the car, that ride program could have ended my license, my record, and maybe even caused a much worse outcome. After that, I decided to learn more and do better. I went to college for police foundations, partly because I wanted to understand the law and how things like drinking and driving affect people's lives, and partly because I knew, deep down, that I had been given a second chance. From that day on, I never drank and drove again. And there's one more detail that still sticks with me. Not long after that night, 4 of my friends ended up losing their licenses for driving while intoxicated. They got caught, paid the price, and had to deal with all the consequences that came with it. When I think about that, I can't help but remember the feeling in my hand that night, on that porch, at that farm, with two unseen doctors from the past possibly stepping in one more time to keep someone from making a mistake. Maybe it was just my body acting up. Maybe it was all one strange coincidence. Or maybe, on that quiet porch in the dark, I got a warning from people who had spent their lives trying to save others from alcohol, and they weren't quite finished yet. Whatever the truth is, I listened, and I'm still listening. The summer this all started, it didn't feel like something out of a scary story. It felt like real life, messy and tiring and full of boxes and dust. Me and my mom were moving out of her boyfriend's basement apartment and into a house he had just bought for us to rent. We were more worried about how we were going to get the couch through the door and where we were going to put the TV than anything else. Ghosts and spirits were the last thing on our minds. Her boyfriend knew the man who had lived in the house before us. He worked at one of the local TV stations, so I'll call him Dave. Before he moved in, there had been the original owners, but we didn't know much about them. To us it was just the new place, and we were excited to finally be out of the basement and into a real house with space and windows and separate rooms. We met up with Dave one day while we were signing papers and doing the usual moving and stuff. He was friendly and talkative, and he knew the house well. At some point, in that casual joking way people use when they are not sure how you will react, he said something like, "Oh, and by the way, there's an old man in the basement." Me and my mom both laughed. We weren't believers in anything paranormal. We were the type to roll our eyes at ghost shows and say, "They're just doing that for rating." So when he said there was an old man in the basement, we assumed he was just kidding, or maybe talking about some weird memory, like an old tenant, or a family story. We scoffed, brushed it off, and went right back to talking about paint colors and where the washer and dryer would go. The house itself was older, not falling apart or anything, but you could tell it had been around for a while. The front door opened into a small porch, a sort of little enclosed entryway where you could leave shoes and hang coats. From there, you stepped into a hallway that ran straight down the middle of the house. If you stood in that hallway facing in, the left side of the house was mostly big, connected rooms. The first door on the left opened into a front room, kind of like a sitting room or small living room. That room had two French doors at the back, glass-paned doors that opened inward. If you went through those, you walked into the dining room. The dining room had its own set of French doors on the other side, and those opened into what we started calling the new living room, the main room where we planned to put the sofa, TV, and everything else. That living room had a back door that led out to the driveway and the shed. When you opened it, you could smell the outside concrete, oil, grass, and whatever the weather brought. On the right side of the hallway, as soon as you stepped in from the porch, there was the staircase going up to the second floor. The stairs were old wood, a bit creaky, and they turned at a small landing before going the rest of the way up. If you kept walking past the base of the stairs, still on the right side of the hall, there was another doorway a little further down. This one led into the kitchen. The kitchen was kind of the center of the house. There was another door into it from the hallway, and yet another door into it from the living room. The kitchen itself had a door that, if you pulled it open, right behind it there was another door, the one that led down to the basement. Off the kitchen there was a small workroom or computer room, a little space for a desk and shelves, somewhere you could pay bills or use the computer. Upstairs, when you climbed the stairs and reached the top, the first thing you saw directly ahead was a linen closet with a small white door. To the left of that closet was my mom's bedroom. Her room had another small spare room attached to it, like a little side room that could be used for storage or guests. To the right of the linen closet was my room and the bathroom. It was a simple layout, but it made sense, and it felt cozy enough. We thought of it as a fresh start. At first, everything was normal. We were busy moving in, unpacking, arguing about where to put things, and tripping over boxes. If something small happened, a weird noise, a creak, a door that wouldn't stay quite closed, we just blamed the age of the house or the wind. Old houses make sounds. Pipes rattle. Floors settle. We didn't give anything a second thought. It took a few months before things started to happen in a way we couldn't ignore, and even then, it started small. A light turning off when no one was near the switch. A creak on the stairs when everyone was sitting down. A feeling that a door you were sure you had closed was now open a crack. Little things. The types of things you can explain away without trying too hard. Then my nephew came to stay. He was only 7 years old at the time and full of energy. He loved sleepovers, especially at our place, because he said the house felt big and fun, compared to the basement we used to live in. That night we decided to make it special for him. We had supper, cleaned up, and then the three of us settled into the new living room to watch a movie. It was one of those nights where the lights are down, the TV glow is soft, and everyone is half under a blanket, half under a pile of snacks. The French doors between the dining room and the living room were closed. They clicked softly when you shut them, and once they were closed, they stayed closed unless you turned the handle and pulled. They weren't loose or crooked, they fit firmly in their frame. We were about halfway through the movie when those two doors suddenly swung wide open. Not slowly, not a gentle drift, just a sudden swing, like someone on the other side had shoved them hard. For a second, all three of us just stared. My heart dropped into my stomach. The room felt different, like the air had changed. My nephew turned his head and looked at the doors with big eyes. My mom's face tightened. We looked at one another, trying to give each other some kind of logical explanation without actually saying it out loud. "It's probably just a draft," I said, even though deep down I knew there hadn't been any breeze strong enough to do that, and those doors were not light. Still, I didn't want to scare my nephew, so I got up, walked over, and pushed the doors closed again. I made sure they latched properly, then turned to go back to the couch. I had made it only a few steps when the back door leading to the driveway suddenly swung open on its own. This door was solid and heavy, and it opened to the outside. You could hear the night when it opened, the air and sounds from outside slipping in. It didn't creak open, it just moved, all at once, with enough force that it hit the wall lightly and bounced a little. Now my heart really started pounding. I could feel it in my throat. I glanced at my mom, and she looked as shaken as I felt, though I could tell she was trying to stay calm for my nephew's sake. He was staring from the couch, eyes wide, not saying anything. "Okay," I said slowly, forcing a calm voice I didn't feel. "That's enough TV for tonight." I told my nephew to go upstairs to my mom, who was already in bed watching TV in her room. I didn't want him down there with me anymore. He didn't argue. He jumped up, hurried out of the room, and went up the stairs. Once he was out of sight, I closed the back door firmly, checked the lock, checked it again, and then turned off the TV. I tried to pretend my hands weren't shaking. I told myself it was old hinges, uneven floors, pressure changes, whatever I could think of, but none of it felt right. Still, we all went to bed and tried our best to sleep. The next morning the day felt ordinary again. Sunlight was coming through the windows. The house didn't look scary in the light. It looked like any other house. My nephew was cheerful again, and we had plans to clean the car, so I tried to push the previous night out of my mind. We went down to the basement to look for the hose. The basement was unfinished. The steps were wooden, and the air down there always felt cooler and heavier than the air upstairs. There were exposed beams, old pipes, and shadows in the corners. The washer and dryer sat along one side. Boxes and old things from the house were stacked here and there. A small window near the ceiling let in a thin line of light, but most of the basement lived in a kind of dim half-shadow. I was searching through some stuff, looking for the hose, when I felt it, a light tugging on my arm. At first I didn't think anything of it. I thought it was my nephew, wanting my attention, maybe trying to point something out. "Stop tugging on me," I said, eyes still on the pile of things I was going through. "I need to find the hose." "I'm not tugging on you, Auntie," he said. There was something in his voice that made me turn around. I expected to see him right beside me, but he wasn't. He was on the other side of the basement, sitting cross-legged on the floor near his Ninja Turtle figurines. He had left them there from the night before and had gone straight to them once we came downstairs. He hadn't moved from his spot. A cold feeling ran up my spine. The hairs on my arms stood up. The tugging on my arm had felt real. It hadn't been my shirt catching on something or a muscle twitch. It had felt like fingers lightly pulling. I told myself I was imagining it, that I was just nervous because of last night. I turned back to the shelves and kept looking for the hose, but now I could feel something else, the heavy, quiet sensation of being watched. It's hard to explain if you've never felt it. It was like someone was standing just behind me, close enough to touch, but when I turned my head, there was no one there. Just the gray basement, the washing machine, the dryer, the shelves, and my nephew sitting where he had been the whole time. I tried to ignore it and focused on the boxes and shelves, telling myself we'd find the hose and get out. A few moments later, my nephew screamed. It wasn't a playful yell. It wasn't a surprised gasp. It was a full, frightened scream that made my heart jump into my throat. I spun around and ran to him, dropping whatever I had been holding. "What's wrong?" I asked, kneeling beside him. His eyes were big and wet, and he looked truly afraid. "The man just showed me his cut," he said. My mind froze for a second. I looked around quickly, half expecting, half dreading that I might see something standing near us. There was nothing visible. Just the cold basement and the quiet, heavy air. "What man?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "What cut?" He pointed toward the area by the washing machine. "The man over there," he said, his voice shaking. He was standing there, and he was cleaning his cut. I looked at the washing machine. There was no one there. No movement. No sound. I wanted to tell myself he had imagined it, that it was just a child telling stories, but the look on his face stopped me. He wasn't smiling or trying to get attention. He looked like he had seen something real. Still, I told him it was okay, that maybe he had just been thinking about something scary, and I led him upstairs. My hands were cold, and my mind kept going back to the tugging on my arm and the feeling of being watched. Later that same day, we ended up going back down to the basement. He had left some of his toys there, and as brave as he usually was, he didn't want to go down alone anymore. I understood. I didn't much want to go alone either, so I took a deep breath, grabbed his hand, and we went together. We had just reached about halfway down the stairs when he suddenly stopped and turned to me, putting a finger to his lips. "Sure, Auntie," he whispered. "The man is sleeping. I don't want to wake him." My skin prickled. The way he said it was so casual, like he was talking about someone real, someone we both could see. But I saw nothing, only the dim basement below, the concrete floor, the washing machine, the stacked boxes. No man. No shadow. No figure. I squeezed his hand and said that we could come back later for his toys, and I turned us around. We went back up the stairs and into the bright light of the kitchen. My heart was beating faster than I wanted him to see. Upstairs, I sat him down and decided to ask him some questions. I needed to hear exactly what he had seen, and maybe by talking through it, I could find a way to explain it to myself. "Can you tell me what the man looks like?" I asked. He thought for a second, his little brow furrowing. "He's chocolate," he said. It took me a moment to realize what he meant. Chocolate was his way of saying the man had dark skin. He went on. "He has cuts," he said, showing me his own arms with his hands. "And his clothes are ragged." He also told me something else, not in a scared way, but in a quiet, serious tone. "He's harmless," my nephew said. "And he's alone." That last part made my chest tighten. How do you argue with a child when they say something like that? He wasn't making jokes. He wasn't trying to scare me. He was saying what he believed to be true. I wanted to believe he was making it up, or that he'd seen something on TV and his imagination was mixing it with the basement. So when my mom came back into the room, I told her what he had said, expecting her to join me in saying, "Oh, it's just his imagination." Instead, she nodded slowly and said she believed him. "I've been hearing someone call my name," she said, "when no one's in the house. I thought I was tired or hearing things, but maybe I'm not." Hearing that from her shook me. My mom wasn't the type to jump to ghost stories. If anything, she was more practical than I was. But she looked serious, not dramatic, not joking. Serious and a little uneasy. That night, after supper, all three of us, me, my mom, and my nephew, went down to the basement together. We needed ice cream from the freezer down there to go with the pie my mom had bought. We thought maybe if we went together it would feel less strange. Safety in numbers, and all that. The basement felt colder than usual. The air felt thick. We walked down the stairs, my nephew clinging a little closer to my side than normal. The light bulb overhead gave off a yellow glow that didn't quite reach every corner. As my mom moved toward the freezer, she stopped and shivered. "It feels like someone is touching me," she said quietly. No one was near her. I was standing a bit away, and my nephew was closer to me than to her. She brushed at her arms as if she had walked through a cobweb, but there was nothing there. My nephew looked up at us, his face serious. "He's mad," he said. "He doesn't like that we're here. We're disturbing him." The way he said it made my stomach twist. Me and my mom both looked at him, then at each other. When we looked back down at him, that's when we saw it. On his small shoulders, through his shirt, there were faint, clear marks, like the prints of hands resting firmly there. Not red and obvious like someone gripping hard, but pale impressions, one on each shoulder, too big to be my mom's or mine, and neither of us had been touching him. It looked exactly like someone had been standing right behind him, their hands placed on his shoulders in a firm, possessive way. I felt cold all over. There were only three of us in that basement. I knew where my hands were. I could see where my mom's hands were. And yet, the marks were there, plain as day, and my nephew didn't seem surprised to feel them. To him, this man was as real as we were. We didn't stay in the basement long after that. We grabbed the ice cream and went upstairs quickly, trying to act normal for my nephew's sake. But inside, both of us were shaken. Later, when he was distracted with cartoons, me and my mom talked quietly in the kitchen. We decided to contact the people who had lived in the house before Dave, the owners before him, to see if they knew anything. It felt like a long shot, but it also felt like the only thing we could do. Maybe they had stories. Maybe they had explanations. Maybe none of it would help, but we needed to try. When we reached them and asked if anything strange had ever happened in the house, we were surprised by how quickly they answered. They didn't hesitate or say we were crazy. Instead, they told us that when they had lived there, their son used to go down into the basement and spend hours playing with a man. They said it in that same careful way parents use when they're talking about something they don't fully understand. Their son had been so sure of this man he played with. They had thought it was an imaginary friend. Living in that house, hearing what they heard, they weren't so sure anymore. Their story fit so closely with what my nephew had been telling us that it made the hairs on my arms stand up all over again. Our nephew saw a man in the basement. Their son saw a man in the basement. He described him as chocolate, with cuts and ragged clothes. They had a son who would spend hours down there with someone he claimed was a man. My mom heard her name being called. Doors opened on their own. Hands pressed on shoulders. Later, we tried to do some research on the house itself. We looked for old records, old news, any mention of an accident, or a death that might explain a man with cuts and ragged clothes in the basement. We checked what we could, old notes, local bits of history, anything we could access easily. We came up empty. No confirmed story. No obituary that matched. No official record saying, "This is who he was." But sometimes you don't get neat answers. Sometimes all you get is what you see, what you feel, and what your 7-year-old nephew whispers while standing halfway down the basement stairs. Before we moved into that house, me and my mom didn't believe in the paranormal. We laughed at the idea of ghosts, especially at the thought of an old man in the basement. It sounded like something out of a bad movie. After the doors that opened themselves, the cold fingers tugging on my arm, the invisible eyes watching me as I searched for a hose, the terrified scream of a child seeing a man cleaning his wounds by the washing machine, a little boy shushing me because I might wake the sleeping man, my mother's name being called in an empty house, the feeling of unseen hands on her skin, and the clear marks of hands on my nephew's shoulders when no one else was near him. After all of that, after hearing that, another family's child had spent hours playing with a man in that same basement. We were not laughing anymore. We never found his name. We never learned his story. But we both became believers. Not in every ghost tale out there, not in every shadow or creak, but in what we had lived through in that house, in that basement, with a man that only some of us could see. Sometimes I still wonder if that house turned bad because of us, or if we were just dropped into something that was already crooked and tired and full of old hurt. I used to lie awake and think about it, back when everything was happening, and I still catch myself going over the same questions now. Could 4 teenagers, all angry or sad or confused in their own ways, really pour out enough ugly energy to twist the whole house? Could all those hormones and fights and slammed doors work like bait, calling in whatever sits just outside what we can see, the way candy calls to kids? Or was it never about us at all, but about the land the house sat on, or the people who lived there long before our boxes were dragged through the front door? Maybe it was a mix of everything. Maybe it was none of it. You can guess and guess until your head hurts, but in the end all you are really left with is what you lived through, and for me that house was a heavy, wrong place to be, no matter what the reason was. Before all of that, my life felt simple. When I was little, we lived in a small mining town up in the northern Rockies of British Columbia. I remember clear air and big sky, and streets where people knew your name, and your parents' names, and your dog's name too. It was the kind of place where you could still be a child without feeling stupid for it. I was an adventurous kid, always out climbing rocks or poking around in ditches or exploring half-frozen creeks. But at the same time I was still very young at heart. I played with teddy bears, made little worlds for them from shoeboxes and old scarves, and talked to them like they were real. I believed in stories and in make-believe. I still had that softness kids are supposed to have. Then, when I turned 12, all of that was yanked away. My family was uprooted from that little mining town and dropped into a boring city on Vancouver Island. To someone who loves a place, boring can feel worse than dangerous. The city kids there seemed like a different species to me. I had grown up with scraped knees, long walks, and people who went camping on weekends. These kids hung out behind stores, smoked real cigarettes instead of pretending, did drugs, and bragged about sex in ways that made my skin crawl. I was 12, still half child, still clinging to my teddies and to a world where imagination was more important than looking cool. The things they did didn't just make me uncomfortable, they actually revolted me. I felt like I had been dropped into a world where people were rushing to be adults without really knowing what that meant. I was lonely, of course. Kids can be cruel to anyone who doesn't fit, and I did not fit. I started drifting toward other loners, the leftovers and misfits that never quite glued into the main groups. We were a strange little bunch. We did smoke sometimes, because that was our tiny attempt at rebellion and belonging, but we weren't like the others. We still made up stories, drew pictures, imagined other worlds. We stuck to the edges of things. We were on the outside looking in, trying to figure out who we were supposed to be in a place that didn't feel like home. For all that, nothing truly strange happened in that house at first. It felt unsettled in normal ways. New town, new school, new routines, a sense of loss hanging over everything. But there was no real heaviness in the walls. Nothing that made me look over my shoulder. The house was just a house, and we were just a family trying to adapt. Then, for a little while, life shifted again. We moved to Alberta and stayed there for about a year and a half. The prairies were their own kind of strange for me. Flat where I was used to mountains, big open skies where I felt both free and exposed. I remember long roads, dry fields, and a kind of quiet that felt different from the quiet of the mountains. Our old house back on Vancouver Island, though, did not sit empty while we were away. My parents rented it out, and that was when things started to go wrong. Not for us yet. We were busy surviving a new place again, but for the house itself. 2 sets of tenants lived there while we were gone. Even with my 13-year-old eyes, which were still learning how to read adults, I could tell something was off about them. They were fishy, that's the word that comes back into my mind. Shifty, not quite honest, the kind of people you watch even when they're smiling because something in your stomach says not to turn your back for too long. During our time in Alberta, the house was used for a grow-up. It wasn't just someone smoking weed in the basement. It was plants, lights, and all the mess that comes with people who care more about making money than about the place they are doing it in. After that, a second family moved in, a large one with 9 children. You would think a big family might bring warmth and laughter into a place, and maybe they did in their own way, but they also left behind chaos and damage. Both sets of tenants treated the house badly, but the second family managed to pretty much destroy it. When my parents finally decided to move us back, the house we returned to was not the same one we had left behind. My father stayed behind for a time to deal with repairs and work, while the rest of us were sent back early. It felt like being told, "Go on, settle in," only to walk into something that looked like a war zone. My mother, my siblings, and I went ahead without him and opened the door to find the shape of our old home under a layer of wreckage. The damage wasn't just scuffed paint or a few broken tiles. It was deep. There were holes punched in the walls, like someone had gone from room to room and laid their anger into the drywall with their fists. Doors had been slammed so often the hinges were bent. The carpets were stained, the curtains ripped, and there was a smell in the air that I can only describe as old smoke, sweat, and something sour underneath. And then there were the details that disturbed us in a way that went beyond simple mess. We started finding signs that the children in that big family hadn't just been crowded, they had been trapped. In each of the small bedrooms, there were marks that hinted at kids being locked in. Some of the windows had screens that had been kicked out from the inside, bent and torn metal hanging loose like fingers. In my parents' area of the house, there were white baby handprints on the bathroom and bedroom doors. Not dirty smudges from play, but pale little prints, as if someone had pressed small hands covered in flour or paint onto the wood. When I saw those, it made my skin prickle. You could tell they weren't made by older kids. They were tiny. Then there was my room. When I opened the door and stepped inside, feeling that first rush of disappointment at the state of the place that was supposed to be home again, my eyes were drawn downward. At the bottom of the inside of my door, along the wood near the floor, were scratch marks. Not a random few, but a cluster of them, as if tiny hands or maybe small fingernails had scraped over and over and over again at the same spot, trying to get out. I remember crouching down and running my fingers gently over those marks, my heart heavy and unsettled. I kept thinking of some child, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 of them, shut in that room, small bodies pressed to the door, crying, scratching, begging to be let out. All in all, the house felt wrong from the start. It wasn't just the damage. It was the feeling. A heavy residue of noise and fear and frustration hung in the air like invisible smoke. We were back in Nanaimo, in a city we had already learned to dislike, and the house that should have been our safe place carried the echoes of anger and neglect. We didn't know everything that had happened there, but we could see enough of it in the walls and floors and doors to imagine. We were not in a good place ourselves. My sister and I were very unhappy to be back. We had never really fallen in love with Nanaimo the first time, and being forced to return after closing that chapter of our lives once already made it worse. We were teenagers now, with all the confusion and raw emotion that comes with that. My mother was lonely and stressed. She had gone back ahead with us while my father stayed behind to work and fix what he could, so she had to carry the weight of getting us settled, dealing with our moods, and facing the ruined house, mostly on her own. I'm not entirely sure how my younger brothers felt inside. They weren't always open about it. I know my oldest brother was certainly angry. It was like he walked around with a storm under his skin, always close to bursting. He had tried to hurt me a couple of times when his temper got away from him. He was bigger and stronger, and even if he never broke bones, those moments left a mark. The whole house seemed to echo with sharp words, slammed doors, raised voices, and quiet tears behind locked bathroom doors. Even without knowing anything about paranormal things, you could say that there was a lot of negative energy in that house before anything strange ever started. Whatever the tenants had left behind, we weren't exactly clearing it out with sunshine. Maybe all that had nothing to do with what came later. Maybe it was just a stage, and something else wandered in because the door was already cracked open. I don't know. I just know that the house was not a happy place for most of us, and for me especially, it became something I dreaded more than school, more than the city, more than anything. By the time things really began to happen, I was drowning in my own head. I was in that heavy, gray kind of teenage depression that makes everything feel pointless and tired. I was moody, short-tempered, and exhausted all the time. I often refused to go to school. On those mornings, instead of forcing myself out the door, I would watch everyone else leave and then crawl back into bed. My days turned upside down. I slept when the sun was out and woke when the rest of the house went quiet. Nights became mine, long hours where I would read until my eyes burned or write stories that tried to make sense of the emotions I couldn't say out loud. My bedroom was on the downstairs level, right next to the staircase that led up to the main floor. That staircase plays a big part in what I remember. The house was old and cheaply built, with the kind of stairs and floors that complain loudly about every foot placed on them. You could map a person's path through the upstairs rooms just by listening, but the stairs were the worst. Every step had its own particular creak and groan, like old bones. When the strange things started, they were small. Often, in the middle of the night, when the house should have been settled and sleeping, I would hear footsteps on the stairs. At first, I didn't think much of it. Sometimes it really was one of my older brothers, sneaking up to the kitchen for a late-night snack, raiding the fridge in the dark and shuffling around for something to eat. I learned to tell their steps apart, the way you know who is coming by the sound of their voice. One brother walked heavy and fast, half-stomping even when he tried to be quiet. The other was lighter, quicker, almost bouncing up the steps in two-at-a-time bursts. But the other footsteps were different. They were slow, and they seemed to place each foot carefully, one step at a time, as if the person was either cautious or simply had nowhere they needed to be in a hurry. Lying in bed at 2 or 3 in the morning, with only the dim light from my alarm clock and the muffled hum of the fridge upstairs for company, I would hear it. One creak. Then a pause. Then the next. The sound would start near the bottom of the staircase, the part that was closest to my room, and then make its way up. Sometimes it would stop at the landing, that small flat part where the stairs turned. The steps would reach that point and then simply end, as if whoever was walking had changed their mind and vanished. Other times the sound would continue until it reached just the top step, right where the upstairs floor began, and then stopped dead. No one turned left toward the kitchen or right toward the living room. No one crossed the squeaky patches of the upstairs hallway. No fridge door opened. No cupboard banged. Just the stairs, creaking under weight that never showed itself at the end. The first few nights, I told myself it was one of my brothers, and that he was just extra quiet on the floor above. Maybe he was standing completely still just out of my hearing. Maybe he sat down at the top of the stairs for some reason. Teenagers do weird things sometimes. I tried to push it away like that, because the other option, that something invisible was walking those steps, made my chest tighten. As the nights went on, though, patterns formed. On the nights when it was my brother's, the footsteps were followed by all the normal noises of someone awake. Cupboards, fridge doors, whispers, the soft clink of dishes. On the nights when it was not them, it was just the steps. Slow, deliberate, stopping in places that made no sense. It always happened late, when my mother was sleeping and the rest of the house was quiet. Sometimes I would hold my breath and strain to hear anything else, any hint of movement above me. There was nothing. Just the memory of each creak echoing in my ears. I told myself the house was old. I told myself that old houses settle, that wood shifts, that pipes groan. I had grown up hearing those things. But in my gut, I knew the difference between a random shift and the clear pattern of something that sounded exactly like feet. You know the rhythm of a person walking. It is different from a building sighing. One night, after a long day of avoiding school and hiding in books, I went into my bedroom and froze. My closet door was slightly ajar, the way I had left it, but what caught my eye was the clothes hanger hanging on the outside of the door. It was swinging back and forth wildly, as if someone had just slapped it or shoved it with force. I stopped in the doorway and just watched it for a second, my heart beating faster. The hanger had no reason to be moving like that. There was no window open, no breeze strong enough to set it off, and I hadn't bumped the door. I told myself not to be ridiculous. I walked back out of the room, then back in again, a little roughly, trying to make my movement cause the hanger to swing. Nothing. I opened and closed the bedroom door harder, trying to create a gust of air. I walked past the hanger close enough that my shoulder brushed the door. Still nothing. The hanger might wobble slightly then, just a soft tap, but it never swung the way I had first seen it. That wild motion had come and gone in the few seconds before my brain had fully caught up. Later that same night, I was in bed reading. The house was quiet. The feeling from earlier still sat in my stomach like a lump. I remember my lamp casting a small circle of yellow light on the page while the rest of the room faded into blobs of shadow. I was turning a page when I heard it, a faint noise from my closet. At first it sounded like a soft scratch, like something small shifting against wood. Then came a knock. Not loud enough to be someone banging on the door, but sharp enough that I knew it was not my imagination. Scratch. Knock. Scratch. Knock. It came in little bursts that made my shoulders hunch and my heart race. Everything inside me went tight. That closet door suddenly seemed much thinner than it had that morning. The scratch marks I had seen months before at the bottom of my bedroom door came back into my mind, and some part of me imagined small fingers, small nails, something trapped in there, trying to get out, or something out here trying to get in. I lay there for a few minutes, my book forgotten, listening and waiting for the noises to stop. They didn't last long. After a short while, it went silent again, but the silence did not calm me. It just pressed down on me harder, full of whatever had just done that. In the end I gave up pretending I was fine. I got out of bed and went straight to my sister's room. She was half asleep when I asked if I could sleep there, and I didn't explain much, just said that I was creeped out. She shifted over, made room for me, and I lay there in the dark, listening to her breathing and trying to forget the feeling of something moving around inside my closet. I stayed there the rest of the night, and I didn't open my closet door again until daylight had spread through every corner of my room. Those footsteps on the stairs and the hanger, and the noises in the closet were just the beginning. They were early warning signs, like the first few drops of rain before a storm really breaks open. At the time, I didn't know that. I thought I was just dealing with a handful of strange events that might fade the way bad dreams do. Now I know they were only a small glimpse of everything that house still had in store for us, and for me most of all.